BookEmpathy.com presents Stalker by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Samantha adjusted the joystick with a delicate touch, the plastic cool and smooth under her thumb. The drone lifted from the weathered planks of her back deck, with a sharp, electric whine that climbed in pitch as it ascended. The sound faded to a persistent, distant mosquito buzz as it climbed above the roofline. The tablet screen balanced on her lap glowed, showing a green sea of treetops, the view tilting sickeningly as she banked the Phantom in a slow, wide arc over the old quarry. Mapping the property lines had seemed like a sensible, practical first project for the new drone, a way to learn the finicky controls without crashing it, and to prove to her husband, Mark, over his evening beer, that she hadn't wasted the money on a toy. He'd called it that. Another toy, Sam, with that patient, slightly weary smile that meant he was humoring her. Dee said it right there at the kitchen island, not looking up from his laptop, his fingers pausing on the keys. The memory tightened her jaw. The morning air in Millerton was still and heavy, saturated with the damp, sweet smell of cut grass from yesterday's mowing. It clung to the back of her throat. The sun, still low, painted long, distorted shadows from the oak trees across the dewy lawn. A family, a man in a stiff-looking suit, a woman in a floral dress, two small girls with ribboned hair, walked in a neat procession along the gravel road below her property, heading toward the white-steepled church at the town's heart. The faint, melodic clang of a single bell carried on the quiet. Samantha, seated in a faded striped lawn chair on her back deck, her knees drawn up to her chest, offered them no wave. She let her hand, which had half risen from habit, fall back to the armrest. She'd learned. 6 weeks since the moving truck had emptied their Baltimore life into this century-old farmhouse with its creaking floors and ancient plumbing, and the quiet, pervasive judgment was a fact of life, as tangible as the humidity. City girl. Outsider. Another. She saw it in the prolonged stares at the grocery store, the way the cashier's eyes would track her from the organic arugula to the imported olive oil. She heard it in the way conversations at the hardware store, about rainfall or cattle feed or the high school football team, would dip to a murmur when she entered, resuming only after she'd passed, leaving a pocket of silence in her wake. She felt it in the polite, empty smiles that never reached the eyes of the women at the library, their gazes flicking to her charcoal gray linen pants and minimalist silver necklace before sliding away. They traded Baltimore's constant symphony of sirens, traffic, and shouting neighbors for this. Sprawling, fenced fields of grazing cattle, a placid, algae-edged pond, and a silence so profound it sometimes felt like a physical pressure in her ears. In the evenings, with Mark home, it was a blanket. In the dead of night, when he was traveling, it was a void. Her husband had glossy childhood memories of Millerton, stories of idyllic summers spent at his grandparents' place, fishing in the creek and riding bikes down dirt roads. He'd forgotten to mention, or perhaps had never truly noticed, the deep-seated conservatism that ran like a bedrock layer beneath the picturesque surface, the way modern anything, from her artfully cropped hair to her preference for black clothing to this very drone, was met with a polite, frosty distrust. It was a town that liked things, and people, to stay in their assigned places. Her place, she was still figuring out, but it wasn't here on this deck with a tablet. It was probably in the kitchen, or at the church social she'd already declined twice. The drone cleared the last of the tall, shaggy pine trees that marked their western boundary. On the tablet screen, the land fell away sharply into the abandoned granite quarry, a sheer gray bowl of scarred rock now half filled with murky, rainwater the color of weak tea. Beyond the quarry's far rim lay a deep, wooded ravine, a tangled no-man's land between properties too steep and choked with undergrowth for anyone to bother with. It was perfect, she'd thought, for testing the camera's optical zoom without risking a collision. She pushed the left joystick forward gently, dipping the Phantom's nose. The digital horizon on the feed tilted, and the craft descended along the quarry's far rock wall. The image on her tablet jostled slightly with a gust of wind, then stabilized as the gimbal compensated. She could hear the faint, persistent buzz from the sky, a sound that seemed to belong to another world. She tapped the screen, switching to a higher resolution mode. The image sharpened, details snapping into focus. Thick, green undergrowth of briars and young saplings. Fallen logs furred with moss like green velvet. A deep, rotting carpet of brown leaves from last autumn, so thick it looked soft. Her thumb froze on the control. There. A flash of color. Not natural forest green or brown. A pale, waxy rectangle, stark against the organic chaos. Her heart gave a single, hard knock against her ribs that she felt in her throat. Probably trash, she told herself, forcing her thumb to move, nudging the craft a few feet lower. An old discarded cooler lid, a piece of plastic sheeting blown in from a construction site. She nudged the zoom slider with her index finger, the digital magnification ratcheting up. The image pixelated for a heart-stopping second, a blur of green and gray squares, before the processor caught up and it resolved into shocking, impossible clarity. It was a torso. A human torso, severed cleanly at the waist, lying supine amidst the ferns and deadfall. The skin was a bluish-white, marbled with darker, bruise-like patches. It was naked. The navel was a dark, shallow dimple. A few yards away, partly obscured by the skeletal branches of a fallen bush, was the lower half, legs still joined at the hips, feet pointing slightly outward. They were placed with a chilling, deliberate space between them, not scattered as if thrown, but positioned. Arranged. Like components laid out for assembly. A scream caught in her throat, snagging on her vocal cords and becoming a choked, wet gasp. The air left her lungs in a rush, leaving her chest hollow and tight. Her hands began to tremble violently, a fine tremor that made the drone's feed shudder and bounce as if caught in a storm. The tablet slipped in her lap. She clutched at it, her fingernails scraping the plastic case. A wave of nausea rose from her gut, sour and hot, flooding her mouth with saliva. She tasted the bitter dregs of her morning coffee. She swallowed hard, her throat convulsing. She fumbled the controls, her slick thumb slipping on the plastic, sending the Phantom into a clumsy, jerking ascent. But her eyes remained locked on the screen, unable to break away. The image was searing itself into her vision, the pale flesh against the dark, damp earth, a negative she knew she would see behind her eyelids for years. The sheer wrongness of it, the clean cut, the separation, the casual exposure to the elements locked her in place. She scrambled for her phone, which had been resting on the small wicker table beside her lawn chair. Her fingers, numb and clumsy, knocked it to the deck boards. It landed with a plastic clatter and skittered toward the edge. She lunged for it, her movements uncoordinated, the belt of her robe catching on the chair arm. She grabbed it with both hands as if it were a lifeline, her grip so tight her knuckles ached. The screen was smeared with her fingerprints. She stabbed at it, bringing up the keypad, her vision blurring at the edges. She misdialed, hitting a 4 instead of a 1, and had to erase it, her breath now coming in short, sharp pulls that didn't seem to reach her lungs. Each inhale was a shallow sip of the heavy, grass-scented air. Finally, the call connected. The ringtone sounded once, twice, two long electronic bleats that stretched time. 911, what is your emergency? The operator's voice was a calm, professional monotone, maddeningly slow and measured against the frantic drumbeat in Samantha's chest. There's a body, Samantha blurted, the words too loud, cracking on the second syllable. She lowered her voice, pressing the phone hard against her ear. In the ravine. Behind the old quarry off Millerton Road. Her voice was a thin, reedy thing, barely her own. She gave her address, the numbers and street name tumbling over each other. You have to send someone. Now. I'm dispatching units now, ma'am, the operator said, her tone unchanged. A keyboard clicked softly in the background. Can you describe the victim? Are you with the victim now? No, I'm at my house. I saw it from my drone. Samantha squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block it out, but the image flashed behind her lids with terrible clarity. The unnatural geometry of the limbs, the stark division. The woman's. I think it's a woman. She's in pieces. The last word came out as a whisper. In pieces, can you clarify? The operator's voice was detached, methodical. She's cut in half. The clinical description felt grotesque in her mouth, a violation. The top part and the bottom part are just lying there. In the woods. Separate. Are you certain it's human? Could it be a mannequin or an animal? A deer carcass sometimes. It's human, the force of her own shout startled her. She lowered her voice, a sob threatening to break through. She clamped her free hand over her mouth, then dragged it down her chin. And I'm sure. I zoomed in. I saw skin. It's a person. Please, you have to believe me. It's okay, ma'am. I need you to stay on the line. Units are en route. Can you secure your drone and wait at your residence? Yes. Yes, I'll be here. The formal language, the procedure, was a fragile raft in the sea of her panic. As she clung to it, she realized she was rocking slightly in the chair, a forward and back motion she couldn't control. Is there anyone else with you? No, the word sounded small. My husband is away on business. The isolation of the farmhouse, which had felt peaceful an hour ago, now felt vast and threatening. Every window seemed like a dark eye. The empty fields were hiding places. He's in Chicago. Okay. Stay on the line until you hear the sirens. Can you do that? But Samantha couldn't. The need to move, to do something, to break the connection with this calm voice that couldn't possibly understand the horror on her screen, was overwhelming. They're coming. You're sure? Sheriff's deputies are approximately 7 minutes out. I have your location. Are you in a safe place? I'm on my back deck. She looked around as if the concept of safe had just been redefined. The deck felt exposed. I have to land the drone. It was an excuse. She couldn't stand the calm, placid voice in her ear for another second, discussing ETA while that image was still hovering in the sky, broadcast from the ravine. I'll be here. She ended the call before the operator could respond, dropping the phone into her lap as if it had grown hot. The silence that followed was immediate and thick. On the tablet, the drone's view was now a high, stable shot looking down at her own roof, the green metal shimmering in the sun. She operated the controls by rote, her movements mechanical, her fingers stiff. She brought the Phantom into a slow, descending spiral toward the back lawn. Her breath still hitched in her chest, a little catch on every third inhale. As the craft settled onto the grass with a soft thump, the propellers whirring down to a sigh and then silence. The morning quiet rushed back in, now profoundly sinister. It was a listening silence. She sat frozen in the lawn chair, the tablet screen darkening to a swirling screensaver, a galaxy of colors that felt obscene. The smell of cut grass was now nauseatingly sweet, cloying. The distant church bell had stopped. All she could hear was the frantic, whooshing pulse in her own ears. She became aware of a deep, cold ache in her hands from how tightly she'd been gripping the tablet. She pried her fingers loose one by one. A movement. A flicker at the very edge of her vision, down where their property met the county road. A shift of shadow against the steady green of the field. She turned her head slowly, her neck stiff, vertebrae grinding. Down by the rusted wire fence line, old Walter from the hardware store stood perfectly still. He was maybe 200 yards away, a gaunt figure in faded overalls and a checked shirt, the sleeves rolled to his elbows. He wasn't looking at her house or at her on the deck. His face, leathery and lined like old saddle leather, was tilted upward, his eyes narrowed against the morning sun. He was staring intently at the empty patch of sky where her drone had just been, his gaze fixed on that specific point in the blue, as if he could trace an invisible line back down to the controller in her hands, straight through the digital lens to the horror she had just discovered in the ravine below. His hands hung at his sides, fingers slightly curled. He didn't move. He didn't shift his weight. He didn't wave. He just stood there, a silent sentinel at the border of her new life, watching. Knowing. A coldness that had nothing to do with the morning air seeped into Samantha's bones, starting at the base of her spine and spreading outwards. She realized with a jolt that tightened her stomach that the drone's camera had been pointing down, transmitting for the entire panicked minute after her discovery. The feed had been live. The screen on her lap had been glowing with that awful image. And Walter had been watching. Not the sky, not the drone itself, but the screen. Her screen. From his vantage point, he couldn't possibly see the ravine. But he had seen her reaction. He had seen her jerk back as if struck, fumble for her phone, the unmistakable panic in the hunch of her shoulders, the way she'd brought a hand to her mouth. He'd seen her head bow, her body curl in on itself during the call. He'd seen her frantic movements with the controller. He knew something was terribly wrong. And as he finally, slowly, turned his head to look directly at her house, his expression wasn't one of curiosity or concern. It was a flat, assessing look, devoid of warmth, the look a man might give a piece of machinery that had suddenly malfunctioned. He held her gaze across the distance for 3 long seconds. She didn't blink, couldn't look away. His eyes were pale, washed-out blue in the distance. Then, without haste, he turned on his heel, the motion deliberate, and walked back along the fence line, his boots crushing the tall grass. He disappeared behind a stand of scrub pines, their branches swallowing him whole. Samantha was left alone on the deck, the tablet dark in her lap, the drone a silent black insect on the lawn. The silence was no longer empty. It was full of the image in the ravine and the memory of Walter's stare. The church bell began to ring again, a steady, mournful toll marking the hour. It sounded like a warning. She was an outsider who had stumbled into a secret she was never meant to see, and the town, in the form of Walter's knowing, impassive face, had just acknowledged it. She wrapped her arms around herself, but the cold was inside now, deep and settling. She waited for the sirens, staring at the spot where Walter had vanished, wondering what else this quiet, judging town was keeping in its ravines. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Katie Ford's body was in the hospital chair, a hard plastic shell that dug into the bruises on her lower back. Her mind was elsewhere, trapped in a relentless, grinding loop with Sela's crow. The loop always started the same way. The sound of Ben's muffled cry through the apartment door, the splintering wood, the dark shape in the hallway. Then the fight, a blur of fists, gunshots, and Nina's roar of fury. It ended the same way, too. Crow's weight against her, the sickening lurch as the railing gave, and her own desperate heave. The silent drop. The empty concrete. 8 hours had bled away since that moment, and the parade of other patients. The murmured conversations, the squeak of gurney wheels, the distant, tinny page for a doctor, was just background noise, a radio left on in another room. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sickly greenish tint on everything. The air was a layered smell of antiseptic, stale coffee, and the underlying, sweetly nauseating scent of illness. Katie shifted, and the plastic chair creaked. The movement sent a fresh spike of pain through her ribs, a reminder that the loop in her head wasn't just memory. It was etched into her muscles, her bones. Her forearms, resting on her thighs, were a patchwork of gauze and tape. Beneath the dressings, the deep gravel burns from the concrete rooftop throbbed with a persistent, hot ache. She could feel the tiny, embedded fragments like grains of sand under her skin, a constant, grating presence. Last night, Crow had taken Ben. He'd used him as bait, a piece on a board only he could see. Katie had walked right into the trap, driven by a fear so sharp it felt like a physical object in her throat. Nina Shaw had been the detonation that saved them, a force of nature turning the apartment into a charnel house of smoke and blood. Katie's final act had been to heave Crow over the railing, using the last of her strength. But the ground below, when she'd forced herself to look, had offered up no body. No broken form. Just empty concrete, stained with old rain, under the yellow glow of a security light. He was out there now. Somewhere in the pre-dawn dark, bleeding, hurting, but alive. Vengeance would be the only thought in that twisted mind. She had to find him first. End him. The question was where. The city was a maze of a million hiding places, and Crow knew the darkest corners better than anyone. She closed her eyes, trying to force her thoughts into some semblance of order, but all she saw was the railing giving way, the empty space where a body should have been. A nurse appeared, a young man with tired eyes and a 5 o'clock shadow that looked permanent. He didn't speak, just efficiently wrapped the blood pressure cuff around her bicep. The Velcro ripped loudly in the quiet curtain bay, a sound that made Katie flinch. He pumped the bulb, the pressure tightening until it ached, a band of pain around her already sore arm. He watched the gauge as the needle slowly fell, his expression blank. He removed the cuff, the sound softer this time. You're cleared, Agent Ford. But you need rest. Real rest. Aggravating these wounds risks shock and systemic infection. He gestured vaguely toward her arms, her torso, hidden under the thin hospital gown. You'll have significant scarring. Scarring was the least of her worries. A map of past violence was just part of the uniform. Am I discharged? You are. He pulled a small pad from his pocket and began writing, not looking at her. Keep the wounds clean. Change the dressings twice daily. The gravel fragments, they're deep. They'll work their way out over time. It will be uncomfortable. Be careful. His tone was rote, the same speech given a dozen times a shift. He tore off the slip and held it out. Instructions. Follow up with your primary in a week. Katie took the paper, her fingers brushing his. Thanks, it was a hollow courtesy. As she stood, the movement was a cascade of protests. A sharp complaint from her ribs, followed by a deep, throbbing ache in her lower back, and the familiar hot sting from her arms. She pushed the curtain aside, the metal rings rattling softly, and stepped into the main ward corridor. The linoleum was icy cold under her socked feet. Her boots and jacket were somewhere, probably bagged as evidence along with everything else from that apartment. She felt exposed and small in the gown, the ties loose at the back. She followed the sound of a familiar, gritted voice, arguing behind a pale blue curtain 2 bays down. It was a sound like grinding stones, unmistakable even through the hospital haze. Not spending another minute in this bed, Doc. I'm fine. I'm upright. I'm talking. That's the definition of fine. Katie pulled the curtain back on its metal rings. The scene was a still life of stubbornness. Nina Shaw was sitting on the edge of a hospital bed, her back ramrod straight, her fingers working at the monitor leads stuck to her chest. She peeled off a circular electrode with a grimace, revealing an angry red patch of skin underneath. The wires dangled, and the heart monitor beside the bed emitted a steady, flatline beep of protest. A doctor, maybe in his 50s with deep shadows under his eyes and a stethoscope draped around his neck like a noose, stood before her, his posture one of profound defeat. He had his arms crossed, but it looked less like a stance of authority and more like he was holding himself together. "You are not fine," the doctor said, his voice flat, drained of all persuasive energy. "You were admitted 72 hours ago with a punctured lung and significant blood loss. You discharged yourself against medical advice. Last night you were involved in an incident that has resulted in burst stitches, a high risk of infection, elevated heart rate, and tracheal swelling from what I can only assume was manual strangulation." He pointed a finger at the bruising visible at the collar of Nina's gown, a ring of dark purple and yellow. "You need observation. At least 24 hours. Fluids. Antibiotics. And actual sleep." "It's normal wear and tear," Nina shot back, not looking at him but spotting Katie in the doorway. Her eyes, usually chips of flint, were bloodshot and weary, the whites a network of red lines. "Ford, tell him. This is a waste of a bed. They need it for people who are actually sick." Katie leaned against the curtain frame, crossing her arms, then uncrossing them immediately as the motion pulled at the cuts on her forearms. She settled for hooking her thumbs into the pockets of the hospital gown. "Arguing with Agent Shaw is a losing battle," Katie said, directing it to the doctor. Her own voice sounded rough, unused. "But is her condition critical? Right now, tonight? Is she going to drop if she walks out of here?" The doctor pinched the bridge of his nose, squeezing his eyes shut for a long second. When he opened them, the defeat was even deeper. "Potentially, yes. If an infection sets in from the burst abdominal stitches, or if the internal bleeding she's undoubtedly aggravating right now gets worse, it could become septic, or she could collapse the lung again. It's not a minor risk. It's a probable one." Nina scoffed, a dry, rasping sound that turned into a short, wet cough. She pressed a hand to her side, her face paling. "How about I go home, rest in my own bed, and come back if I feel faint?" "You have my word. I'll sit on my couch. I won't move." "You left this hospital against advice once already. Your word has a limited value here," the doctor said, but the fight was leaving him, seeping out into the antiseptic air. He looked at the flatlining monitor, at the discarded electrodes, and sighed. "You should probably listen to him, Nina," Katie said, her voice low. She meant it. Nina looked pale, a grayish undertone beneath her usual weathered tan. A fine sheen of sweat glistened at her temples and her upper lip. Her hands, as they worked at the second electrode, had a faint, visible tremor. The doctor sighed, a sound of such profound exhaustion it seemed to weigh down the room. I can't force you. You're alert and oriented. But leaving in your state is medically irresponsible and could be fatal. He looked at Katie, a silent plea for reinforcement, his eyes begging her to be the voice of reason. 5 minutes, Katie asked him, nodding toward the curtain. You look like you need a coffee. Or 3. Let me talk to her. He didn't argue. He just gave a small, helpless shake of his head, turned and shuffled out, the curtain falling closed behind him with a soft swish. The sound of his squeaking shoes faded down the corridor. Once they were alone, Katie moved closer. The space between the bed and the wall was narrow, barely enough for one person. She could smell the hospital on Nina, antiseptic soap, the faint metallic tang of old blood, the stale, recycled air. But underneath it was the familiar scent of Nina's leather jacket, of gun oil and stubbornness. The truth, Katie said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. She put a hand on the cold metal rail of the bed. How do you actually feel? No bullshit. I need to know if you're going to pass out in the car. The defiance, the rigid posture, dissolved all at once. Nina sagged, her shoulders slumping forward, her head dipping so that her chin nearly touched her chest. It was a sudden, stark vulnerability that made Katie's breath catch in her own bruised throat. Nina's hands, which had been busy and defiant, now lay limp in her lap, palms up. Her breath came in shallow, careful pants, as if each inhalation was a calculated risk against a band of pain around her ribs. Like death warmed over, she muttered, not looking up. Her voice was a threadbare version of itself. And then kicked back into the grave for good measure. It was written all over her, in every line of her body. The accumulated trauma of the last week, her own near-fatal injury during the Campbell raid, the forced hospital stay, the second attack in her home, last night's bloodbath, had sanded her down to the core. The iron will was still there, but the physical vessel was cracking. Katie, younger and less physically battered by the long years of the job, felt a surge of protective guilt so sharp it was nausea. This was her partner. This was her fault. Crow had come for Nina, and Katie had been the lightning rod that drew him out. She reached out, her hand hovering for a second over Nina's shoulder before she let it drop, and instead gently adjusted the thin hospital blanket that had pooled at Nina's waist. It was a useless, maternal gesture, but it was all she could think to do. Then stay, Katie said, the words feeling inadequate, childish even to her own ears. Just for the night. Recover. The world won't end in 12 hours. Crow's hurt. He's licking his wounds. The world doesn't stop. And neither does he. Nina's eyes lifted, meeting Katie's. The weariness was there, a deep ocean of it, but so was the old, unyielding fire, a pilot light that never went out. She began gathering her jacket from the foot of the bed, moving slowly, deliberately, each shift of her torso making her jaw tighten. The leather jacket was scarred and stained, a testament to its own history. Thanks for last night, Nina said, her focus on the zipper she was trying to fasten. Her fingers fumbled, missing the tab twice. Felt good to put those bastards down. A real, tangible result. I really thought we had him. At the end, when he went over, I thought that was it. I saw him go and I thought, finally. It's done, she finally caught the zipper, pulling it up an inch with a grimace of effort. I'm sorry I didn't. I should have done more than just throw him. I should have made sure. Gone over with him something. The words tumbled out, fueled by the loop still playing behind her eyes. Nina shook her head, a slow, painful-looking movement. You were spent. Out of ammo, out of gas. It was a logical move. Create distance, disorient him. I'd have done the same in your shoes. Her tone was matter of fact, a clinical assessment that left no room for Katie's spiraling guilt. She shifted on the bed, swinging her legs slowly to the floor. Her face tightened, a mask of controlled agony, as she moved her right leg. The hospital gown rode up, revealing a thick, fresh bandage around her thigh. And so, where does a ghost like Crow go? He's hurt. He needs a hole. It's a quiet, dark hole. Katie leaned back against the wall, the cool plaster a relief against her aching head. She let her eyes close for a second, searching the mental files. We know his places. The Barrens. Those abandoned warehouses by the river. The old meatpacking plant off I-95. Would he be that predictable? He knows we know them. He's arrogant, but he's not stupid. Sometimes his move is the obvious one. A double bluff. He wants us to think he's clever, so he acts plain. He hides in the place we've already cleared, because he knows we won't look twice. Katie rubbed her eyes, seeing flashes of the fight behind her lids, Crow's snarling face, the glint of a knife, the spray of plaster dust from a near miss. But honestly, she opened her eyes, meeting Nina's gaze. It's a guess. I hope. We have nothing else. No forensics from the apartment yet, no witnesses, no financial trail. He's a ghost. Nina checked her phone, the screen lighting up her tired face in the dim room. The blue glow accentuated the hollows under her eyes. Vance and the police chief are 10 minutes out. They've secured the scene, done the preliminary sweep. We need to brief them, give them a direction to throw resources at. Can you list every location we've ever tied to Crow? Every den, basement, flophouse, ruin. From the old files and from our recent dance with him. We need a map. I can try. Katie closed her eyes again, sifting through the snarled memories of the fight, pushing past the adrenaline and the fear to the quieter moments. Crow's words had been few, hissed into her ear during the struggle as they grappled near the window. I'll be the one. You didn't think I worked alone. It has to be this way. Cryptic, arrogant. The rest was just violence and noise, the crash of furniture, the gunshots, the guttural sounds of combat. No addresses. No clues. Just rage and that terrible, empty feeling when the railing gave way. Where's Ben? Nina asked, looking past Katie toward the curtain. Her voice was tighter now, laced with a concern she rarely voiced. He was getting checked out. He okay? They keeping him? As if summoned, the curtain rustled, the rings clinking softly against the rod. A shape appeared behind the blue fabric, a shadow that hesitated. Then a hand, knuckles scraped raw, pushed the curtain aside. Ben stepped in. The sight of him, whole and upright, sent a jolt of relief through Katie that was immediately undercut by a fresh wave of guilt, so potent it dried her mouth. One side of his face was a storm cloud of purple bruising, swelling from his cheekbone down to his jaw, distorting the familiar, handsome lines. His left eye was puffy, nearly closed, a slit of blue visible between the swollen lids. A butterfly stitch held together a split on his brow. He moved carefully, favoring his left side, but he moved. He was wearing a clean, too large t-shirt and sweatpants, hospital issue. Alive and reporting, he said, his voice a welcome, solid thing in the sterile room. It was hoarse, scratchy, but it was his. Katie was across the small space in 2 steps, her socked feet silent on the floor. She moved into his embrace, careful of his injuries, pressing her forehead to the solid muscle of his shoulder. He smelled of hospital soap, and the faint, lingering, almost ghostly scent of his own cologne, a familiar anchor beneath the institutional smell. She breathed him in, her eyes squeezing shut, her arms coming around him gently, afraid to hurt him. The guilt was a cold, heavy stone in her gut, weighing down every breath. "I'm so sorry, Ben," she whispered into the soft cotton of his shirt. Her voice broke. "I never wanted this for you. Never. This is my world, and I dragged you into it. I should have made you leave. Weeks ago." His arms came around her, strong and steady despite everything. One hand came up to cradle the back of her head, his fingers threading gently through her hair, avoiding the tender spot where she'd hit the floor. "Hey," he murmured, his voice a vibration in his chest. "Stop. I get thrown around for a living. This is just a bad Tuesday with worse lighting." He gave a pained half-smile as she pulled back to look at him, her hands coming up to frame his damaged face, her thumbs carefully avoiding the bruises. He gently touched his jaw, wincing as his fingers made contact. "You too, okay?" "I saw the parade of cops and feds outside. Looked like a war zone. They wouldn't tell me anything." Katie nodded, her own aches flaring in sympathy as she looked at him. She gestured vaguely at her own face, the minor cuts and abrasions, the bandages on her arms. "Stones under the skin. Nothing vital. We'll match in a few days." She tried for a smile, but it felt weak and false. Ben's eyes shifted to Nina, the woman he'd first seen months ago executing masked men in his girlfriend's living room with terrifying efficiency. His expression was a complex mix of gratitude, awe, and residual shock. "You?" he asked, his good eyes searching her face. "They said you got hurt before. Is it worse?" Nina was watching them, her face unreadable, but her eyes held a softness that was rare. She was leaning heavily, on one hand braced on the mattress. "Functional," she said, the single word clipped. Then, after a beat where she seemed to weigh something, she added, "You held your own last night. Didn't freeze. Didn't beg. That's something. Most people would have broken." Ben acknowledged this with a slight, careful nod. "He talked a lot. Tried to get in my head. I just kept thinking about the door." He looked back at Katie, the question returning to his eyes, deeper now. "Who was he?" he asked, his voice quieter, more serious. "And where'd he vanish to?" "One minute he was there, the next, the cops said there was no body. Nothing. Like he evaporated." Katie looked at Nina, a silent request for permission, for guidance on how much to share. This wasn't a case file, this was the man she loved, asking about the monster who'd tied him to a chair. Nina gave a single, slow nod. "Tell him. He's in it now. He deserves to know what's hunting us." Katie took a breath, steeling herself. She guided Ben to sit on the end of Nina's bed, the mattress dipping under his weight. The movement made Nina shift, a flicker of pain crossing her features before she controlled it. Katie remained standing, needing to move, but the small room gave her nowhere to go. "Sila's Crow," she said, the name feeling heavy and poisonous on her tongue. She let it hang in the air for a moment. "A serial killer. The predator. Not the kind you see in the movies. He's an organizer. A contractor for other monsters. Nina put him away years ago, put him in a supermax, but the case, it was complicated. Evidence issues, a coerced confession from an accomplice. He got out on a technicality 18 months ago. He's wanted payback ever since. I got on his radar when I became her partner. He sees her legacy, and he wants to destroy it. Erase it. By hurting me, by hurting you, he gets to her. She met Ben's gaze, forcing herself to hold it. It's my fault he came for you. He used you to get to me. Because he knew it would work. It is not, Nina cut in, her voice firm, brooking no argument. She leaned forward, wincing, but her eyes were locked on Ben. This was always coming. A debt he thought was owed. With or without her, he'd have made a move eventually. I took his freedom, his empire. He's a narcissist. He can't let that stand. You were a tool. A convenient one. Don't let her take that weight. It's not hers to carry. Oh, it's his. All of it. Ben absorbed this, his good eye moving between them. He looked down at his hands, turning them over as if seeing the scrapes for the first time. He let out a long, slow breath. Jesus, he breathed out, the word laden with the sheer scale of it, the absurd, terrifying reality. A serial killer. And he's just out there. And now, after last night, he's not a lone wolf, Nina added, pulling her jacket tighter around herself as if suddenly cold. He never was. He's plugged into gangs, traffickers, backwoods cults, prison networks. He's a facilitator, a nightmare broker. You need a body disappeared. A witness silenced. A shipment moved through a port without inspection. He's your guy. He's got a network that stretches like rotten roots under this whole city, maybe further. I've been chasing his shadow, cleaning up his messes for 16 years. Last night was the closest I've ever been to ending it. So what's the plan? Ben asked, looking from Nina's grim face to Katie's tense posture. You find this network. Follow the roots. Find him, Nina said, as if it were that simple. Her voice was cold and final. Cut the head off. The network will scatter, find another monster to serve. But him. He ends. Tonight. Before he has time to heal and plan his next move. We just don't have a starting point, Katie admitted, frustration tightening her voice into a wire. She paced the short length of the room, 2 steps toward the curtain, 2 steps back. Her socked feet were soundless. His known associates are ghosts. His properties, the ones we know about, are being watched, but he'd know that. He'd expect it. He's in the wind and he's hurt. That makes him more dangerous, not less. A wounded animal is unpredictable. He'll lash out, or he'll burrow so deep we'll never find him. Nina's phone chimed, a harsh buzz on the bedside table that made all 3 of them jump. She picked it up, her mouth a thin, bloodless line as she read the screen. Vance and the chief are in the waiting room. We need to go give them a direction, or they'll start their own, and it'll be a waste of time and bodies. They'll flood the wrong neighborhoods, knock on the wrong doors, and Crow will be laughing at us from whatever hole he's found. Ben looked between them, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, then to a dawning realization, as if a puzzle piece was tilting into place in his mind. Wait, he said, holding up a hand. You don't know where to start. Get all. You have no lead. He could be anywhere, Katie said, stopping her pacing. She ran a hand through her hair, her fingers catching on a tangle. 100 holes to crawl into. He might not even be in the city anymore. He could be halfway to Pennsylvania by now, holed up in some hunting cabin his network owns. He could be on a boat. He has the resources. Ben's eyebrows lifted, a gesture that made him wince again as the skin around his eye pulled. He looked down at his hands, then back up at them, his gaze intense, focused inward. Am I crazy? He asked slowly, carefully. Didn't you notice it? In the apartment during the whole thing. The smell. It was so strong it made me gag. I thought I was going to puke. I had to breathe through my mouth. Katie stared. Her mind raced back, scrambling through the panic and the violence, trying to isolate a sense beyond sight and sound. It smells. There was cordite, sharp and acrid. Plaster dust, dry and chalky. The coppery scent of blood, both fresh and old, from the previous violence in that apartment. The mildew from damp carpet, but nothing distinct, nothing out of place for a brutal fight in a dusty, neglected building. She shook her head slowly. I know I didn't. There was a lot going on. Nina went perfectly still. Not a muscle moved. Her eyes, tired and hazy a moment before, were now sharp, laser-focused entirely on Ben. All her pain seemed to recede behind a wall of pure professional intensity. What smell? She asked, her voice low and deliberate, the way she spoke to a witness on the verge of a breakthrough, gentle but insistent. Describe it. Take your time. Ben spread his hands, as if trying to shape the memory in the air between them. He looked at the ceiling, his good eye narrowing in concentration. I guess you missed it. The adrenaline, the chaos. But I was tied to that chair for a while before you got there. Just sitting in it. Nothing to do but wait and smell. And the whole time, it was this overwhelming, sweet, rotten stench. It filled the room. Like spoiled meat left in the sun and chemicals and something else. Something earthy and foul, like wet soil from a deep hole. He shook his head, searching for the right comparison, his nose wrinkling at the memory. I used to do waste management back in college. Summer jobs. This was like the worst landfill smell, the leachate smell from the bottom of a pit, but concentrated. Cloying. It stuck in the back of your throat. It was in the fabric of the chair, I swear. In the air, like it had seeped into the walls. I think it was on him, too. Don Crow. When he leaned in close to talk to me, got right in my face, it was strongest. It was coming off his clothes, his skin. Like he'd been bathing in it. Katie's heart began to beat a hard, quick, painful rhythm against her bruised ribs. A smell. A specific, memorable, horrific stench. Not just a general foulness, but a particular cocktail of rot and chemicals. Her mind, trained for patterns, began to spin, discarding possibilities. Not a slaughterhouse, that was mostly blood and awful. Not a meth lab, that was sharper, more ammonia-based. A landfill. Possibly, but Crow hiding in a dump. It didn't fit his profile of controlled, hidden spaces. Ben looked at their frozen faces, seeing the dawning comprehension, the shift from hopelessness to a razor-edged focus. He gave a small, grim nod, confirming their unspoken thought. I think I know where your guy is hiding. Or at least where he's been. You're looking for a hole. I think I know what it smells like. He paused, letting the implication hang in the sterile, antiseptic air of the hospital room, a stark contrast to the foulness he described. You need to look underground. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The air in the sterile hospital side room felt charged, thick with the competing smells of antiseptic, stale coffee, and the faint, metallic scent of old blood that no amount of cleaning could erase. It was a small consulting room, not much bigger than a closet, with a scuffed laminate table bolted to the floor and 4 mismatched plastic chairs that groaned and creaked under weight. A faded anatomical diagram of the human muscular system was taped to one beige wall, a relic from a different kind of consultation, the red and blue veins of the illustration looking like a roadmap to a simpler injury. The door was shut, a heavy, solid click sealing them in with the persistent hum of the HVAC and the immense, suffocating weight of unfinished business. Katie Ford stood beside Ben, her body, a map of throbbing pain held rigidly in check. Every breath was a conscious effort, a shallow sip of air that avoided the sharp protest in her ribs. With Nina Shaw a solid, pained presence on her other side, she felt anchored. Across from them, FBI Director Robert Vance and D.C. Police Chief Michael Foster completed the tense circle, their postures erect, their faces grim and shadowed in the unforgiving fluorescent glare. Vance's gaze, weary but sharp as a scalpel, swept over Ben, a clear, unspoken question in the tight line of his mouth. He didn't recognize him, and in their world, an unknown in a confidential briefing was a potential breach, a loose thread. Ben Carter, Ben said, his voice cutting through the static, answering the director's unspoken question before it could be voiced. He stood straight, shoulders squared, but Katie, from her angle, could see the tension in the corded muscles of his neck, the way his hands hung loosely at his sides, the fingers slightly curled, ready to form fists at a second's notice. Vance's gaze flicked to Katie, a silent demand for context, for validation. He's with me, Katie stated, leaving no room for ambiguity. Her tone was flat, final, the same tone she used to shut down bureaucratic interference. Vance held her eyes for a beat longer, his own gaze assessing, calculating the risk. Then he gave a slight, almost imperceptible acknowledging nod. The unspoken understanding passed between them, he was the one taken. He's part of this now. He stays. Ben laid it out, his voice steady but stripped of any embellishment, a just the facts recitation that somehow made it worse. Masked men. A black SUV with tinted windows, so dark they swallowed the morning light, turning the interior into a cave. The trunk, the smell of spare tire rubber and old, mildewed carpet, the disorientation of motion in the absolute dark, his own heartbeat loud in his ears. Being hauled out, the rough grip on his arms, the cold bite of zip ties on his wrists, being tied to a chair in Katie's own living room, the familiar surroundings of bookshelves, and a worn rug turned into a stage for his terror. Campbell was already there, he finished, the name dropping into the quiet room like a stone into a still pond. Awaiting. Leaning against the mantel like he owned the place. Like he was waiting for a guest. Chief Foster, a broad-shouldered man with the permanently wind-burned complexion of a street cop who'd spent decades squinting into the sun, leaned forward, his elbows on the table making it tilt slightly. Anything we can trace. Even a partial on the license plate. Distinctive marks on the SUV, dents, stickers, aftermarket rims. Voices, accents, speech patterns, anything they said to each other. Ben's eyes went distant, looking at the wall but seeing the past. He shook his head slowly, a muscle in his jaw twitching. They were professionals. Gloves. No names used. Get him in, watch the curb, that kind of thing. The plates were muddy, maybe deliberately. Nothing usable. He paused, his focus sharpening as he leaned forward, his forearms resting on the table. But my phone. It was in my jacket pocket when they grabbed me. It was recording. Audio. The whole time they had me in the car. One of them must have found it later, used it to text Katie to lure her, so it's probably still in her apartment, under furniture or something. It's a black case. It'll be hard to see. Katie's pulse jumped, a sudden, painful hammer against her bruised ribs. She turned her head slowly to look at him, the movement sending a fresh ache down her neck. You were recording. The entire abduction. Habit, Ben said simply, meeting her gaze. There was no pride in it, just cold, practical fact. From my old job. You never know when you'll need a record. I hit the voice memo button when the SUV first pulled up, before they got out. I thought it was a delivery. I was wrong. He held her eyes, and in them she saw the ghost of the fear, and the fierce, focused intelligence that had made him a formidable investigator in his own right. We need that device, Nina cut in, her voice gravelly with pain and a razor-edge urgency. She shifted her weight off her injured side, a barely perceptible transfer that nonetheless made her suck in a quick breath through her nose. A fine sheen of sweat glistened at her temples. Immediately. Before the cleaners get in, or Campbell circles back for souvenirs. That audio could give us voices, background noise, traffic sounds, a location if they stopped anywhere. It's a direct wire into his operation. Chief Foster was already scribbling a note in a small, leather-bound pad he'd pulled from his breast pocket. The pen scratched loudly in the quiet. I'll have a forensic team at your apartment within the hour, Katie. They'll tear it apart grid by grid. Silent approach. If the phone's there, we'll find it. He looked up, his eyes moving from Ben to Vance. Now, he said, the word a pivot, where do we start hunting this bastard? We put his face on every screen from here to Baltimore. Flood the zone. Make him a celebrity. Director Vance held up a cautioning hand, his fingers long and manicured but the knuckles prominent, bony. A full public spectacle will drive him deeper underground. He's survived this long by being a ghost, Chief. We announce a manhunt. Every two-bit informant and glory seeker comes out of the woodwork with false sightings, and he vanishes into a sewer pipe for another 6 months while we chase our tails. We need precision. We need intelligence, not noise. The room was quiet for a long moment, the only sounds the scratch of Foster's pen and the relentless hum of the lights. Katie watched Ben. He was staring at the tabletop, his brow furrowed in intense concentration, mentally sifting through the horror, looking for the one grain of sand that didn't belong. Ben, Katie prompted softly, her voice barely above a whisper. He looked up, blinked, and rubbed his jaw, the stubble rasping audibly under his palm. This might sound strange, and it's not visual, but that car and Campbell himself, when I finally saw him in Katie's living room, they both had the same smell. It cut through everything else, the mildew, the fear, the stale air. Sewer water. Not just damp earth, but stale, chemical with that sweet-rot undertone. I worked waste management for a summer in college, inspecting lines. That smell gets into your clothes, your hair. It clings to your sinuses for hours. You don't forget it. Chief Foster's eyebrows rose, disappearing into his close-cropped hairline. The sewer system. He's using it as a highway. Like some kind of rat. It's plausible, Nina said, thinking aloud. Her eyes lost focus as she mentally mapped the possibility, her gaze fixed on the anatomical diagram, as if it were a tunnel schematic. Miles of forgotten tunnels, maintenance access points, old storm drains that haven't been checked in years. Multiple entry and exit points across the city and into Maryland. Perfect for a ghost. No need for a car, no traffic cameras, no witnesses. He could move at night, sleep during the day down there if he had a dry niche. And no CCTV, Katie added, the pieces clicking into a grim, coherent picture. Her mind, always seeking patterns, latched onto the logic of it. He could traverse half the city unseen, pop up in a park, an alley, a basement. He could have a dozen bolt holes down there. Storage for weapons, supplies. It's a perfect base of operations for someone who wants to stay off the grid completely. A literal underground. Director Vance's expression turned grim, the lines around his mouth deepening into grooves. He placed both hands flat on the table, a deliberate, anchoring gesture that signaled a shift from discussion to declaration. Before we proceed with any operational planning, official notification. As of 600 hours this morning, following the attempted murder of a federal agent and the kidnapping of a civilian, Tobias Campbell has been formally designated an outlaw. He let the term hang for a second, its medieval weight felt by everyone in the room. The protection of the law no longer applies. He is to be considered armed, extremely dangerous, and an imminent threat to public safety. Lethal force is authorized on site. The words seemed to thicken the antiseptic air. Outlaw. It was a rare, brutal term in modern procedure, stripping away all pretense of due process, of rights of capture. It meant shoot to kill. It meant the hunt was now, officially, a purge. Understood, Chief Foster said, his voice devoid of emotion. It was a tactical reality to him, a box checked. He gave a short, sharp nod. No. Nina's voice was a whip crack in the small room, startling in its force. All eyes snapped to her. She had pushed herself fully upright, away from the wall she'd been leaning on for support, her face pale beneath its olive tone, but her jaw set like granite. We bring him in alive. Vance fixed her with a look that was part pity, part exasperation, the look of a man who has to manage both grief and policy. Mia, given the circumstances, what he did to you, what he tried to do to Agent Ford and Mr. Carter, the authorization is standard, it's procedural. It's for the safety of every officer involved. He's demonstrated he will not be taken peacefully. 16 years, she interrupted, not raising her voice but filling the space with its low, vibrating intensity. She took a half step toward the table, her movement stiff. 16 years he's been a stain on my career, on my life, on the memory of good agents. This ends with me watching the life leave his eyes in a courtroom, under the glare of lights, with a judge and a jury and a transcript that lasts forever. Not in some dank tunnel with a flashlight beam on his corpse. I need that. My team, what's left of it, needs that closure. The families need that verdict. My request stands. Apprehension, not elimination. Katie felt a twist of conflict, a physical sensation like a hot knot tightening under her sternum. Her own desire for vengeance was a live wire, humming with the memory of Ben tied to that chair, of Crow's taunting smile, of the sheer violation of her home. She wanted Campbell erased. But Nina's need was a tangible force in the room, a raw, magnetic pull. She saw it in the white-knuckled grip Nina had on the back of the empty chair, in the unvarnished, desperate want in her partner's eyes. Katie opened her mouth, her voice careful, measured, trying to bridge the gap. Nina, if he poses a direct, immediate threat to an agent's life, if there's no other way to neutralize him. I know the risks, Katie. I've lived with them longer than you've been carrying a badge. Nina's gaze didn't waver from Vance. It was a veteran's stare, unblinking. But I'm asking, officially, as the senior agent on this case, since its goddamn inception. We take him alive. We try. Chief Foster sighed, a heavy, pragmatic sound that came from his chest. He looked at Vance, then back at Nina, his cop's mind weighing the operational nightmare against the human plea. We'll attempt apprehension. We'll issue tasers, beanbag rounds, the whole less lethal kit. We'll have negotiators on standby. But if my people are in the crosshairs, if he's armed and refusing to surrender, we drop him. No debate. No second chances. That's my condition. My officers don't die for your closure, Agent Shaw. Nina held his stare for a long 3 seconds. The muscles in her throat worked as she swallowed hard. She gave a single sharp nod, her lips pressed into a thin line. Agreed, she said, the word tight, conceding to the brutal arithmetic of the street she knew as well as he did. Vance waited, letting the uneasy agreement settle, watching the two women. Then he gestured with his chin toward the door. Ben, Chief Foster, if you could give us the room for a moment. Coordinate on that phone recovery. I need a word with my agents. Ben gave Katie a questioning look, his eyes searching hers. She nodded, a slight, reassuring dip of her chin. It's okay. Go. He held her gaze for a second longer, then turned and followed Chief Foster out. The door clicked shut behind them with a sound of finality, leaving a sudden, heavier silence that was filled only by the hum of the lights and the sound of Nina's slightly labored breathing. Vance didn't speak immediately. He reached under his arm, where he'd been holding a slim manila folder pressed against his side, and placed it on the table with a soft, definitive tap. The label was blank, anonymous. There's been a development, he said, his voice lower now, confidential, the tone he used for compartmentalized information. Separate from Campbell. In Maryland. A small town called Millerton, just over the line in Garrett County. 2 murders in the last 10 days. The local police are in over their heads. They're good all boys who handle DUIs and domestic disputes. This is different. Nina shook her head, a quick, dismissive motion that made her wince as it tugged at the wounded muscle in her shoulder. She folded her arms across her chest, a defensive, closed-off posture. Robert, we're tapped out. Physically, mentally. Look at us. And we're needed here. Campbell is active. He's here in D.C. or close enough. This is our fight. Our only fight. Just review it, Katie, Vance said, ignoring Nina and sliding the folder across the laminate surface toward Katie. It made a whispering sound as it moved. The local chief sent it to the Baltimore field office as a courtesy, a "this looks weird" flag. It landed on my desk this morning. It feels specific. Like your kind of puzzle. He paused, his eyes locking onto hers. The kind that gets under your skin. Katie looked from Vance's expectant, almost pleading face to Nina's stony, resistant one. The pull of a new puzzle was a deep, neural reflex, an itch in the core of her mind that often overrode fatigue, pain, even fear. It was the part of her that couldn't look away from a locked door. Hesitantly, her fingers stiff and sore, she reached for the folder. It was cool to the touch, slightly damp from being clutched in a sweating hand. As she flipped it open, the first glossy 8x10 photo stole her breath. It was a crime scene shot, professional but stark under the flat, gray light of an overcast morning. A young woman, pale and waxy, lay on dewy grass near a stand of pine trees, her upper torso arranged almost peacefully, hands folded over her abdomen as if in repose. Her face was serene, eyes closed. But from the waist down, there was nothing. Just a brutal, jagged severance. The raw, purplish edge of spine and pale loops of intestine visible, dark, almost black blood soaking the crushed green blades beneath her in a wide, irregular halo. The pose, the specific surgical mutilations, the removal of the head and the lower body, the clean, deliberate cuts, it wasn't just violence. It was a carbon copy, ripped from a history book. "My God," Katie whispered, the words escaping on a shallow breath. Her fingers tightened on the edge of the photo, her knuckles bleaching white. The clinical, cataloging part of her brain instantly supplied the reference, the file name, the year. It's the Cleveland torso murder. Victim number 5, I think. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. 1938. It's a perfect replica. The bisection. The placement, she could almost smell the rust and stagnant water of the original ravine. Nina leaned over her shoulder, her breath a warm, steady huff near Katie's ear. She pointed a blunt, ungloved finger at a second photo paperclipped behind the first, showing the lower half discovered 20 yards away, discarded like garbage. Bisected. And the victim is unidentified. Jane Doe. Just like the original. No head, no hands for prints. This isn't just murder. It's a deliberate, painstaking replica. A performance. Katie's heart was pounding now, a different, faster rhythm from the pain-driven throb. It was the adrenaline of recognition, of a pattern emerging from chaos. She flipped past the Cleveland set, her fingers fumbling slightly. The next victim's file was paperclipped together. A teenage girl, lying on her back on a small, tidy bedroom carpet. Multiple deep stab wounds to the chest and neck, a constellation of dark holes in her pink t-shirt. The crime scene seemed brutally ordinary, tragically straightforward, a violent, personal attack, until Katie's eyes, trained to see the anomaly, scanned the attached preliminary report and saw the name typed in neat courier font, Lydia Cole. A cold, sharp thrill shot down her spine, icy and precise. She flipped back to the photo, studying the room with new intensity. A framed poster of a band she didn't recognize on the wall. A cheap wooden desk stacked with schoolbooks and a closed laptop. And there, leaning against the wall near the door, not the murder weapon but placed there deliberately, an axe. Its head was clean, gleaming dully in the crime scene lights, the handle old and worn. Villisca, she breathed, the name a ghost in the room. The 1912 axe murders. The Moore family and the 2 Stillinger girls. 8 victims. This is a copycat too. The staging is different, a single victim in a bedroom instead of a family, but the signature, the overkill, the placement of the axe, the sheer frenzy of it. She looked up, her eyes meeting Vance's across the table. Her own were wide, alight with a terrible understanding. The same unsub did both. They're not just killing. They're recreating historical murders. With research. With precision. They're curating their own infamy. Could Agent Ingalls handle the preliminary? Vance asked, referring to a promising but junior agent in the Violent Crimes Analysis Unit. His voice was carefully neutral, testing. Get the ball rolling, secure the scenes properly until you're free. It would be good experience for her. Katie shook her head quickly, decisively, a strand of her dark hair falling across her cheek. Faith isn't ready for a solo, especially not this. The historical knowledge required to even recognize the patterns, to know what evidence might be part of the staging versus the practicalities of the crime, it's a specialist case. Send someone else in blind, and they'll miss the message. Or worse, they'll trample over a clue because they don't know it's a quote from a century-old crime scene report. She tapped the photo of the axe. Why is it clean? Why is it there? A rookie might assume it's the weapon and bag it, missing the fact that the real Villisca killer left the axe in the room, but it was bloody. This is a deviation. That's data. That's the killer talking. Nina snatched the file from Katie's hands, the movement swift and angry despite the injuries that should have slowed her. The pages rustled loudly, a sound of protest. Don't even think about it, Katie. We have a war here. A personal war. Campbell is out there, and he's coming for you, for me, for Ben. He doesn't take vacations. This, she waved the folder, the pages flapping, is a distraction. It's a sideshow in some backwater, while the main event is happening in our city. But the pull was magnetic, undeniable. 2 meticulously staged historical murders, 10 days apart, in the same small town. It was a direct provocation, a challenge laid at the feet of anyone who could read the archaic script. A killer who wanted not just to kill, but to be studied, to have their work compared to the infamous, to enter a dialogue with history. Katie's mind was already racing, connections firing like neurons. Why those 2 murders? What was the link between a 1912 Iowa farmhouse and a 1938 Ohio ravine? What was the killer trying to say about themselves, about their victims, about the world? How much heat is on this? Katie asked Vance, her eyes still locked on the folder in Nina's grip, as if it were emitting a signal only she could see. The second body, the bisection, was found at dawn by a civilian using a drone. The local chief, a man named Miller, has managed to keep a lid on it so far, called it a hunting accident to the first responders. But once the press gets a whiff, once someone leaks the details or a reporter with a history degree makes the connection, it'll be a 3-ring circus. The town will be overrun with satellite trucks and podcasters. Any chance of a clean investigation, of talking to witnesses before they've seen the news, evaporates. We have a narrow window. Maybe 48 hours. Katie turned to her partner. Nina's expression was set in hard lines of resistance and pain, but beneath it, Katie saw the flicker of the same professional curiosity, the same hatred for a messy, unsolved board. It's an hour's drive, Nina. Maybe less if you let me drive. We could go down, assess the scenes firsthand, interview the first responders while their memories are fresh, get a profile started. We could be back by tonight. We'd be more useful there, actually doing something constructive, than sitting in a safe house here waiting for Campbell to make the next move. We stay close to DC, phones on, ready to roll back the second we get a solid ping on him from the sewer search or the phone audio. Nina leaned heavily against the wall again, her body sagging as if the brief burst of anger had drained her last reserves. Her hand went to her ribs, pressing against the bandages beneath her shirt as if she could push the deep, aching throb back inside. She closed her eyes for a long moment, her breath shuddering on the inhale. The fluorescent light painted the fatigue on her face in stark relief, the lines around her eyes and mouth looking etched. When she opened them, she was looking not at Katie, but at Director Vance. The anger seemed to drain from her completely, replaced by a profound, bone-deep weariness that seemed to change the very density of the air in the cramped room. It was the weariness of a long march reaching its final mile. Robert, she began, then stopped, gathering herself. She let out a long, slow breath that seemed to carry the weight of decades. Decades of bad coffee, of viewing rooms, of notifications to families, of chasing monsters into the dark. This is it for me. When Campbell is caught, when we bring him in, alive or otherwise, I'm done. Retired. Papers signed, badge turned in, the whole quiet ceremony. The room went utterly, profoundly still. The hum of the HVAC seemed to grow louder, a white noise filling the void. Vance, who had been poised for another round of argument, froze. His shoulders stiffened, not with anger but with genuine shock. He leaned back slightly in the groaning plastic chair, the movement slow and deliberate, as if moving through water. "Mia," he said, her name soft, almost lost in the hum. "Are you certain? This isn't the time for a decision made in a hospital room." "I'm 57, Nina said, her voice flat, factual, devoid of any plea for sympathy. "I've been shot, stabbed, concussed 4 times that I remember, and my knees sound like a bowl of Rice Krispies when I climb a flight of stairs. I feel 90 on a good day." "It's time," she finally looked at Katie, her eyes tired but clear, stripped of all pretense and bravado. In them, Katie saw the truth she'd been avoiding. "You saw this coming, right? You had to. You're a profiler. You read people." Katie swallowed. A sudden, hard lump formed in her throat, making it difficult to breathe, sending a sharp pain radiating from her bruised larynx. She had seen it, of course. In the increasing winces suppressed behind a coffee cup, the longer recovery times after foot chases, the way Nina sometimes stared into the middle distance after a particularly grim case, not with horror, but with a kind of weary acceptance. But hearing the words spoken aloud, in this sterile little room that smelled of failure and pain, was different. It was a door closing with a finality that echoed. She forced her voice to work, keeping it low and even fighting the tightness. "Yeah. I did. I saw the miles adding up." She paused, choosing her words with care, wanting to honor the moment. "You've earned the quiet, Nina. More than earned it. 1,000 times over." Nina gave a single, firm nod, as if confirming it to herself, making it real by speaking it and having it acknowledged. She looked down at the manila folder still clutched in her hand, the stark, glossy evidence of 2 young women dead in a way designed to echo through history. She held it up between them, her gaze shifting back to Katie, a challenge and an offering in one gesture. Her eyes, so tired a moment before, now held a glint of the old, relentless fire. "One more case, then," Nina said, the words a gravelly promise, a pact. "A real one. No ghosts from the past. Just a fresh monster, a fresh puzzle. You and me. You in." Katie met her partner's gaze. She saw the pain etched in every line, the exhaustion in the slump of her shoulders, but also the unwavering steel beneath, the professionalism that would see this through to the end, cleanly, by the book. This was their last dance. The thought was terrifying, a world without Nina Shaw at her back and sacred. She felt the competing pulls braid into a single, unbreakable cable. The intellectual pull of the puzzle, the duty to the dead girls in the photos, and the fierce, loyal love for the battered woman standing beside her, asking for one more case. "Last one on the books," Katie said, her voice firm, leaving no room for doubt, for hesitation, for fear. She reached out and took the folder from Nina's hand. Its weight felt right. "Let's go. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The county road blurred past the taxi window, a smear of faded greens and browns under a flat, gray sky that promised a cold, steady rain. Katie Ford held the case folder open on her lap, the manila cardboard cool and slightly damp against her thighs. The air inside the cab was close, thick with the chemical tang of pine-scented air freshener clipped to a vent, fighting a losing battle against the deeper, settled odors of stale upholstery, old sweat, and the faint, sweet decay of forgotten food. The vinyl seat cover was cracked, a web of fine lines that dug into the back of her knees with every slight shift. She tried to focus on the crime scene summary, but the black type swam before her eyes. Her attention kept drifting to the silent woman beside her. Nina Shaw hadn't spoken since they'd cleared the DC. Beltway, her body angled toward the window like a figure carved from stone, a monument of worn denim and weathered leather. The silence stretched, filled only by the hum of tires on asphalt, the rhythmic thump-thump-thump as they crossed seams in the road, and the occasional staticky burst from the driver's two-way radio, a dispatcher's voice too garbled to understand. It was a heavy quiet, not the comfortable kind they sometimes shared in a surveillance van or over bad coffee. This one was loaded, pressurized. Katie watched the landscape transition, the last stubborn strip malls and auto parts stores giving way to scrubby fields dotted with plastic bags caught on fences, then to proper farmland divided by skeletal winter trees and sagging wire fences. Houses grew farther apart, surrounded by bare yards cluttered with rusting equipment, a disemboweled tractor, a pile of cinder blocks, a child's swing set swaying empty in the wind. "Why now?" Katie finally asked, her voice cutting through the cab's stale atmosphere. She closed the file, the snap of cardboard surprisingly loud in the confined space. Nina didn't turn from the window. Her reflection was a pale ghost in the glass, superimposed over a passing field. She took a slow, deliberate breath, her shoulders rising and falling under the heavy leather of her jacket. She let it out through her nose, a soft, weary sound. A week in a hospital bed gives you perspective. Too much of it, her voice was low, gravelly with fatigue and disuse. When Vance called about this case, my first thought wasn't duty. It wasn't even curiosity. She paused, her jaw working slightly. It was that I'd rather be anywhere else. Watching bad daytime TV. Scrubbing my bathroom grout. Of anything. The admission felt like a crack in granite. Katie studied her partner's profile. The tight, corded line of her jaw, the deep grooves framing her mouth, the way a muscle in her temple jumped once. This wasn't the exhaustion of a single bad night or a tough case. This was the cumulative weight of decades, a sediment of violence and loss that had finally compressed into something too heavy to carry. "So you're really leaving?" Katie asked, keeping her tone carefully neutral, giving Nina space to define the terms. "At the end of this." Yes, the word was definitive, a door closing with a solid, final click. Nina finally turned her head, her eyes meeting Katie's. They were the same sharp, assessing eyes, the color of flint, but the fire behind them had banked to dull embers. "I've given enough years to monsters. I feel like a relic they bring out for special occasions, dust me off, point me at the problem, and put me back on the shelf." She shifted, trying to find a comfortable position, and winced visibly as her injured shoulder pressed against the hard seatback. A flicker of pain tightened the skin around her eyes. With her good hand, she dug into the inner pocket of her leather jacket, her fingers searching past her badge wallet. She pulled out her phone, a utilitarian model in a black rubber case. Her thumb moved over the screen, the cold blue glow lighting the weary planes of her face, highlighting every line and shadow. She didn't speak, just tapped it a few times with a blunt, calloused finger, her movements deliberate, almost reverent. Then she handed it across the space between them, her arm extending stiffly. The screen showed a photo of a baby, swaddled in a soft-looking blue blanket, caught in a gummy, milk-drunk smile. His eyes were squeezed shut with pure, uncomplicated joy, a faint dusting of light hair like peach fuzz on his round head. Katie's gaze flicked from the screen to Nina's face, searching for the woman who'd fought through a warehouse of armed men without a second's hesitation, who'd put a bullet in Silas Crow's leg from 30 yards to save Ben. The contrast was jarring, physically painful. A faint, telltale sheen in Nina's eyes quickly blinked away as she stared out the window again, confirmed it was her. The violence of the previous night, the desperate chase across rooftops, the empty concrete where Crow's body should have been, had carved something essential out of her partner, leaving this raw, unfamiliar version exposed in the gray cab light. "He's beautiful," Katie said, her voice softer than she intended. She held the phone carefully, as if the image itself were fragile. "His name is Leo. 3 months old yesterday." Nina's thumb came up and brushed the edge of the phone as Katie held it, a fleeting, unconscious gesture of connection. "My daughter sent that this morning. I've never held him. Seen him twice on a video call where he mostly slept or cried. She lives in Portland. Says the rain reminds her of home." A dry, humorless chuckle escaped her. "Not this home." "You should meet him," Katie said, the words coming out with more force than she'd planned. She handed the phone back, their fingers brushing briefly. "As soon as we're done here. Take the time. Get on a plane. Don't let Vance guilt you into a debrief marathon. Just go." Nina took the phone, her fingers closing around it, her knuckles white for a second. She didn't look at the picture again, just stared at the black screen for a moment before sliding it back into her inner pocket, as if storing a precious, fragile thing she couldn't bear to look at for too long. "You'll manage without me," she said, her voice regaining some of its usual bluntness, a defensive layer sliding back into place. She reached over, her movement stiff, and took the case folder from Katie's lap. "The behavioral analysis unit has you, Nigel with his spreadsheets and his theories, the new wide-eyed recruit from Quantico who still jumps at loud noises. The machine keeps running. It's designed to." She flipped past the administrative summary pages, her movements efficient and practiced, bypassing the sterile typed words for the stark, glossy truth of the photographs paperclipped beneath. "But for now, work. Talk to me about this. Make me remember why I used to give a damn." Katie leaned in, the cab's interior suddenly feeling like a mobile, shabby command post. The smell of pine and sweat receded, replaced in her mind by the imagined coppery scent of blood and damp earth. The first image was a high-angle shot, clinical and terrible, taken from a ladder or a drone. A woman's body, severed cleanly at the torso, the two halves arranged with deliberate, chilling care in a field of dead, brown grass. The separation was precise, surgical, not ragged. The upper half was positioned as if resting, hands folded neatly over the gaping, cavernous wound. The lower half lay parallel, a few feet away, looking absurdly disconnected. "It's a Cleveland torso murder recreation," Katie said, her analyst's mind clicking into gear, the cold focus distancing her from the visceral horror. "The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, mid-1930s. 12, maybe 13 victims, never officially solved. Elliot Ness's white whale." The victims were often bisected at the waist or through the torso, frequently left in public places like scrap heaps or vacant lots, often unidentified. "This," she tapped the photograph. "And this is staged. It's a display. A presentation for an audience." Nina's finger, calloused and blunt-nailed, tapped the photograph near the severed edge of the torso. "The blood pool. Or the lack of one. Not enough for a bisection on site. The ground's barely stained. A few drops, some seepage." She squinted, bringing the photo closer to her face. "Ground's frozen, too. wouldn't absorb much anyway. Right. He took her somewhere private. Somewhere he could control the mess, contain the biohazard. Did the cutting, then transported the pieces. Had to be fast or had a way to preserve her. Katie pointed to the pale, exposed tissue at the severance point. Livor mortis is fixed on the dependent surfaces, but there's some drainage here, at the lower edges of the sections. The heart was still moving some blood when she was dumped, or very shortly after. He worked quickly, or he kept her on ice. She felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cab's temperature. The clinical details were a bulwark against the image's power. Nina grunted, a low sound of acknowledgement. She leaned closer, her shoulder pressing against Katie's for balance as the cab swayed. Her eyes narrowed, scanning the details. She indicated the grotesque cuts extending from the corners of the victim's mouth, slicing back toward the ears in a horrific parody of a smile. These. A Glasgow grin. Done after deaths. Post-mortem. No bleeding, no vital reaction in the tissue. The edges are clean, precise, like the bisection. A signature. Or a message. Katie sat back, the vinyl creaking. She assembled the pieces in her mind like a grim, three-dimensional puzzle. Profile him. Based on this scene alone, highly organized. Planned. He either possesses significant physical strength or, more likely, uses specialized tools, a bone saw, something with power and precision. Has access to a secure, isolated location where he can spend hours uninterrupted. A garage, a workshop, a remote shed. Meticulous. He knows how evidence works, or he studied it extensively. He's not panicking. This isn't a crime of passion, it's a performance. Nina listened, her gaze fixed on the photograph, not on Katie. She gave a single, slow nod, a professor acknowledging a correct and thorough answer from a prized student. Good. That's textbook BAU. Now walk it back. Don't start with the masterpiece. Start with the sketch. First victim. Katie turned to the earlier photos paperclipped behind the first. The scene shifted jarringly from a cold, open field to a grim suburban setting, a tidy backyard. A young woman lay on a concrete garden path, dark stains blooming like awful flowers across the front of her pale yellow t-shirt. The pattern was unmistakable, a tight, focused cluster of wounds centered on the chest. 6 stab wounds, Katie said, her voice dropping, becoming more internal. Precise, focused pattern. Overkill in number, but controlled in placement. It's another copycat. The Villisca Axe Murders, 1912. 8 people, including 6 children, bludgeoned with an axe in their sleep in a small Iowa town. Also never conclusively solved. The scene there was staged, a mirror propped against a wall, a slab of bacon left on the floor, to look like a botched robbery or domestic strife, lots of rumors about official cover-ups, evidence mishandling, a suspect let go because of political connections. She tapped the victim's name on the attached sheet. This victim's name is Lydia Cole. In the original Villisca case, one of the child victims was named Lena. He's picking them for the phonetic parallels or the situational ones. He's not just copying the method, he's curating the victims. Trying to echo the original tragedy. Nina's brow furrowed deeply. She took the folder, holding it up to catch more of the dim light from the window. Villisca. Never heard of it. It's a deep cut for true crime buffs. Pre-Lindbergh, pre-mass media frenzy. A local horror that never got a satisfying answer, just a century of whispers and suspicion. Katie sifted through her memory, the academic, cataloging part of her brain layering over the grim imagery. Both originals, Cleveland Torso and Villisca, were never solved. Both involved young victims. Both were surrounded by theories of police incompetence or outright corruption, of the community choosing to look away. That's the link I see. It's not just the violence. It's unresolved violence. A systemic failure. The moment the machine breaks down. Nina shut the folder with a decisive thwump that made the driver's eyes flick to them in the rearview mirror for a second. She sank back against the seat, letting her head rest against the grimy window with a soft thud. She closed her eyes for a long moment, her face a mask of profound fatigue, the skin under her eyes dark as bruises. When she opened them, she didn't look at the scenery. She looked directly at Katie, a long, measuring look that seemed to weigh and assess everything, Katie's potential, her resilience, her inevitable scars. You pulled all that from pictures and a one-page summary. No scene walk, no witness statements, no local yokel sheriff breathing down your neck. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. I told Vance. I'm telling you. You're ready. More than. You've been ready. You just needed the space to realize it. The praise, coming in this confined, liminal space between one life and the next, felt intensely like a farewell. It was a passing of the torch, and the weight of it settled on Katie's shoulders, a physical sensation of both honor and crushing burden. Her throat tightened. She didn't know what to say. I'm not ready. I need you here. The monsters are getting bigger. The word stuck, a lump of fear and gratitude she couldn't dislodge. Her phone buzzed in her jacket pocket, a sharp, insistent vibration against her ribs, saving her from the tangled, emotional thought. She pulled it out, the sleek modern device a contrast to Nina's utilitarian model. A text notification glowed on the screen. From Ben. Heading out. Be safe. Check in when you can. Warmth spread through her chest, a sudden, visceral flush that momentarily displaced the chill of the case files and the weight of Nina's words. It was a feeling of connection, a tether to something good and normal. It was followed immediately by a cold, hard knot of fear coiling in her gut, squeezing the breath from her lungs. Last night, Ben had been a breath away from death because of her world, because of the monsters her work attracted like flies to rot. His kindness now, his simple, unwavering concern, felt like a fragile, precious gift she was obligated to shield from everything she was about to step into. She saw his face, pale and terrified in her living room chair, the muzzle of Campbell's gun pressing into his temple. Ben, Nina asked. She hadn't opened her eyes, but a knowing, tired smirk touched her chapped lips. I may be old, and I may be checking out, but I'm not blind. He's keeping his head down. Following protocol. Not trying to be a hero. With his parents in Virginia, Katie confirmed, her voice slightly hoarse. As she cleared her throat. Secure location, panic room, the whole 9 yards courtesy of Vance. Her thumbs hovered over the screen. The cab hit a deep pothole, jostling her hard, and she steadied the phone against her thigh. She typed a quick reply, I love you. Be careful. She stared at it, her finger over the send button. Then she deleted it. Too emotional. It would worry him. It would show her own fear. She tried again, her fingers clumsy. En route to scene. You be careful. Talk tonight. She paused, then added promise. She hit send, watching the message status switch from sending to delivered. The finality of it felt like releasing a bird from her hands, hoping against hope it would find a safe branch. With Ben theoretically secure, her mind, trained to assess threat vectors and identify vulnerabilities, immediately identified the remaining exposure. The only leverage left to anyone targeting her, Crow, Campbell, some new monster, was someone else in her orbit, someone not in a panic room in Virginia. Her gaze flicked sideways to Nina, who had once again, almost compulsively, pulled out her phone. Not to make a call or send a text, but to stare, her expression utterly unguarded and profoundly sad, at the photo of the baby boy she'd never held. The blue glow lit the deep lines of regret on her face. She was a target too. Older, injured, emotionally exposed, and now talking about retirement, about letting her guard down. Katie's protective instincts, always sharp, flared with a new, acute urgency. The taxi sped on, the engine a steady drone beneath them. The fields outside grew wider, more desolate, the houses now just occasional flickers of light in the gathering afternoon gloom. They passed a crumbling barn, its roof caved in, and a roadside stand shuttered for the winter, a hand-painted sign reading, PEACHES, swinging forlornly. They were deep into rural Maryland now, the sky pressing down like a leaden lid. The vehicle was a capsule hurtling through the gray afternoon, carrying them away from the city's chaotic, familiar darkness, toward a different, more insidious kind, toward the dead waiting in a frozen field, and toward the man who worshipped the ghosts of forgotten crimes and failed institutions. The space between the two women was filled with everything said and everything left hanging: retirement, legacy, fear, love, and the grim, detailed work that still demanded their absolute attention. Katie shifted, the cracked vinyl sticking unpleasantly to the back of her shirt with a faint peeling sound. She turned her own face to the window, watching the world go by in a monochrome blur of bare trees and fallow fields. She focused on her breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, a technique she used before breaching a door or interviewing a predator. She steeled herself, muscle by muscle, thought by thought, for the scene that awaited, for the grief of the families, for the territorial police chief, for the press of the unknown. She felt Nina's presence beside her, solid and real for now, and she drew a fraction of strength from it, even as she prepared for the moment she would have to stand without it. The cab turned off the county road onto a narrower, rougher asphalt lane, the tires crunching over gravel at the shoulder. A green sign, faded and pockmarked, flashed past, Millerton 5 Me. The transition was complete. The analysis was over. The hunt was here. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The air in Millerton felt thick with more than just the late morning humidity. It had a density, a watchful stillness that pressed against the skin. As Katie Ford stepped from the cab onto the cracked asphalt shoulder, the weight of silent scrutiny pressed down from curtained windows and still porches. A lace curtain twitched in the front window of a white clapboard house. On a porch 3 doors down, an old man in suspenders stopped rocking in his chair, his hands going still on the arms. This wasn't just rural, it was a fortress, every resident a sentry. Katie took a slow breath, the air carrying the sweet-rot smell of cut grass from a nearby lawn and the distant, earthy tang of manure. Underneath, it was the faint, ever-present dust of gravel roads. She adjusted the strap of her go-bag on her shoulder, the movement sending a fresh ache through the bruised muscles of her back. Nina Shaw emerged from the other side of the cab, her movements deliberate and stiff as she straightened. She didn't look at the houses. Her eyes were already scanning the broader geometry of the place, taking in sight lines and avenues of approach. Grant Square was less a square and more a strip of faded businesses, facing a handful of farmhouses across a 2-lane county road. The paint on the clapboard was blistered and peeling in long gray strips. A shuttered hardware store, its windows painted over with a dull, streaky white, stood next to a post office so small it looked like a shed with a flagpole. A diner called The Square Meal had an open sign dark in the window, the neon tubing inside dead. The only activity was clustered at the far end, near a patch of common grass that might have once been a village green. A single Millerton PD patrol car, its light bar dark, and two unmarked forensics vans from the county sheriff's office, their back doors open. Technicians in white Tyvek suits moved with slow, deliberate purpose over a specific patch of grass, their bodies bent in concentration. One tech knelt, using tweezers to place a single blade of grass into a small paper envelope. Another photographed a shallow depression in the soil from 3 different angles, the camera shutter clicking softly in the quiet. A third carefully placed a small, yellow plastic marker with the number 3 next to a dark, irregular stain that had soaked into the earth. A public square, Katie murmured, her voice low. Bold. Even on a Sunday morning. Or calculated, Nina said, her gaze sweeping the empty streets, the blind eyes of the buildings. She shifted her weight, a hand coming up to press absently at the base of her neck, where the seatbelt had rubbed. No witnesses because everyone's at church or asleep. All the space in the world to lay her out just so. He could have worked for hours out here without a soul to hear a thing. The crunch of gravel made them turn. A man in a worn flannel jacket over a department polo and a faded, cat, baseball cap unfolded himself from the driver's seat of the patrol car. He was tall and lean, with the ropey build of a man who did physical work, his face weathered and lined around eyes that held a permanent squint. He took a final drag from a cigarette, the tip glowing bright, then dropped it and crushed it under the heel of a scuffed work boot, grinding it with a deliberate, twisting motion into the gravel until it was a smear of ash and shredded paper. The acrid smell of burnt tobacco cut through the other scents. "Feds," he called, his voice carrying easily in the profound quiet. It wasn't a friendly greeting. It was an identification check, a challenge thrown across the 20 feet separating them. "We are," Nina confirmed, not moving from her spot. She let him come to them, a subtle power play. "You're in charge here." A Chief Miller. Hicksburg, Millerton, and Spring Ridge. He gestured vaguely east with a thumb, his other hand hooking into his belt. 3 towns, 1 chief, and 2 part-time deputies, who are better at fixing combines than taking statements. Supposed to be my day for fixing the goddamn tractor. He stopped a few paces away, his posture not quite defiant, but firmly planted, rooted to the land. His eyes flicked between them, a quick, assessing sweep. "You're sure? Saw your picture in a case file once. And you'd be Ford." "Read the brief." He said it like he'd read a manual for a troublesome piece of equipment. He nodded toward the back seat of his car. Through the glass, a woman in neon green running clothes sat hunched, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if she were freezing. She stared straight ahead, not seeing the dashboard. Samantha Reeves. She's the one who stumbled on it. Was cutting across my backfield, trespassing, mind you, but everyone does it, when she started screaming bloody murder. I was in the barn, greasing a PTO shaft. Heard it clear as a bell. Followed the noise, he paused, his jaw working. Found her on her knees, retching into the grass about 10 feet from it. Took me a second to see what she was looking at. Once I did, I called county forensics, put her in my car, and secured the perimeter. That was 3 hours ago. Katie's profiler instincts prickled at the convenience. A chief of police, present on his own property, for the random discovery of a posed body. It wasn't suspicion, not yet. It was a note, a tiny flag planted in her mind. She kept her expression neutral, a polite mask of professional attention, but her eyes studied Miller's face. The set of his jaw, the way his eyes didn't quite hold Nina's for more than a second before darting to the crime scene technicians. She felt the old, familiar pull of obsession, the desire to dissect every inconsistency, but she shoved it down, clenching her jaw once and taking a slow, deliberate breath through her nose. She filed the thought away in the cold, ordered cabinet she reserved for such observations. "You own the land where she was running?" Nina asked, her tone flat, devoid of accusation. It was a simple request for data, but her eyes were on the tree line in the distance, tracing the property's edge. 40 acres. Raise a few head of cattle, some hay. Miller fished a pack of Marlboros from his jacket pocket, tapped one out with a practiced flick of his wrist, and lit it with a cheap plastic lighter. The first exhale was a long, weary stream that hung in the still air. Body, already at the county morgue over in Spring Ridge. Doc Aldrich took her. Didn't recognize her. Not local. This isn't some local drunk with a grudge or a domestic that got out of hand. This is, he paused, searching for the words, his eyes fixed on a technician who was now carefully lifting a clump of soil into a metal evidence tin. This is something else. Something that crawled out of a hole and decided to do its business right here in my town. The woman in the car, Samantha, moved. She turned her head slowly, as if it were heavy, and looked out the window. Her eyes found Katie's. They were red-rimmed, the skin beneath them puffy and dark. Her lips were pale and cracked. "Can I talk to you?" she whispered, the sound muffled by the glass but the plea clear, desperate. "Alone." Katie glanced at Nina, who gave a slight, almost imperceptible tilt of her chin. "Your play," that gesture said. Katie walked over to the patrol car, the gravel crunching loudly under her shoes in the hush. Miller watched her, his cigarette held loosely between his fingers, a curl of smoke rising past his watchful eyes, but he didn't intervene. Katie opened the back door. The interior smelled of stale coffee from a travel mug in the cup holder, old, sun-baked vinyl, and the sharp, clean scent of fierce sweat. "Come on out," Katie said, her voice softer now, pitched for the confined space. Samantha unfolded herself stiffly, moving like her joints had rusted, and stepped out onto the road. She was shivering, a fine, constant tremor running through her shoulders despite the growing warmth of the day. She hugged herself, her fingers digging into the thin material of her running top, her knuckles white. They walked a few paces down the barren road, away from Miller and Nina, stopping near the rusted shell of an old newspaper box, its door hanging open on one hinge. "You okay?" Katie asked. It was a useless question, but a necessary opener, a way to gauge coherence. Samantha shook her head, a quick, frantic motion that made her ponytail swing. "No. I don't think I will be." Her voice was a thin thread threatening to snap. "They won't tell you the truth. The people here, they're closed off. It's like a wall. My husband, Mark, and I moved from Baltimore 6 months ago. He got a job managing the feed supply store. We might as well be aliens. The looks at the grocery store, the silence that falls when we walk into the diner. The way they say Baltimore like it's a curse word." She took a shuddering breath that hitched in her chest. "Someone from here did this. I don't have proof. I just know it. In my gut. You have a name. A face that's bothered you. Anyone who's given you a harder time than others?" Katie kept her tone even, encouraging but not leading. She watched the woman's eyes, which kept darting toward Chief Miller. And no names. Not like that. Just the feeling. The whole place has a feeling. Like it's preserving something rotten under a pretty layer of paint. Samantha shivered again, wrapping her arms tighter. And there was something else. This morning, before I went running, I was testing a new drone from our back deck. I was flying it over toward the old quarry, just learning the controls. Her words started coming faster, tumbling out as if a dam had broken. I saw someone. A man standing at the edge of the woods behind the Miller property. Right where the tree line meets the field. He was just standing there. Watching the drone. It felt wrong. He wasn't waving, wasn't curious. He was still. Just watching. Katie's focus sharpened, narrowing on the woman's face. She leaned in slightly. Can you describe him? Clothing, height, posture. Anything distinctive? Too far. Just a shape. Dark clothes, I think. Maybe a jacket. He was just a silhouette against the trees. But he was there. And then, when I panned the camera back a few seconds later, he was gone. Samantha hugged herself tighter, her shoulders hunching. I didn't think anything of it, not really. Just a guy in the woods. Maybe a hunter, though it's not season. But then I found her. And now I can't stop seeing him standing there. Like he was watching the house. Or waiting. Katie reached into her inner jacket pocket, the leather creaking, and retrieved a card. She handed it to Samantha. The woman's fingers were icy cold when they brushed hers, and they trembled as they closed around the cardstock. Call me. Day or night. If you remember anything else, any detail, no matter how small, or if you just don't feel safe. Samantha stared at the card as if it were a lifeline, then clutched it in her fist, pressing it against her sternum. You believe me. I believe you're frightened and you have reason to be, Katie said, which was both the truth and not quite an answer. She held the woman's gaze. Stay with your husband. Lock your doors. If you see that man again, or anything that makes you uneasy, you call 911 first, then me. Back at the scene, the techs were packing up their gear, loading black cases and camera bags into the vans. The slow, meticulous dance was over. Now, only dark, irregular stains on the bent grass, and a few numbered yellow evidence markers placed around a void marked where the victim had lain. The air felt different, emptier, as if the violence had been a tangible presence now carted away. Nina stood a few feet away, staring at the empty space as if she could still see the shape imprinted there, her hands in her pockets, her posture utterly still. He had infinite private spots, Nina said, not turning. Her voice was low, almost conversational. Woods, barns, abandoned houses. Miles of empty farmland. Yet he leaves her here, on the edge of a public square. Why this spot? Why this risk? It's not just arrogance. Katie moved to stand beside her, following her gaze. She mentally superimposed the famous, ghastly black and white photographs she'd studied for countless hours. The specific angle of the limbs splayed just so, the placement of the head turned to the side, the terrible, vacant stillness of the scene. Because the original was found in a vacant lot near houses in Cleveland. Kingsbury Run. It wasn't a remote dump site. It was a place people passed, a place that should have been observed. It's not a disposal. It's a stage. He's recreated it. The location type, the pose, the public-private juxtaposition. It's a perfect match. The risk is the point. So the details are everything. He's not improvising. He's following a script down to the latitude and longitude. Nina turned her head, a dry, humorless smile touching her lips. It didn't reach her eyes, which remained flat and hard. Funny. Our first dance together was with a copycat. The mimicker. All those biblical tableaus. Now here we are again, years later, staring at another man's masterpiece. Katie remembered. The cold, sterile rooms, the victims arranged in grotesque parody, the desperate race that had thrown her from academic research directly into the bloody field. The killer's face, young, arrogant, hollow, still sometimes surfaced in the dark between sleep and waking. Some scripts are harder to forget. They get under your skin. Nina's expression shifted, the momentary nostalgia wiped away, replaced by pure, assessing clarity. She was looking at Katie, measuring her readiness, her focus, looking for any crack the crow case might have left. Your call, Ford. Scenes processed. Body's gone. Where next? We're burning daylight. The test was clear, a passing of the baton. Katie didn't hesitate. The morgue. We need an ID and a confirmed cause of death. Everything else is speculation until we know what we're dealing with. Let's see what this backcountry coroner has for us. And I want to see the unedited scene photos before the county filters them through their own lens. We need the raw data. Chief Miller stubbed out his second cigarette on the sole of his boot and gestured with his chin toward his car. I'll run you to the county depot in Spring Ridge. It's about 20 minutes. You can sign out a pool vehicle from there. Your gear will follow. He didn't ask if they wanted the ride. It was an assumption, a reassertion of his role as facilitator on his turf. The three of them walked to the patrol car, in a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of their footsteps on gravel. Katie opened the front passenger door, the vinyl creaking in protest under her weight as she sat. Nina slid into the back, behind the chief, moving carefully to avoid jostling her shoulder. The interior was as Katie had smelled. Stale coffee, the dusty, sun-baked scent of the vinyl seats, and the faint, metallic odor of the police radio, which crackled softly with an occasional, indecipherable burst of static. A clipboard with a frayed traffic log was wedged between the console and the seat. Miller cranked the engine, a low diesel rumble, and they pulled away from Grant Square. In the side mirror, Katie watched the last forensics van pull onto the road, leaving the stained grass alone in the empty square, the yellow markers like tiny, feudal headstones. They drove in silence for the first few minutes, passing fields dotted with round hay bales wrapped in white plastic that gleamed in the sun, and stands of dense, shadowy pine that crowded the road in places. The tension in the car was a palpable thing. It wasn't hostile, but it was thick with unasked questions and territorial wariness. Miller drove with one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the gear shift, his eyes constantly scanning the road ahead and the properties they passed. Miller finally spoke, his eyes not leaving the winding asphalt. You really think it's a copycat? Like a serial killer fan. Some guy who read a book. The presentation suggests a deliberate historical reference, Katie said, watching the fence posts and mailboxes blur past. She kept her tone factual. We'll know more after the autopsy. The original killer had specific signatures. If those are present, it's not a coincidence. We don't get serial killers here, Miller said, almost to himself, as if trying to convince the very landscape. We get accidents, tractor rollovers. We get arguments that end with a broken nose. We get the occasional meth head stealing copper wire from a barn. We don't get stagecraft. We don't get poses. You do now, Nina said from the back, her voice matter of fact, leaving no room for debate. Miller glanced at her in the rear view, his eyes meeting hers for a second in the glass before flicking back to the road. You've seen this before. The original. I've seen the files. Pictures. Crime scene photographs. Never the real thing. Nobody has for a long time. The last one was what, 1938? And the original killer. The torso, whatever they called him. Never caught, Katie said, turning her head to look at his profile. One of the great unresolved. He just stopped. Or changed his method. Or died. Miller digested this, his jaw working a little, a muscle ticking near his temple. He took a hand off the wheel to adjust his cap. So I've got a ghost doing killings in my county. Or a guy pretending to be a ghost. Fantastic. He fell silent again, but the weight of the thing settled onto his shoulders visibly. His posture, which had been merely tired, now seemed burdened. He wasn't just a chief dealing with a bad crime. He was the man who would have to stand in front of town councils and scared families and answer for a nightmare that had crawled out of history books. Katie's mind, however, was already leaping ahead, past the morgue, past the initial report. The car's motion and the monotony of the passing fields allowed the fragment of memory to surface, crisp and clear. A university library carol, the green-shaded lamp casting a pool of light on stacked books, the smell of old paper and dust. Her own thesis, bound in black linen, the title embossed in gold. The Unanswered, a study of systemic failure in historic homicide investigations. She'd dissected every flawed step, every missed clue, every institutional arrogance that had let monsters slip away. The Cleveland torso murderer. The Villisca axe murders. The Osage reign of terror. For years, those cases had been personal ghosts, academic puzzles tinged with a profound, quiet fury at the injustice. She had known their details, the names of the victims, the errors of the detectives, the weather on the days the bodies were found, better than she knew some living people. Now their echo lay in the grass of Millerton, Maryland. A cold, sickening thrill of recognition went through her, a visceral jolt that tightened her stomach and made her fingers curl slightly against her thigh. It was followed immediately by a clamp of discipline, a mental recoil. She felt the old, familiar pull of obsession, the desire to fall into the details, to chase the ghost, to solve what had been left unsolved for decades. It was a siren song, and it was dangerous. It was the same pull that had driven her into the path of Sela's crow. She shoved it down, deep, forcing her hands to relax, her breathing to stay even. Nina couldn't see it. To Nina, a case was a puzzle to be solved with ice-cold logic and procedural grit. It was never a ghost to be chased, never a personal demon to be exorcised. It was a job. The best way to honor the victim was to be clear-eyed, not haunted. Katie focused on the physical, the ache in her ribs, the feel of the sun-warmed vinyl through her jacket, the faint vibration of the car's engine. The depot's just ahead, Miller said, his voice cutting through her thoughts. He nodded toward a low, cinder-block building on the outskirts of a slightly larger town. A weathered sign read HICKSBERG County Sheriff's Auxiliary and Motor Pool. A chain-link fence surrounded a lot containing a few dusty SUVs and a single black sedan. As they turned into the gravel lot, kicking up a small cloud of dust, Katie forced her mind to the immediate next steps. vehicle, keys, morgue address, coroner, fact, only facts. Miller put the car in park but left the diesel engine idling, a low, rattling purr. Doc Aldrich is expecting you. His office is in the basement of the Spring Ridge Medical Center. He's thorough. Doesn't like fuss. Doesn't like small talk. Just tell him what you need, don't hover, and for God's sake, don't touch anything without asking. We will, Nina said, already popping her door open and swinging her legs out, a slight wince tightening the corner of her mouth as she moved. Katie stepped out, the midday sun warm on the back of her neck. She leaned back in to grab her go-bag from the footwell, the leather handle smooth in her grip. We'll be in touch, Chief. We'll need full access to your incident report and any deputy logs from last night and this morning. And a list of everyone who has regular access to that field, farmhands, neighbors, hunters with permission. Miller gave a short, sharp nod. You'll have I'll have my girl email the files. He looked at her, his squinted eyes holding hers for a beat longer than before, the professional veneer dropping for a second to reveal the raw concern beneath. Find this thing. Please. Before it decides my town is its permanent stage. Before people start locking their kids inside and looking at their neighbors like they're monsters. He didn't wait for an answer. He put the car in reverse and backed out with a spray of gravel, the tires biting into the lot before he turned onto the county road and was gone, leaving them standing in the sudden, immense silence, the dust slowly settling around them. Nina came to stand beside her, looking at the motor pool building's steel door. He's in over his head, but he's not stupid. He knows what this is. He just doesn't have the vocabulary for it yet. He knows enough to be terrified, Katie corrected quietly, hefting her bag onto her shoulder. The strap pulled at her bruises. And terror makes people either very helpful or very dangerous. Let's get a car. We're already behind. The words were flat and professional, the agent persona firmly in place. But as she walked toward the building, the gravel crunching in a steady rhythm under her boots, the image wouldn't leave her. A dark silhouette at the edge of the woods, watching a drone with impersonal interest, and a few hours later, a woman dead on a stage of grass, arranged for maximum impact. The script had begun. It was a script written in blood decades ago. And the first rule of any script was that it always demanded an audience. Now they were it. In Chapter 6. In Chapter 6. In Chapter 6. The Harford County Medical Examiner's office smelled of pine cleaner, and something underneath it, a sweet, coppery decay that no amount of disinfectant could ever fully erase. Nina Shaw walked through the automatic doors, thinking about finality. You never knew which morgue would be your last visit before the case broke you, or before you finally walked away. You just ended up in one, the fluorescent lights humming the same tune everywhere, the same chill waiting in the marrow of the building. The waiting area had the feel of a neglected doctor's office, a place where bad news was delivered in hushed tones. Faded landscape prints of generic mountains were bolted to cinderblock walls, painted a cheerless beige. A plastic ficus tree in the corner gathered dust, one leaf permanently bent. Katie Ford dropped onto a wooden chair that creaked in protest under her weight. Her right leg was extended, the heel of her boot tapping a rapid, silent rhythm against the linoleum before her knee took over, jackhammering up and down with a nervous, relentless energy. She stared at a poster about hand-washing techniques, her eyes not seeing it. Keep that up and you'll drill through the floor, Nina said, lowering herself into the seat beside her with a controlled grimace. She set her bag down carefully, avoiding any sudden twist. Her shoulder gave a hot twinge, a deep burn that had settled in since the hospital. She breathed through it, waiting for the flare to subside into its usual dull ache. Katie pressed her palms flat against her thighs, forcing her legs still. The muscles in her jaw worked, a tiny pulse visible beneath her ear. Brain S moving too fast for my body. It's all just spinning. The square, the staging, the names. It's not connecting yet. It's just data points bouncing around. Then let it run quiet for a minute. Nina scanned the bland walls, the empty reception desk with its silent phone. This was a quiet place for the violently dead, a way station of paperwork and cold storage. The only sound was the distant, mechanical thump of a refrigeration compressor cycling on somewhere deep in the building, a sound like a slow, giant heartbeat. She could feel Katie's tension radiating beside her, a live wire looking for a ground. The air was dry and recycled, carrying a faint, metallic tang on the back of the tongue. After a moment of strained silence, Katie blurted it out, the words tumbling into the sterile quiet. The Mimicker case. His suicide attempt was all over the news last month. The theatrics of it. What if this is some kind of tribute? A fan trying to resurrect the work. To finish what he started. No, Nina said, the word flat and final. She turned her head to look at Katie, whose eyes were bright with the frantic need to pin this down, to find a category, a box with a known label. Katie's fingers were now drumming a staccato pattern on her knee. This isn't fandom. Fans are messy. They get details wrong because they're emotional. They add their own flourish, their own signature, because it's about them being part of the story. She shifted in the chair, the vinyl sticking to her jacket with a faint peeling sound. What we saw in that square was a blueprint. A precise. Measured. Our guy isn't lost in some delusion where he's channeling a killer. He's cold and he sees everything clearly. He's working from a checklist. The difference is in the margins. A fan leaves fingerprints of his own psyche. This guy, he's trying to leave none at all. He wants to be a ghost holding a scalpel. Katie opened her mouth, a rebuttal forming, but Nina held up a hand, just an inch off her thigh. Think about the square. The grass wasn't trampled. There was no sign of a struggle, no dropped personal item from the perp, no hurried footprints in the dew. It was placed, not dumped. A fan is sloppy with their passion. This is curation. Before Katie could argue, a side door opened with a soft click, and a woman with a severe bun and wire-rimmed glasses appeared at the now-manned front desk. She didn't smile or offer a greeting. She simply looked at them over the rims of her glasses, her expression one of practiced detachment, and gestured with a pen down a hallway to their left. Room 2. They're ready for you. Her voice was as dry as the air. The corridor was long and lit by harsh, recessed fixtures that cast no shadows, bleaching everything to a uniform, glaring white. It was lined with heavy steel doors, each bearing a numbered placard and a small, sealed viewport of thick glass. The air grew colder with every step, a damp chill that seeped through the soles of their shoes and climbed their ankles. The sound of their footsteps was swallowed by the acoustic tiles above, making their progress feel eerily muted, as if they were walking on packed snow. From behind one door came a low, mechanical hum. From another, the distinct clatter of a metal tray being set down on a steel surface. A faint, rhythmic buzzing, a bone saw at rest, vibrated through the floor. Room 2's door was ajar, a sliver of blinding white light cutting into the hallway's gloom. Pushing it open, the air hit them, thick with the astringent bite of antiseptic spray, undercut by the cloying, meaty scent of visceral exposure and the flat, mineral smell of cold stone. The room was blindingly bright, surgical lights focused like twin suns on two draped forms on stainless steel tables in the center. A woman in blue scrubs, a plastic apron, and a full face shield looked up from a microscope. She lowered the shield with a click, revealing a face in her late 40s, tired but composed, with intelligent, pale blue eyes that held no room for sentiment. Fine lines etched the corners of her mouth, the kind carved by years of delivering impossible news. Agents. I'm Dr. Rhea Aldrich. Her voice was calm, measured, perfectly modulated for this space. She gestured to a stainless steel cart by the wall with a gloved hand. Gloves and masks are there if you want them. Shoe covers in the box. Katie moved to the cart, her movements sharp. She tore open a package of blue nitrile gloves, the snap of the rubber against her wrists loud and percussive in the sterile space. She fitted a paper mask over her nose and mouth, the ties digging into the hair at the back of her head. She took a deep breath through the material, her eyes closing for a half-second as if steeling herself. Nina watched her, then shook her head slightly at the doctor's questioning look. She didn't move toward the cart. The smell of this place was already a familiar coat she wore. Adding a mask felt like a pointless formality, a false barrier against a reality she'd breathed in for 30 years. She'd rather taste the truth of it and be done. The more recent one first? Dr. Aldrich asked, stepping toward the left table, her gloved hands hovering over the edge of the green drape. Her shoes, encased in blue plastic booties, squeaked faintly on the wet floor. This is the one from Grant Square. Processed this morning. She pulled back the sheet in one smooth, practiced motion, the fabric whispering as it folded over itself. The body of a young woman lay exposed, and the reality of it was so violently incongruous, it took a second for the mind to process, to reject the image before forcing acceptance. She had been severed cleanly at the torso, just above the navel. The two halves were aligned on the table, as if someone had tried to put her back together for viewing, but the separation was brutal and absolute. The pale skin of the abdomen ended in a ragged ring of muscle and a startling cross-section of spine, the vertebrae sheared through, the marrow a dark, almost black circle in the center of bone. The edges of the wound were not torn or jagged, but unnervingly straight, a clean line of demarcation between life and this awful stillness. Nina had seen many things, gunshots, bludgeonings, decompositions, but this was a first. A clinical disassembly. Her eyes tracked from the severed waist to the face, which was mercifully untouched, frozen in a slack, waxen piece that contrasted obscenely with the violence below. The girl's lips were slightly parted, her eyelashes pale against her cheeks. Olivia Bennett, Dr. Aldrich said, following Nina's gaze to the girl's face. Her own expression was professionally neutral, but a faint tension around her eyes, a tightening of the skin, betrayed a personal connection. At 22. Lived on Cedar Street, out by the lake. I used to see her jogging past my neighborhood in the evenings. Always had earbuds in. Always gave a little wave if she saw you on the porch. The doctor's voice didn't waver, but it softened, just a hair on the last detail. Olivia, Katie murmured from behind her mask, her voice muffled. Her eyes were locked not on the face, but on the terrible seam where the body ended. She took a half-step closer, then stopped, her hand rising unconsciously to her own stomach, pressing against her jacket. She blinked rapidly, her breathing shallow and audible through the paper. Close to Elizabeth. The Cleveland torso victim, Nina said, the connection slotting into place with a cold, definitive click. The first one they found in Kingsbury Run. Oh, Elizabeth. And Olivia's. Your hunch plays, The copycat wasn't just mimicking methods, he was mirroring victimology, or at least the names. It was a layer of precision that moved this from grotesque homage to deliberate, studied replication. A fan might pick a famous name, a scholar would match the initial. Dr. Aldrich looked between them, her head tilting. "Copycatting?" she asked, then shook her head before they could answer, a strand of hair escaping her bun. "Never mind. Not my lane. My lane is the how." She turned back to the table, her demeanor shifting back to pure clinical focus. She picked up a pen-like pointer from a tray. The bisection wasn't manual. No saw, no axe. The cuts are too uniform, the bone severance too clean. No chatter marks, no false starts, no tapering of the cut. She used the pointer to trace the air an inch above the wound. This was done with an industrial machine. Something with serious, guided torque and a fixed cutting path. A CNC router with a carbide bit, a metal lathe, perhaps a large bandsaw with a fine-tooth blade and a very stable guide. Something that doesn't deviate, doesn't get tired, doesn't slip. Katie forced her hand away from her stomach, clenching it at her side. "Could a person operate something like that on a person?" she asked, her voice tight, straining against the horror of the logistics. If the subject was completely immobilized, and the machine was properly jigged and secured, yes. Absolutely. Dr. Aldrich's tone was detached, analytical, as if discussing a woodworking project. "It's a question of engineering, not strength. You'd need a stable platform, likely a table or a frame. Clamps or restraints to hold the subject in perfect alignment to the cutting tool. Then you activate the machine. The human element is in the setup, not the execution." Katie's eyes widened slightly behind her mask. She leaned in, her gaze now scanning the wrists, the ankles, the pale column of the neck. No ligature marks. No bruising from ropes or straps. How did he keep her still enough to position her under a machine like that? Even drugged, you'd expect some marking from the process of moving and securing her. "Wide, padded restraints," Dr. Aldrich said without hesitation. "Or a vacuum mattress. Something that distributes pressure evenly and doesn't leave concentrated bruises." It speaks to forethought. He anticipated the need to avoid post-mortem indicators of restraint. She moved the pointer up to the face. "The facial lacerations," she added, indicating the grotesque cuts that extended the corners of the mouth back toward the ears, were done post-mortem. With something very sharp, a scalpel, a surgical razor. But by hand. You can see a slight wobble in the line here, where the blade met resistance from the zygomatic bone. She pointed to a minute irregularity, invisible to the untrained eye. "The machine makes the perfect cut. The hand makes the artistic one, even when the art is a horror." "Chemicals," Katie said, the word escaping in a breath. "He's had to have drugged her." Dr. Aldrich gave a single, slow nod. She turned to a computer screen mounted on a swing arm, her fingers tapping the keyboard with precise, clean strokes. A toxicology report filled the display, columns of numbers and chemical names. Gamma-hydroxybutyrate. A potent sedative, central nervous system depressant. Street name GHB, liquid ecstasy, also used as a day trip drug. Levels in her system were high enough to induce a coma-like state, respiratory depression. She wouldn't have been able to lift a finger or even open her eyes. So he drugged her, transported her to his workshop, positioned her on his table, and started the machine, Katie said, the words coming out in a low, horrified rush as she pieced the monstrous timeline together. Her knuckles were white where she gripped the edge of the steel instrument tray. Dr. Aldrich turned back from the screen, her gaze level and utterly grim. She would have regained a degree of consciousness during the procedure. The neural shock, the sheer trauma of what was happening would override the sedative. The body's alarm systems would fire. She wouldn't have been able to move or scream, but she likely would have felt it. She would have known, on some level, what was being done to her. The doctor paused, her eyes flicking to Olivia's peaceful face. It's the one mercy I can't give her family. The absence of physical struggle doesn't mean an absence of terror. Katie looked away abruptly. She took a full step back from the table, her gloved hand going to the paper mask as if to adjust it, but instead pressing hard against her mouth. The color drained from the skin around her eyes, leaving her looking suddenly gaunt. She swallowed hard, her throat working visibly against the strap of the mask, and for a second Nina saw her chest hitch. Katie's other hand found the cold steel edge of an instrument tray to steady herself, her fingers curling over the lip. She stared at a spot on the far wall, at a splash of dried water stain, breathing deeply and audibly through her nose, in and out, forcing the professional mask back down over the visceral revulsion. After 3 breaths, she lowered her hand from her face, but her eyes remained glassy, fixed on that distant spot. Nina gave her the moment, turning her own body slightly to block Katie from the doctor's direct view, a small gesture of privacy. She focused on the doctor. One thing at a time, doctor. What else? Something you haven't said yet. One more detail, Dr. Aldrich said, moving to the head of the table. She opened a small evidence jar and used a pair of stainless steel forceps to lift a single, stiff strand of hair from Olivia Bennett's scalp. It was unnatural, like a filament of dark plastic. Her hair. It's been dyed. Not with commercial hair dye. Preliminary analysis suggests a synthetic industrial pigment suspended in a fast-drying binder. The kind used for automotive touch-up paints or to color plastics in model kits. It's not meant for biological material. It's brittle and it doesn't penetrate the shaft, just coats it. Katie, having regained her composure with a visible shake of her shoulders, moved forward again. She held out her gloved hand, palm up. Dr. Aldrich dropped the strand onto it. Katie rubbed it between her thumb and forefinger, feeling the gritty, unnatural residue. The first Kingsbury Run victim, the one they called the Lady of the Lake, was described in the original coroner's report as having dark, possibly black hair. Olivia's was light brown, almost blonde. He's completing the picture. Making her fit the historical record. She looked up, her eyes sharpening, the horror now channeled into a fierce, cold focus. This is specialized knowledge. Automotive repair, machining, maybe even hobbyist model making or prop fabrication. He'd know how to use this stuff, where to get it, how to handle it without raising eyebrows. Note it, Nina said, her voice a low command. The profile was building, piece by cold, technical piece. She turned to the second table. The drape covered the body from the chest down, the outline of feet visible at the far end. Zan the other. Dana Renz. Dr. Aldrich moved over, her shoes squeaking on the wet floor. She didn't pull the sheet back fully yet. Dana Renz, of 18. Worked the afternoon shift at the gas station, Mini-Mart on Route 40. Also local, she gently folded back the top of the sheet, revealing only the girl's torso from collarbone to hips, keeping the rest covered in a gesture that felt oddly respectful. A constellation of deep, narrow stab wounds marred her chest and abdomen. 6 in total. They were arranged in a specific, almost geometric pattern. 1 high on the left chest, 2 in a vertical line down the center of the sternum, one to the right of the navel and two lower on the left abdomen. The skin around each was purpled and torn slightly outward, the work of a blade driven in with tremendous, focused force, and then withdrawn cleanly. Cause of death was exsanguination from this one, Dr. Aldrich said, pointing with her pointer to the wound high on the left side of the chest. It was the deepest, the edges darkest. It pierced the thoracic artery. She bled out internally and fast. The other 5 strikes, she paused, a flicker of something, pure undiluted anger, crossing her professional facade, tightening her lips. Were overkill. She was already gone by the time they were inflicted. Maybe seconds, but gone. The heart had stopped. No circulation to those wounds. The blood loss from them is minimal. The murder weapon? Nina asked, leaning in to study the wound pattern. The holes were clean, circular, with minimal tearing, suggesting a blade that was sharp but not razor keen, with a bit of width to it. A common carving knife. 6 to 8 inch blade, non-serrated, moderately sharp. Not special. You could buy it at any big box store. But this is. The doctor turned and indicated a small, perfectly square section, missing from the photograph of the victim's bloodied shirt, which was laid out on a separate evidence table under a bright lamp. The square was about 2 inches by 2 inches, cut with surgical precision from the fabric over the left breast. Cut from the fabric. Not torn. The edges are razor straight. He used a sharp blade, likely different from the murder weapon, and a ruler or a straight edge as a guide. A trophy, Katie said, coming to stand beside Nina. She stared at the pattern of wounds, her brow furrowed in intense concentration, her head tilting as she mentally mapped the strikes. The placement is exact to the Villisca axe murders. 6 victims, multiple wounds each, but the pattern on the parents, specifically on the mother, Sarah Moore, matches this. The reports describe a cluster of axe wounds to the chest. But how? She looked at Dr. Aldrich. Even if she was drugged, the initial strike would cause a spasm, a flinch, a contraction. The body jerks. The other wounds wouldn't land in such a perfect, measured pattern. They'd be scattered. The wounds are perpendicular to the skin, Dr. Aldrich confirmed, nodding as if pleased with the observation. She used the pointer to demonstrate the angle. No angling, no deflection. That means she was flat on her back on a hard surface, and he was directly above her, striking straight down, like a machine press. The first wound, the fatal one, would have caused immediate incapacitation. Massive shock, likely instant paralysis from the spinal cord trauma. The others were delivered to a body that was no longer moving, that had settled. He controlled the situation completely. He had her positioned, and he executed the pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Methodical. A cold knot formed in Nina's gut, tightening slowly, a fist of ice. That degree of control was rare and terrifying. It spoke of a predator who removed all variables, including his victim's panic, who treated the act like a technical exercise, a quality control check. This wasn't rage or passion. It was precision. The kind of precision that allowed a man to look at a living, breathing young woman and see only a template to be filled, a problem of anatomy and geometry. It was, in its own way, more chilling than any frenzied attack. The 3 women stood in silence for a long moment, the only sound the relentless hum of the lights, the faint drip of a faucet in a sink across the room, and the soft, wet click of the refrigeration system engaging again. The cold of the place seeped into Nina's bones, a deep, familiar chill that had little to do with temperature. It was the cold of absolute absence, of life meticulously erased. We need to talk to Olivia's family, Nina said finally, breaking the silence. Her voice sounded rough and unused in the quiet room. "On Cedar Street, you said." "By the lake." Dr. Aldrich nodded, carefully redraping Dana Wren's torso, her movements gentle. She peeled off her gloves with a sharp snap, the sound startlingly loud, and tossed them into a red biohazard bin lined with a yellow bag. "Follow the lake road east out of town. It's a drive. 25 minutes, maybe more with the weather. The house is a blue rancher on the left, number 142. You'll see a mailbox with a decal of a loon on it." She met their eyes, her expression grim, the professional distance finally dropping to reveal the weary local beneath. "And be careful. The news is out. People here don't like outsiders on a good day. Today won't be a good day. The Bennetts are well-liked. Salt of the earth people. There's going to be a lot of fear, and fear turns to anger fast around here. They'll be looking for someone to blame, and you two fit the bill." The agents thanked her, the words feeling hollow and inadequate in the face of what she'd shown them. Katie stripped off her gloves and mask, depositing them in the bin. She didn't look back at the tables, her gaze fixed on the door on escape. The hallway air felt light, thin, and empty after the chemical thickness of the exam room, but the chill lingered in their clothes, in their hair. Katie was quiet as they walked, her arms crossed tightly over her chest as if holding herself together, her gaze fixed on the exit doors at the far end of the corridor like a lifeline. Nina could almost see the details turning over in the private, relentless forge of her mind. Industrial machines, GHB, synthetic pigments, geometric knife patterns, perpendicular strikes. She was building the box to put this killer in, and every new piece both narrowed the search and made the contents inside that theoretical box more horrifying, more alien. As they pushed through the heavy doors into the gray, damp afternoon, the outside air felt shockingly warm and alive by comparison, heavy with the smell of wet asphalt and distant wood smoke. The sky was a uniform sheet of low, bruised cloud, promising more cold rain. Nina paused on the concrete steps, the rough surface gritty under her shoes, and glanced back at the utilitarian brick building with its small, high windows. One more step. One step closer to never having to walk into another place like it, to never having to have another conversation over a butchered child while standing under blinding lights that showed every terrible detail. She clung to that thought, wrapping it around herself like a thin shield against the cold that had settled in her core. It was the only thing that made the walk across the slick, oil-stained parking lot to their bland government sedan bearable. Katie went straight to the passenger side, yanking the door open with a metallic groan and sliding in. She pulled out her notebook from her jacket pocket, a cheap spiral-bound thing, and a pen, already scribbling before Nina had the driver's door closed. The engine turned over with a rumble, and Nina cranked the heat, aiming the vents at her own hands, which felt stiff and bloodless. She flexed her fingers, watching the knuckles whiten and pink. "Industrial machine operator or machinist," Katie said, not looking up from her notes, her pen scratching furiously. "Or someone with advanced hobbyist-level access. A makerspace, a community college workshop. Access to GHB, maybe through a connection to the club scene, or he knows how to synthesize it from common chemicals. He's local or has deep local knowledge. He knew both victims' routines, their comings and goings. He has a private workspace, a garage or a shed, soundproofed or remote. He's not impulsive. He plans, he rehearses, maybe even does dry runs. The dyed job on the hair, that's fastidious. Almost artistic. He cares about the presentation. He's a craftsman," Nina said, pulling out of the lot and onto the main road, the the tires hissing on the damp pavement. She adjusted the rearview mirror, catching a last glimpse of the morgue's flat roof. Takes pride in the details. The accuracy is the point. It's not about the kill for him, not primarily. It's about the replication. The perfection of it. The kill is just a necessary step in the process. Like sanding a piece of wood before you varnish it. Which means he'll have researched the original cases obsessively. He'll have sources, not just popular true crime books, but archived coroner's reports, old newspaper microfiche, maybe even police files if he has access. Katie finally looked up, staring out at the passing strip malls and auto parts stores, her reflection ghostly in the window. The square of cloth. That's the personal part. That's his souvenir. The thing he keeps for himself. The rest is for the project. The display. The project, Nina repeated, the word tasting foul like aluminum on the tongue. She drove in silence for a few minutes, following the signs for the lake road, the wipers sweeping intermittently across a fine mist. The commercial outskirts of town gave way to older neighborhoods with large, bare trees, then to fields lying fallow and wet, dotted with leafless trees that stood like sentinels in the gray mist. Aldrich said the Bennetts are well liked. That means the family interview will be a circus. Local cops might already be there, trying to do damage control, or worse, trying to prove they're on top of it. We go in soft. We're not there to prove anything or take charge. We're there to listen. To be the federal ears in the room. And see what they saw, Katie said quietly, tapping her pen against her bottom lip. The last days of Olivia's life. Who she was afraid of, if she was afraid at all. Who she talked about, who made her uncomfortable. The new guy at the gym, the regular at the coffee shop who asked too many questions. She fell silent again, her eyes tracking a lone hawk circling over a barren field. He drugged them. That's how he gets control. No struggle, no witnesses, no noise. He could be anyone. The friendly neighbor who offers a drink while she's gardening. The guy at the auto shop who fixes her car and hands her a soda. The quiet, polite customer at the mini-mart who comes in every Tuesday. He's someone they trusted enough to take a drink from, Nina said, her hands tightening on the wheel. The thought was ice in her veins. The most dangerous monsters never looked the part until it was too late. They looked like helpers, like quiet men, like the person you'd accept a ride from on a rainy night. They wore the mask of normalcy, so well it became their skin. The lake road narrowed from 2 lanes to 1.5, winding through stands of pine that crowded the asphalt, their branches shedding a constant drip of moisture onto the car roof. They passed occasional driveways leading to houses tucked back in the trees, glimpses of wood smoke rising from chimneys. The gray surface of the water was visible through the branches, flat and lifeless as lead. The mailbox with the loon decal appeared suddenly on the left, a rustic wooden post with a black bird painted on the side. The blue rancher sat back from the road at the end of a long gravel drive that was pocked with puddles. 2 county sheriff's cruisers were parked haphazardly in front, their light bars dark, their doors streaked with mud. A small cluster of people, neighbors likely, stood at the edge of the property under a dripping pine tree, talking in hushed tones, their breaths making plumes in the damp air. They all turned in unison to watch the unfamiliar, unmarked sedan crawl slowly up the drive, their conversations dying mid-sentence. "Showtime," Nina muttered, parking behind the last cruiser, leaving enough room to pull out fast if needed. She cut the engine. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine, the distant cry of a crow, and the steady patter of drizzle on the windshield. She looked at the house, at the drawn blinds in every window, at the somber knot of people whose faces were now blank masks of curiosity and suspicion. This was the part she hated almost as much as the morgue. The delivery of no news, the excavation of fresh grief, the helplessness of standing in the crater left by a bomb that had already gone off. You couldn't fix it. You could only sift through the rubble and hope to find a fragment that pointed back to the bomber. She took a deep breath, pushing her own weariness down into a locked compartment, feeling the old armor click into place. For the family in that blue house, their world had ended in the most brutal way imaginable. The least she could do was be fully present for the aftermath, to hold the space for their pain without flinching. "Ready?" she asked, her hand on the cold metal of the door handle. Katie closed her notebook with a definitive snap, tucking it and the pen back into her pocket. She ran a hand through her hair, took one last, steadying look at the house, her face setting into lines of grim resolve. She gave a single, sharp nod. "Ready." Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The terrier's insistent nuzzling at her ankle, a wet nose prodding her sock, pulled Katie back to the present. She blinked, the sterile hospital hallway from her memory, dissolving into the cloying warmth of a stranger's home. She was in a tidy living room, the air thick with a grief so palpable it felt like a third presence in the room, a weight pressing down on her bruised ribs. The late morning light slanted through lace curtains, illuminating dust motes dancing over a worn beige carpet. A large saltwater aquarium bubbled softly against one wall, its blue glow and darting, neon-colored fish, a surreal, vibrant contrast to the ashen faces of Frank and Helen Bennett. The low hum of the filter was the only constant sound. They sat huddled together on a floral sofa, a pattern of faded roses and green leaves, their hands clenched in their own laps, not touching, waiting for the words they already knew were coming. Katie stood just inside the doorway, Nina a solid, silent presence at her shoulder. They had refused the offer of a seat. Standing felt more appropriate, less like settling in. The room smelled of lemon polish, stale coffee, and the faint, briny odor of the aquarium. On the mantel, framed photos showed a girl's progression from gap-toothed smile to confident young woman, Olivia. In the last one, she was tanned and grinning, holding up a medal at a finish line. The normalcy of it was a physical ache. Helen's breath hitched, a sharp, wet sound that broke the quiet. Her hand flew to her mouth, fingers trembling against her lips. "We knew," she whispered, the sound raw, scraped from her throat. "When she didn't come home, when her phone went straight to voicemail all night, we just knew." Her husband, Frank, stared at a spot on the carpet between his work boots, his jaw working silently. He was a big man, gone soft in the middle, with thick forearms crossed over his chest like a shield. "Can you walk us through Olivia's last day?" Nina's voice was steady, low, a professional anchor in the emotional storm. She had taken out her small notebook but held it at her side, her gaze fixed on Helen's face. Helen managed a shaky nod, dabbing at her eyes with a crumpled tissue she'd been worrying to shreds. "She finished at the gym around 6, she said, her voice gaining a fragile strength as she recited the familiar facts. Titan Gym, over on Route 40. She was a trainer there. Loved it. Later, she texted me, said she was going for a run by the lake. To clear her head. She always came back by 10. Never later. But last night, her voice dissolved again, and she pressed the tissue hard against her eyelids. The gym, Frank interjected, his voice gravelly with disuse. He didn't look up from the carpet. Bad crowd over there. Kids with more metal in their faces than sense in their heads. This side of the water? He finally lifted a hand, gesturing vaguely around their living room. It's fine. Quiet. Other side of the water. Different story. Always has been. Nina nodded, acknowledging the point without endorsing it. Did Olivia have any conflicts at work? Or personally? A boyfriend, perhaps? Helen shook her head vehemently, the movement frantic. No. No boyfriend. She was focused. Saving for a place of her own. She wasn't interested in all that drama. She said the word as if it were a contagious disease. A subtle shift occurred then. Frank's shoulder moved, a deliberate inch away from his wife's. The space between them on the floral sofa seemed to widen into a chasm. She was 22, he said, a note of weary, pragmatic realism cutting through his wife's denial. His eyes lifted to meet Nina's, then Katie's. They were the color of washed-out denim, exhausted. We didn't know every detail of her life. She had her own apartment until 3 months ago. Moved back home to save money. But she was an adult. She came and went. This small fracture, this quiet correction, seemed to break Helen. Her face, which had been holding a mask of strained composure, crumbled. The lines around her mouth deepened, and her shoulders slumped forward as if the bones had vanished. She made a small, wounded sound and pushed herself up from the couch, her movements unsteady. I need a glass of water, she murmured, the excuse transparent and pathetic. She didn't look at her husband as she fled the room, her slippered feet whispering on the carpet before the kitchen door swung shut behind her with a soft, definitive click. The silence in the living room thickened. Frank stared at the closed door, his expression unreadable, a mixture of guilt, resentment, and a profound, helpless sorrow. The colorful fish continued their mindless, cheerful circuits in the tank. We should go, Nina said quietly, her voice barely above the hum of the filter. She tucked her notebook away and took a step back toward the front door. We have what we need from them for now. They need to be alone. Katie hesitated, her boots rooted to the spot. The directive was logical, procedurally sound. But the human wreckage in the next room, the sound of a cabinet door opening and closing with a shaky rattle, felt like a magnet. It was a specific, lonely sound. We can't just leave her like that, Katie said, the words out before she could filter them. He just dismissed her. In front of us. Nina turned, her gaze assessing. It's not about what we need or what feels right to us. This is their grief. It's messy. It turns people against each other. Our being here is making it worse. She's alone in there, Katie insisted, her own memories of being isolated in grief, after her father, after cases that went wrong, flaring hot and bright. 5 minutes. Nina's lips pressed into a thin line. She glanced at Frank, who was now studying his own large, calloused hands as if they belonged to someone else. Fine, she conceded, her voice dropping even lower. Quickly. And you are not her therapist. You are a federal agent with a job to do. Get a description if she has one and get out. So I'll wait in the car. Katie gave a tight nod and moved past the silent father, her own injuries making her gait slightly stiff. She pushed the kitchen door open. The kitchen was a time capsule of the 1970s. Dark wood cabinets, orange laminate countertops, a smell of old grease and artificial lemon. Helen wasn't at the sink. She sat at a small formica-top table, her back to the door. Her hands were wrapped not around a glass of water, but around the neck of a bottle of cheap bourbon. The seal was already broken. She didn't look up at Katie's entrance. The back door window showed a neatly kept yard, a bird feeder, a child's swing set rusting quietly in the corner. A stark contrast to the horror that had entered their world. "Is it true?" Helen asked, her voice hollow, echoing in the quiet kitchen. She still didn't turn. "What they're saying on the scanner. What that deputy couldn't look me in the eye and say. That she was cut apart." The last two words were barely audible. Katie moved slowly into the room, stopping a few feet from the table. There was no kind way to say it. Euphemisms were insults. "Yes," Katie said, her own voice firm. "The injuries were severe." And deliberate. She saw Helen's shoulders hitch, a silent sob. Katie reached out, placing a hand lightly on the woman's trembling forearm. "The skin was cold. I'm so sorry, Helen. We will find who did this. That's my only job here." Helen's head finally turned. Her eyes, red-rimmed and puffy, were also fierce, burning with a sudden, desperate intensity. She shrugged off Katie's hand and gripped the bourbon bottle tighter. "There was a boy," she hissed, the words laced with venom and guilt. "I don't know his name. I never asked. I saw him drop her off a couple times. Out there," she jerked her head toward the front of the house. "Knew he was trouble just looking at him. I told Frank. He said I was overreacting. That she could handle herself." "What did he look like?" Katie asked, pulling her phone out, ready to open a notes app. "Like death warmed over," Helen spat, her face twisting. "A skinny. Rail thin. Long stringy black hair. Dressed in all black, even in summer. Pale. So pale. I saw him once up close when I was getting the mail. He had these eyes empty. Like holes. I told her he was no good, that he had the devil in his eyes. She just laughed. She said he was interesting, that he knew about music and books she'd never heard of." Helen's voice broke on a sob of frustration. "The last time I saw him was maybe a month back. He was in some beat-up old sedan. Green, maybe. Or blue. It was dirty." Katie's thumbs flew over her screen, capturing the details. Male, white, late teens, early 20s, very thin, long black hair, pale, wears black. Possible vehicle, old sedan, green, blue, dirty. Last seen Tilda 1 month ago. Did Olivia ever mention where he lived? Or a first name? Of anything?" Helen shook her head, taking a sudden, defiant swig from the bourbon bottle. She winced as it went down. "No." She shut down whenever I asked. Said I was judging. Maybe I was. She looked up at Katie, the fury fading into a bottomless despair. "Is this my fault? For not trying harder? For letting her?" "No," Katie said, cutting her off with more force than she intended. She leaned down, making sure Helen met her gaze. "This is the fault of the person who hurt her. Only that person. You gave us something concrete to work with. Thank you, Helen." The woman just stared, the bourbon-induced courage seeming to drain away, leaving only the hollow shell. Katie gave her arm one last, brief squeeze before straightening up. "We'll be in touch." She left Helen Bennett at the table, clutching her bottle, staring out at the rusting swing set. The image seared itself into Katie's mind as she walked back through the living room. Frank hadn't moved. He didn't acknowledge her exit. The outside air felt shockingly clean and cold after the stifling grief of the house. Katie drew in a deep breath, the scent of damp grass and distant wood smoke filling her lungs. Nina was already in the driver's seat of their sedan, the engine idling. Katie slid into the passenger side, the door closing with a solid thunk that felt like sealing a tomb. Nina didn't immediately drive off. She looked over at Katie. "Well, the boy." Skinny, pale, long black hair, dresses in black. Drove a beat-up old sedan. Mother had a bad feeling about him. Olivia said he was interesting, last seen a month ago. Nina put the car in drive and pulled away from the curb, her movements precise. "So our person of interest is a local goth kid who gave a religious mother the creeps," she summarized, her tone flat. "It's a place to start," Katie said, pulling out her phone again to look at the notes. The description was cartoonishly villainous from a certain perspective, but it was also specific. "A young guy who looks like that in a town this size shouldn't be hard to pin down. We can cross-reference with the DMV, maybe local employment records if he's of age. See if any addresses pop up near the Bennett house, or near the gym or the lake." "Just remember," Nina said, navigating the quiet, tree-lined streets back toward the main drag, "that testimony is filtered through panic, prejudice, and a mother's need to make sense of the senseless. The devil in his eyes isn't a forensic descriptor. Don't let the Kingsbury Run history blind you to the facts on the ground. This isn't a puzzle from 1938. It's a killer operating right now, who may or may not have bad taste in hair dye." "I know," Katie said, though the allure of the historical pattern was a constant, seductive hum in the back of her mind. The unsolved mystery was a locked door she'd been staring at for years, and this fresh horror felt like a key that had suddenly materialized in her hand. The connection felt physical, a click of alignment in her gut. But Nina was right. The key had to fit the modern lock, not the antique one. They drove in silence for a few minutes, the town passing by, well-kept houses with American flags, a Baptist church with a full parking lot, a closed-down video store. The normality was a lie. The local precinct came into view, a modest, single-story brick building that resembled a large, institutional house more than a police station. It had a small, white-columned portico over the front door, and an American flag hanging limp on a pole in the patchy front lawn. A few county cruisers and personal trucks were parked in the small, asphalt lot. Nina pulled up to the curb just outside, putting the car in park but leaving the engine running. "My turn for a supply run," Nina announced, flexing her injured shoulder with a slight wince she tried to hide. "And coffee. Lots of it. The kind that tastes like fuel and costs $1. This town probably runs on it." She tapped her phone, which was plugged into the car's console. "Also, while you were playing grief counselor, Robert Vance forwarded a contact. Agent Marcus Reed. He's running point on the sewer search for Campbell back in D.C. He's been briefed on our situation here. Touch base, get a status. See if they've found anything besides rats and regret." Katie's phone chimed simultaneously with the contact details, a DC. "Area number and email." "Will do," she said, opening the message. "I'll be back before you've finished wading through the small-town bureaucracy and territorial pissing contests," Nina said, a ghost of her old dryness in her tone. She put the car back in drive and pulled away from the curb, leaving Katie standing alone on the sidewalk. The air was still quiet. A dog barked somewhere a few streets over. Katie looked at the precinct door, then down at her phone. She dialed Marcus Reed's number. It rang once, twice, 3 times. The sound echoed in her ear. On the fourth ring, it clicked over to a generic, robotic voicemail. "You've reached the phone of Marcus Reed. Leave a message." He's probably underground, she thought, a vivid image forming of a man in tactical gear, headlamp cutting through absolute darkness, the air thick with the stench of decay and stagnant water. Knee-deep in things I don't want to imagine. She ended the call without leaving a message. He's had her number. He'd call if there was news. She slipped the phone back into her jacket pocket and turned to fully face the precinct. The building's peaceful, almost domestic facade felt deeply deceptive. A girl had been butchered on what was essentially the police chief's private land, and a community this tight, this insulated, could close ranks in a heartbeat, protecting its own or its secrets from outsiders in crisp suits. Trust was a commodity she couldn't afford to spend lightly here. Every word would be weighed, every question analyzed for hidden intent. She could feel the eyes on her. Not literally, but the sensation was unmistakable, the weight of a small town's collective gaze. The quiet street was not empty. A curtain twitched in a house across the way. An old man on a porch down the block slowly rocked in his chair, his face turned toward her. They all knew who she was, why she was here. They were waiting to see what she would do. Katie focused on the physical details to ground herself. The brick was faded, worn smooth in places. The concrete steps leading to the door had a crack repaired with black tar. The brass handle on the door was polished to a high shine. She climbed the 2 steps, the ache in her ribs a familiar companion. The door was heavier than it looked. She took a final breath of the outside air, squared her shoulders against the lingering pain, and pushed. The door opened into a small, stuffy lobby. The air smelled of industrial cleaner, stale coffee, and old paper. A ceiling fan turned lazily overhead, doing little to move the thick air. A high wooden counter, like a judge's bench, dominated the space. Behind it, a young deputy with a severe buzz cut looked up from a computer monitor, his expression instantly wary. He took in her dark suit, her posture, the absence of a local's familiarity. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. "Agent Katie Ford, FBI," she said, pulling her credentials from her inner pocket and holding them up. "I need to see any incident reports or citizen calls from the last 72 hours that might be relevant to your current investigation. And I'll need a workspace." The deputy's eyes flickered over the badge and ID. He didn't smile. "Chief Miller's not here. He's out at the scene with your partner." "I'm aware," Katie said, not lowering her credentials. "I don't need the chief. I need the reports. And a desk. Is there a problem?" He held her gaze for a beat too long, a silent test of jurisdiction and will. Then he gave a slow, deliberate shrug. "No problem. Just don't get a lot of feds in here." "Desks back there," he nodded toward a short hallway past the counter. "The second door on the left. The files, I'll have to pull them. It'll take a minute." "I'll wait," Katie said, finally tucking her credentials away. She walked around the counter, feeling the deputy's eyes on her back. The hallway was narrow, lined with framed photos of past sheriffs and little league teams the precinct had sponsored. The second door on the left was ajar. As she pushed it open, the room was clearly a multi-purpose space, part break room, part storage, part occasional desk. A small round table held a microwave and a coffee maker with a burnt glass carafe. A filing cabinet was shoved in the corner. Against the far wall was a metal government issue desk, its surface clear except for a telephone and a green blotter. The chair was an old wooden swivel chair, the vinyl seat cracked. A single, high window let in a bar of dusty light. It was a far cry from the gleaming, high-tech bullpens of Quantico, but it was a space. It was quiet. And it was hers for now. She set her small go-bag on the desk and shrugged out of her jacket, hanging it on the back of the chair. The act of claiming the space felt necessary. She sat down, the chair groaning under her weight. She pulled out her laptop and powered it up, the familiar glow of the screen a touchstone of normalcy. While it booted, she listened. The precinct was almost silent. She could hear the faint clack of the deputy's keyboard at the front desk, the hum of the refrigerator under the coffee maker, the distant sound of a radio, dispatcher's garbled voice from somewhere deeper in the building. It was the quiet, watchful heart of Millerton. And she was now inside it, a foreign agent in its bloodstream. The work began here, in this stale, sunlit room, with the ghost of a girl in a fish tanklet living room and the sketch of a pale boy in a beat-up car. She opened her database portal, her fingers poised over the keys, ready to start tearing the town's peaceful facade apart, layer by digital layer. In Chapter 8. In Chapter 8. In Chapter 8. The stale, chemical air of the storm drain clung to Derek Vance's uniform, a thick, greasy film that coated the back of his throat with every breath. It was the smell of urban decay, of everything the city flushed away and forgot. He waded through ankle-deep runoff, the water shockingly cold even through his waterproof boots. It wasn't clear water, but a viscous, grayish slurry that swirled with unidentifiable debris, a floating slick of cigarette butts, gum wrappers, and worse. Each step produced a thick, sucking sound. Around him, 19 other officers from the capital city PD formed a grim, silent procession, their heavy footfalls and the slosh of their passage the only sounds besides the distant, eternal drip of water. Their flashlight beams cut weak, trembling cones through the perpetual gloom of the subterranean network, illuminating the curved concrete walls slick with algae and mineral deposits. The light caught the glitter of mica in the concrete, the slow, glistening track of a slug on a pipe overhead. Vance halted the group on a narrow service walkway that ran along the tunnel wall, a lip of concrete just wide enough for two men to stand shoulder to shoulder. The team crowded behind him, a press of nervous energy and tactical gear. The air here was marginally better, but still thick with humidity and the ripe, fungal stench of wet rot. He turned, his own light playing over their faces. Young, old, some set in grim determination, others with eyes that darted into the oppressive darkness beyond their lights. He saw the tension in their shoulders, the white-knuckle grips on their weapons. One of the rookies, a kid named Peters, kept licking his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Listen up," his voice echoed, flat and hard, off the curved concrete, coming back to him a half-second later. He waited for the last ripple of sound to die, for the shuffling of boots to settle. "We're splitting into two groups. Alpha and Bravo. 10 each. You have your sector maps." He didn't need to check his, the labyrinth was etched behind his eyes. He pulled his own laminated map from his chest pocket, holding it up so the light glowed through it, tracing a thick finger along the inked lines. 5 miles of primary tunnel to clear, plus any accessible lateral pipes and maintenance alcoves. You have 4 hours, then you report back to this marker. Not a minute later, he slapped a gloved hand against the stenciled yellow numbers on the wall, 227C. The paint was faded, chipped, the concrete beneath it weeping a dark stain. "That's our rally point. I'll check in hourly on the comms. If your radio fails, you get back here." "Understood." Nods all around. One of the younger officers, Rickerson, shifted his weight, the plastic of his rain gear crinkling loudly. "Lieutenant, what's the protocol on lateral pipes too small to enter? Some of these offshoots on the map look like they're 18 inches. You mark them on your map with a time and a note," Vance said, his tone leaving no room for debate. "You do not, under any circumstances, stick your head in. That's how you get a face full of sewer gas or a knife in the eye. You clear what you can safely enter. The rest gets flagged for the camera teams tomorrow." "Understood," Rickerson said, his voice tight. "If you make contact with any living person down here, you call it in immediately," Vance continued, his gaze sweeping across them, making eye contact with each man, holding it for a second. "Homeless, tweaker, sewer worker doesn't matter. You detain and identify. The primary order is to take Campbell alive if possible." He let that hang for a beat, the if possible doing its work. He saw the understanding in their eyes, the slight hardening of jaws. They'd all seen the photos from the apartment, the things done to those cops. But this man has killed officers. He is armed, he is extremely dangerous, and he knows these tunnels. You are authorized to defend yourselves. Is that understood? A chorus of grim, muttered affirmations answered him. "Yes, Lieutenant." "Who else is down here, Lieutenant?" Officer Scott Maddox asked. He was a solid, reliable man in his 40s, his face pale in the LED glow, a deep scar running through his left eyebrow from a long-ago bar fight. He adjusted the strap of his shotgun where it dug into his shoulder. "Are we the only team in this branch? I don't want us stumbling into another unit's crossfire." "4 other teams, same size, hitting different sectors," Vance said, his voice dropping into a more conversational tone, the briefing portion over. He folded his map and shoved it back into his pocket. "We drew the entry point closest to last night's abduction site. That's our edge." He grabbed that jogger less than a quarter-mile from this access hatch. He pointed a thumb back the way they'd come. He'd want to get off the street fast. This is his most likely bolt hole. He clapped his hands together once, the sound sharp and final in the damp space. "And so use it. Find him. Alpha Team, you're with me, East Branch. Bravo, take the West. Move out." He gave the signal, a sharp chop of his hand, and the team divided with practiced efficiency, a rustle of gear and the shuffle of boots on wet concrete. There were brief, terse nods between the men splitting up, a clap on the shoulder here and there. Their lights bobbed and weaved, then vanished into the opposing tunnels like swallowed stars. The darkness seemed to rush in to fill the space they left behind, thicker and heavier, pressing against Vance's face. He took a final look at the marker, committing it to memory, the chip in the 7, the rust stain dripping from the C, then turned and led his 9 men into the eastern branch, his mind already shifting into a hunter's narrow, relentless focus. This was the kind of operation he lived for, the messy, physical grind that cut through politics and paperwork. It was pure pursuit. Catching a prize like Tobias Campbell, a serial offender who'd become a media specter, would be the perfect, gleaming final chapter before his pension kicked in. He could almost see the headline, "Veteran Lieutenant Netz, Plague Doctor in Underground Showdown." He moved with a steady, ground-eating pace that belied his 57 years, a remnant of his days as a college linebacker. His thighs burned with a familiar, welcome ache. The thought of sprinting down a fugitive in these confined tunnels, of the tackle, the struggle, the feel of cuffs snapping shut on wet wrists, sent a jolt of old adrenaline through his veins, cutting through the damp chill. He led from the front, his light panning methodically. Left wall, ceiling, right wall, the flowing water ahead. The beam caught the skittering retreat of a rat the size of a small cat. It paused on a ledge, beady eyes reflecting red, then vanished into a pipe with a wet plop. For 20 minutes they pushed deeper. The tunnel began to slope downward gently. The air grew colder, the smell intensifying, a pungent mix of human waste, chemical runoff, and the sweet, nauseating odor of decomposition. Something dead was nearby. The water deepened to mid-calf. Vance's boots were sealed, but the cold seeped in anyway, a dull numbness starting in his toes. The only sounds were their splashing, their labored breathing echoing off the pipe, and the occasional distant rumble of a truck passing somewhere on a street far above, a vibration they felt in their teeth more than heard. "Lieutenant," Officer Scott Maddox called out from behind him, his voice tight, cutting through the monotony. His light was fixed not on the tunnel ahead, but on the left-hand wall, playing over a section of concrete that looked no different from any other. "This one's been worked on." Vance splashed back, a spike of irritation flickering behind his sternum. They had miles to cover, and stopping for every anomaly would eat their clock. But procedure was procedure. He waded over, the water dragging at his legs, his boots scraping on the silt-covered floor. "What have you got, Maddox?" "Make it quick." Maddox didn't answer immediately. He leaned closer, his nose almost touching the cold concrete. He pointed his beam at a metal door set into the tunnel wall. It was a standard utility access, painted a grimy gray, nearly indistinguishable from the concrete around it. But Maddox's light traced the edges like a surgeon's scalpel. "Look at the frame. Here and here." Vance leaned in, bringing his own light to bear, the twin beams merging. The officer was right. Around the heavy, tarnished lock mechanism, deep, fresh scratches marred the steel. They were bright silver against the rust-stained metal, recent. Someone had used a tool, a pry bar, maybe a screwdriver, and used it forcefully, repeatedly, trying to defeat the lock. The scratches radiated out like sunbursts from the keyhole. Flecks of bright metal dust still clung to the deeper gouges. "It's sealed tight," another officer, Carl, said from Vance's other side. He reached out, wrapped a gloved hand around the lever handle, and pushed. It didn't budge. He put his shoulder into it, grunting with the effort. The door didn't even rattle in its frame. Could be a bolt on the inside. Or just swelled shut from the damp. These old doors seize up. If he heard us coming, he'd duck in here, Maddox pressed, his voice low, urgent. He kept his light on the scratches. He can't pop a manhole in broad daylight. Not with our units crawling the streets above. This is a hide. Has to be, he looked at Vance, his eyes wide in the reflected light. We have to check it. Vance waited, his eyes scanning the door, the surrounding tunnel. The chief's orders in the briefing room had been unequivocal, hammered into the table with a fist. Leave nothing unchecked. He's a ghost. He uses spaces we forget exist. This door, with its fresh tool marks, fit the profile perfectly. A forgotten storage alcove in a forgotten tunnel. He made a decision. He holstered his sidearm, the click loud, and rapped his knuckles sharply against the cold, damp metal 3 times. A bang! A bang! A bang! The sound was a flat, dead thud, swallowed by the metal in the water. For 3 long seconds, there was nothing but the drip of water from the ceiling and the soft, gurgling rush of the stream at their feet. The men behind him held their breaths. Then, from the other side of the door, came a faint, skittering scrape. It was a dry, dragging sound, like a shoe scuffing on grit. Not the fluid, quick scramble of a rat. Something with more weight. Something that hesitated, then moved again, a single shuffling step. Vance held up a clenched fist for absolute silence. Every man froze, becoming statues in the slurry. He pressed his ear against the cold metal, ignoring the wet seep through his hood, the chill that shot to his skull. He heard his own pulse thudding in his ear, the distant drip. Then he heard it again, a soft, deliberate shuffle. A scrape of something, a boot sole on concrete. There was someone in there. Someone trying to be quiet and failing, or someone who didn't care. He pulled back, his face grim, water dripping from his hood onto his nose. "There's movement in there," he hissed, his voice barely a whisper, carried on a plume of breath. He drew his weapon again, the click of the safety disengaging loud in the sudden, watchful quiet. The other officers followed suit, a series of metallic snaps and shuffles as they spread out, taking what cover they could behind the slight curve of the tunnel walls, weapons trained on the door. The beams of their lights converged on the gray rectangle, making it the brightest spot in the tunnel. "We have a Halligan," Maddox whispered, already turning to gesture for the breaching tool from the officer carrying it, a young, muscular cop named Ruiz, who hefted the heavy iron bar. Vance's mind raced. A Halligan would take time. Time to set the fork in ads, time for the powerful, noisy strikes that would ring through the tunnels for a mile, a clanging dinner bell. If Campbell was in there, and if he had a back way out, the noise would tell him exactly where they were and that they were coming. He'd be gone before they got the door open. Or he'd be waiting on the other side, aimed and ready. No time, Vance decided, his voice cutting through the tension. If it was him in there, he was already moving for an exit. This required shock and overwhelming force, a sudden, violent entry. He pointed a finger at 4 officers, the ones he knew were the best shots, who practiced weekly at the range. "Carl, Rick, Rob, Ethan. You're up. Hinges. Top and bottom. Is on my mark. I want that door on the ground in 5 seconds." The designated marksman moved forward with calm efficiency, pushing to the front of the loose semicircle. They drew their sidearms, adopting stable, two-handed stances, their flashlight beams held beside their barrels or gripped in support hands, all converging on the door's hinge side. The clicks of their readiness checks, slides being subtly checked, fingers settling on triggers outside the guards, echoed in the confined space like tiny bones breaking. Rick, the youngest of the 4, took a deep, audible breath and let it out slowly, fogging the air. The other officers stepped back, pressing themselves against the slimy walls, hands rising to cover their ears, mouths opening slightly to equalize pressure against the coming blast. Vance took a final look. His men were set, faces grim, eyes narrowed. The door was a stark, gray rectangle in their lights, the fresh scratches gleaming. He took a deep breath of the foul air, tasting metal and decay. "Do it." The gunfire was catastrophic in the enclosed tunnel. It wasn't a single shot, but a rapid, overlapping series of concussive roars that hit the chest like physical blows, punching the air from Vance's lungs. The sound was immense, a solid wall of noise that compressed the air in the tunnel, pressing against his eardrums. Muzzle flashes, blinding in the absolute darkness, strobed against the curved walls, casting monstrous, jerking shadows that danced and writhed. Sparks flew in brilliant orange showers as rounds struck the hardened steel of the hinge pins and the doorframe itself, ricocheting with sharp, angry whines that added to the deafening cacophony. Chips of concrete and flecks of hot metal pattered into the water around them like lethal rain. The smell of burnt propellant and hot metal flooded the tunnel, a sharp, acrid tang that cut through the centuries-old sewer stench, overwhelming it. It lasted less than 4 seconds. Silence rushed back in, but it was a new, ringing silence, thick and painful. Vance's ears whined with a high-pitched tinnitus, as if a tea kettle was screaming inside his head. Through the haze of blue-gray smoke that coiled and drifted in their flashlight beams, he saw the door. The top hinge was completely blown apart, a mangled wreck of metal hanging by a thread. The bottom hinge hung by a single, twisted strap of steel, glowing dull orange where a round had struck. The door itself sagged inwards, bowed grotesquely in the middle. As again. Bottom hinge. Finish it, Vance yelled, his own voice muffled and distant to him, like he was hearing it from underwater. 2 more shots, sharper and more distinct in the ringing quiet. Rob and Ethan fired almost in unison. The final strap of metal gave way with a sharp ping. With a final, groaning shriek of stressed steel tearing free from the frame, the entire door collapsed. It fell inwards, landing face down in the shallow water of the alcove, with a tremendous, echoing splash that soaked the legs of the forward officers and sent a wave of filthy water back out into the main tunnel. Vance was the first through the new opening, his weapon raised and sweeping in a tight arc, his flashlight held beside it in a modified FBI grip. He stepped over the fallen door, his boots slipping on the wet metal before finding purchase, the water now up to his knees inside the alcove. The space was revealed in his juddering beam. A cramped storage room, maybe 8 feet square and 7 feet high, smelling of damp concrete, ancient dust, decay, and now, the sharp reek of gunsmoke. The air was dead and still, much colder than the tunnel, carrying a chill that spoke of no recent airflow. A few city-issue cardboard boxes, water-stained and sagging, their labels blurred, lined the walls. A fat, brown water rat, stunned by the blast, scurried away from a torn cardboard flap and vanished into a dark corner with a wet plop. Clear left, Vance barked, pivoting, his light and gun barrel moving as one, scanning the empty left corner, the stacks of moldering papers on a rusted shelf. Clear right, Maddox echoed from beside him, his light probing the shadows behind the boxes, his voice tight with adrenaline. The other officers flooded in behind them, a controlled rush of splashing and heavy breathing, lights crisscrossing the small space, painting it in frantic, overlapping slices of white. There was no other door. No hidden exit in the floor or ceiling. Just 4 damp, weeping walls, the boxes, the fallen door, and the fading, ringing echo of their breach. Empty, Maddox muttered, the word thick with disappointment and a tinge of embarrassment. He lowered his gun a fraction, his shoulders slumping visibly under his tactical vest. He shot a glance at Vance, then looked away, back at the useless, blasted door. Just a goddamn rat. Wasted our time. Vance did lower his weapon. His eyes narrowed, scanned the room, the boxes, the pattern of dust on the floor near the walls. Something was off. The rat had been feeding, had been startled from one of the open boxes. On what? What was down here to eat? He nudged the nearest open box with the toe of his boot. It was a standard city storage crate, labeled Valve SEATS 4 in faded black marker. The cardboard was damp at the bottom, but intact. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of rusted machinery parts. His light illuminated a collection of tools, laid out with neat, almost fastidious care. Clean spades and trowels, their wooden handles smooth and unpainted, their metal blades gleaming with a factory-sharp edge under his flashlight. They were stacked neatly, like goods on a shelf. No dirt, no mud caked in the joints, no wear on the cutting edges. They'd never been used, not even once. Why stash new tools down here? Maddox wondered aloud, holstering his weapon with a sigh and moving closer. He crouched, the knees of his waders sinking into the water, and pulled a trowel out. It was cold, heavy, perfectly balanced. He turned it over in his gloved hand. Maintenance crews keep their gear in the depot vans. They check it out, they check it back in. This makes no sense. This is city property just sitting here. Unless you need them for something else, Vance said, his voice low, almost to himself. Something not related to city maintenance. His mind made the ugly, inevitable connection, digging. Not for pipes or valves. Shallow graves. A trenching. He felt the first real chill of the day, one that had nothing to do with the water soaking his legs, a cold knot forming in his gut. Driven by a new, grim urgency, Maddox set the trowel back in its place with a clink and began shifting the other boxes aside, his light probing deeper into the alcove. He grunted with the effort, dragging a heavy crate labeled pipe joints to the side. It scraped harshly on the concrete, the sound grating in the quiet room. Behind it, tucked into the rear corner where the shadows were deepest and the wall was slick with a dark, mossy growth, was another crate. This one was larger, made of heavier, older wood, like a military ammunition box from a surplus store. Its lid was askew, not sealed or nailed shut, just resting on top. A dark stain spread from its base into the water. Maddox's beam hit it, and he went very still. His breathing hitched, then stopped. For a long second he didn't speak, didn't move, just stared into the open crate, his body rigid. "Lieutenant," he finally said, the word a dry croak, stripped of all its earlier energy. He didn't turn around. Vance moved to his side, his boots sloshing through the water, his own light joining Maddox's. He directed the beam into the open crate. At first, his brain refused to process what he was seeing. It was too bizarre, too theatrical, like a prop from a cheap horror movie. Then the details resolved, one by one, under the stark white light. Dozens of them, stacked in neat, careful rows like precious china in a cabinet. They were masks. Beaked masks made of dark, oiled leather and dull, unpolished brass. The eye lenses were round, glassy, and utterly black, like the eyes of a dead bird. The long, protruding beaks were sinister and avian, stitched tightly along the seams. They were grotesque plague doctor visages, the signature calling card that had become synonymous with Tobias Campbell's horror show murders, splashed across every news channel for weeks. A cold, solid certainty settled in Vance's gut, heavy as a stone. This wasn't a random hideout stumbled upon by a rat. This was a staging area. An arsenal. A workshop. He pulled out his department tissue smartphone from a sealed pouch on his vest, its screen glaringly bright and anachronistic in the dark, primitive alcove. His wet gloves made the touchscreen clumsy, unresponsive. He swore under his breath, pulled a glove off with his teeth, and tried again, his cold fingers leaving smears on the glass. He swiped, tapped, pulling up the secure digital case file, the icons blurry for a second before his eyes adjusted. He found the folder for the latest victim, the one taken from the apartment just 2 nights ago. Scrolled past the grim photos of the scene until he found the evidentiary shot, the victim's bedroom, the rumpled sheets, the pillow. On it, placed with deliberate, mocking care, was one of these masks. He zoomed in, pinching the screen until the pixels resolved. The stitching pattern on the leather near the left temple, a small, irregular X where the thread had been doubled back. The specific tarnished spot on the left brass eyepiece, a greenish-black blotch shaped like a comma. The slight, distinctive warp in the lower curve of the beak, as if it had been pressed against something hot. He looked from the screen to the top mask in the crate, the one nearest to him. He leaned in, his light inches from the leather. The match was exact. Not similar. Identical. The same X stitch. The same comma-shaped tarnish. The same warp. He wasn't just in the area. He was operational. He was stalked. He was here, somewhere in this dripping, dark maze, and he was working. Vance keyed the shoulder mic of his radio, his bare thumb pressing hard on the transmit button, his knuckle white. The static crackle that preceded his voice was loud in the silent, watching space. His men were frozen, staring at the crate of nightmares, their lights fixed on the leather and brass, their faces pale and shocked in the backglow. "Command, this is Vance in Sector East," he said, his voice tight, stripped of all but urgent fact, each word clipped and clear. "We have a positive find at entry marker 227C. We have breached a storage alcove. We've located a cache." Repeat, a cache of his props. He paused, his eyes locked on the masks, choosing his next words with care, making them unambiguous for the record and for the men listening above ground. Multiple units of the primary signature item. Evidence indicates recent activity. He has been here, and he is likely still operating within the network. He took a breath, the foul air burning his lungs. "We are now in active pursuit. Advise all other teams. The hunt is hot." Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Katie's eyes burned from staring at the monitor, a gritty, sandpaper sensation that made her blink hard every few seconds. The borrowed office in the Pine Bluff precinct was a forgotten box of a room, tucked behind the evidence locker, where the floor sloped slightly toward a rust-stained drain. The air smelled of stale coffee, industrial cleaner with a lemon-scented bite, and the faint, persistent odor of mildew seeping from the baseboards, a damp, earthy smell that reminded her of a basement after a flood. A single fluorescent tube buzzed overhead, its rhythmic flicker casting a sickly greenish light on the scuffed linoleum floor and the government issue metal desk, its gray paint chipped along the edges. The hum of the aging computer was a low, constant drone, the only sound besides the occasional muffled voice from the bullpen beyond the thin wall, a sudden laugh or a raised voice that would fade back into the background murmur. She'd been at it for over an hour, the clock on the wall, a white plastic rectangle with black numbers, ticking past each minute with an audible, agonizing click. The cross-referencing was a grinding, meticulous slog. Every male in the county database between the ages of 18 and 40 filtered against the vague, useless description: quiet, possibly long-haired. She tried variations, adding parameters for prior arrests involving violence, for traffic stops near the lake, for employment records at the gym. Each search returned either hundreds of names, a scrolling list of mundane lives reduced to lines of data, or a list of zero. The town's criminal records were a testament to quiet desperation. DUIs from the lone roadhouse, domestic disturbances that never went to trial, a rash of petty theft from unlocked cars back in 03. Nothing that pointed to a man who could meticulously stage a body in a public square and vanish without a trace. The screen's glow felt like it was searing the information directly into her retinas. Frustration was a tight knot between her shoulder blades, a cord of tension that pulled at the base of her skull. She rolled her neck, hearing a soft pop, and stared at the screen until the pixels seemed to swim, the letters blurring into gray smudges. This was the part of the job they never showed on television: the dead hours of data entry, the hope that a pattern would emerge from the digital noise, the slow, sinking realization that sometimes the pattern just wasn't there to find, that you were just a person in a chair, staring at a light, waiting for a ghost to make a mistake. The door swung open with a soft, drawn-out creak of protesting hinges, and Nina Shaw shouldered her way in, her body a solid silhouette against the brighter, harsher light of the hallway. She held a cardboard tray with 2 large paper cups, steam curling from the sip holes in lazy white tendrils. She kicked the door closed with her heel, the sound a dull thud, and set the tray down on the desk with a solid, definitive thump that made the monitor wobble on its stand. A few drops of coffee sloshed over the rim of one cup, darkening the cardboard. "You look like you're trying to set the screen on fire with your mind," Nina said, her voice a dry rasp in the quiet room. She pushed one of the cups toward Katie. The sleeve was already damp with condensation, the paper soft under Katie's fingers. Katie blinked, pulling her focus back from the abyss of the database. She took a breath, the stale air filling her lungs. "I'm getting nowhere," she admitted, her own voice sounding rough from disuse, the words scraping out. She took the coffee, the heat seeping through the paper into her palms, a welcome, almost painful contrast to the room's chill. She brought it to her face, closing her eyes for a second as the rich, bitter scent cut through the room's stale air. It was an immediate, visceral lifeline. This town's criminal records are mostly traffic violations and a few bar fights from 2003. Our guy isn't in the system. Or he's in it so lightly, he doesn't even register. It's like chasing smoke. Nina lowered herself into the other chair, a stiff, wooden thing that groaned under her weight. Her movements were careful, measured, each one a conscious negotiation with the pain in her shoulder. She didn't sigh, but Katie saw the controlled exhale, the slight flare of her nostrils, the way her jaw tightened briefly before she took a slow, testing sip of her own coffee. "Well, shift gears." Staring at the same wall won't make a door appear. She set the cup down, the sound precise. "We just got an update from DC." Nina's expression was its usual granite mask, but there was a distinct spark in her tired eyes, a flicker of sharp, focused energy that hadn't been there an hour ago. Katie sat up straighter, the weariness pushed aside by professional instinct. Her spine straightened, the muscles in her back protesting the sudden movement. Campbell, the name hung between them, a loaded word. "Not him." Nina set her cup down, leaning forward slightly, her elbows on the desk. "The old wood creaked. But the sewer search team. They found a stash." The words hung in the mildewed air, tangible. Katie felt her pulse pick up, a steady, accelerating thump in her throat. She set her coffee down, careful not to spill it. "What kind of stash?" "A whole crate of them. Those goddamn plague doctor masks. The ones his little fan club wore during the op at your place." Nina's gaze was locked on Katie's, watching her reaction, measuring it. The news hit Katie like a jolt of electricity, straight down her spine. Her fingers tightened around the coffee cup, the thin cardboard buckling slightly. "Are they new?" "Factory fresh." "Worn," Nina confirmed, her voice flat. Fabric frayed at the edges, straps adjusted and retied, sweat stains on the interior lining. "They're pulling them for prints, hair, skin cells. The lab is prioritizing it." Vance says the crate was tucked into a dry lateral pipe about 100 yards from a major junction. It was wrapped in a tarp, sealed with duct tape. "It's not a discard pile." "It was stored." She paused, letting the implication settle in the quiet room, the buzz of the light suddenly loud. "This is the first tangible link we've ever gotten to one of his suspected operational sites, Katie. Not a sighting, not a theory. Physical evidence. He was there. He might still be using those tunnels. It's a place. A real place." For a long moment, Katie let the idea bloom in her mind, vivid and almost painfully bright. A world where the constant, low-grade vigilance she carried like a second skin could finally be shed. where she didn't have to glance at shadows in parking garages or study the faces in a crowd for a specific set of cold, knowing eyes. Where she could sleep through the night without a light on in the hallway, without her hand resting on the grip of the gun in her bedside drawer. Where the face that haunted the edges of her dreams, the sharp features, the detached curiosity, was just a mugshot in a closed file, a monster finally, definitively caged. The relief that washed through her was a physical ache, a deep, hollow yearning in her chest that made her breath catch. It felt like the first full breath after being underwater for too long, an expansion of lungs that had forgotten how to hold air. She realized her shoulders had crept up toward her ears. She forced them down, a conscious, deliberate relaxation. She pulled her phone from her pocket, the movement quick, her fingers cold. She typed out a text to Ben, her thumbs tapping rapidly on the glass, the soft clicks loud in the silence. Major break in DC. Masks found in sewers. Approve. They're processing now. She hit send, watching the message go through, the little delivered tag appearing. A tiny connection to the other part of her life that was also held hostage by Campbell's ghost. She didn't expect an immediate reply. He'd be in class or at the library, but sending it felt like throwing a line across a chasm. Anything on your end? Nina asked, gesturing with her chin toward the dormant computer screen. Her voice pulled Katie back into the cramped office, the smell of coffee and mildew, the reality of the chair beneath her. Dead ends, Katie said, minimizing the county database window with a sharp, decisive click of the mouse. The screen returned to a bland desktop background of rolling green hills, a generic image of peace that felt like a mockery. The mutual friend angle is a ghost. But we can't drop it. Let's walk through what we have, step by step. Out loud. She needed to hear it to structure the chaos, to use the familiar rhythm of verbal deduction to jumpstart her stalled brain. Victim 1, Dana Wren. Our Villisca parallel. Nina nodded, picking up the thread, her eyes losing focus as she accessed the memory. Stabbed multiple times, left near a library that's seen better days. The preliminary file says she was subdued first, likely from behind, based on the bruising on her neck, then the post-mortem frenzy. ME said the angle of the neck trauma suggests someone right-handed, taller than her by at least 4 inches. I'd argue it was control, not frenzy, Katie said, leaning forward, resting her own elbows on the desk, mirroring Nina's posture. She could see the crime scene photos in her mind, the stark flashlit images. The wounds were placed. Deliberate. Overkill, yes, but patterned. It was a statement. Look what I can do. Look how much time I can take. Then victim 2 changes the game entirely. Olivia Bennett, 22, personal trainer, lived a seemingly quiet life with her parents in a tidy house. Told them she went for runs at night by the lake. Nina took a slow, deliberate sip of her coffee, her eyes distant, calculating. She swallowed, the motion visible in her throat. You ever work with a personal trainer? A lifetime ago, Katie said, thinking back to her early days at Quantico, the mandatory fitness regimens, the burn in her muscles, the competitive atmosphere. Why? Then you know the drill. After a full day of demonstrating squats, holding planks, spotting clients on bench presses, the last thing anyone with sense wants to do is go for a 5-mile run in the dark. Your muscles are jelly. You're drained. You want a hot shower and a bag of frozen peas. Nina set her cup down with a soft tap. She wasn't running for fitness, Katie. Not at that hour, not after that job. She was meeting someone. The time, the location, the secrecy from her parents. And given her mother's physical reaction, when you mentioned the quiet friend with long hair. It was someone she felt she needed to hide. Someone she knew they wouldn't approve of. The logic clicked into place with satisfying solidity. Katie nodded, a new thread of purpose pulling taut in her chest. So we follow the secrecy. We need her digital footprint. Her phone's gone, but her social profiles might still be up. Friends lists, message archives, check-ins, the whole digital shadow. She opened her laptop, the fan whirring to life with a dusty sigh. She navigated to the social media platforms, her fingers flying over the keys, locating the memorialized profiles for both Dana Wren and Olivia Bennett. They loaded slowly on the precinct's sluggish Wi-Fi. They were sparse, typical for young women in a small town. Photos with friends at a county fair, sunsets over fields, the occasional gym selfie with a determined smile. Nothing obvious screamed of danger, of hidden lives. It was all surface, a curated performance of normalcy. She then scrolled through her phone's contacts, her finger stopping on a name: Amber Carmichael, Digital Forensics Unit, FBI Headquarters. She hit call and put the phone on speaker, setting it on the desk between her and Nina, the tinny ringtone echoing in the small space. The line rang twice before a cheerful, slightly harried voice answered. Carmichael. Amber, it's Katie Ford. Ford. Hey. I heard you were on something messy out in the sticks. What's up? The sound of a keyboard clacking rapidly came through the speaker, a staccato rhythm of busy work. I need a favor. Two subjects, Dana Wren and Olivia Bennett, both out of Millerton, Maryland. I need full activity logs pulled, private messages, hidden friends, deleted posts, search histories, location pings, the whole digital autopsy. And I need it yesterday. Amber whistled softly, the sound cutting through the line. That's a tall order. Jurisdiction. Paperwork. You know I love you, but my boss breathes down my neck about proper channels. The local PD has requested FBI assistance. The paperwork is being filed as we speak, Katie said, meeting Nina's raised eyebrow with a steady look. It was a stretch, but Chief Miller's request for their presence was close enough for now. Consider this a pre-authorization. These are homicides, Amber. We're looking at a potential serial pattern. 2 women, similar staging, 3 weeks apart. There was a pause on the line, more keyboard sounds, faster now. You know the drill, Katie. I can't just dip into the stream without a case number. My boss has a conniption if I so much as sneeze near a server without a form in triplicate. The case number is pending from the Baltimore field office. I'll have it for you within the hour. Can you at least queue it up? Start the polls. These platforms can be slow to respond to warrants, and every hour we lose. Another pause, longer this time. Katie could picture Amber in her cubicle in the Hoover building, surrounded by monitors glowing with data streams, weighing protocol against the unspoken urgency in Katie's voice. She could almost hear the sigh. Okay, Amber said finally, the word drawn out. Okay. I'll start the process. Build the queries, get them ready to launch. Send me the full names, dates of birth, last known profiles, aliases if you have them. The second you get me that case number, I'll hit go. But if it doesn't come through... It'll come through, Katie said, her voice firm. Thank you, Amber. And I owe you. You owe me a very large drink. And I mean large. The kind with an umbrella, somewhere without fluorescent lighting. Talk soon, the line went dead with a soft click. Katie let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, a long, slow exhale that made her ribs ache. "She's on it," she said to Nina, picking up the phone. "We'll have the data within a couple of hours, if the local SAIC pushes the paperwork through." "I'll text the info now," she typed quickly, sending the details to Amber, watching the message status change to read. "While we wait," Nina said, settling back in her chair, the wood groaning again. She took another sip of coffee, her gaze drifting from Katie to the blank, mildewed wall. The spark from the Campbell news had faded, replaced by a more familiar, deep-seated weariness that seemed to settle in the lines of her face. "What will you do when you're done with all this?" The question coming from Nina felt larger than the room, heavier than the silence. Katie studied her partner's profile, the network of fine lines around her eyes etched by decades of squinting into crime scenes and glaring at suspects, the set of her mouth that seemed permanently braced against disappointment or bad news. "You mean after this case? Or after everything?" She kept her voice neutral, but the word everything encompassed Crow, Campbell, the constant threat that had become the background noise of her life. Nina gave a dry chuckle that held no real humor, more a release of air. "Both, I suppose. But I was asking about you. Your plans. Assuming we nail this copycat and someone finally puts a bullet in Campbell's brain, what's next for Katie Ford? The Bureau forever. Teaching at Quantico. Private sector?" She turned her head, her eyes sharp again, genuinely curious. Katie didn't have an answer. The future had been a blur since Crow had taken Ben. It was a horizon she couldn't focus on, always obscured by the next crisis, the next case, the next ghost she had to chase. "I haven't thought that far ahead," she admitted, the truth feeling like a confession of a kind of poverty. "One fire at a time. That's all I can manage." She turned the question back, needing to deflect but also wanting to know. "You said you had a list. What's on it? Besides the obvious?" Nina's eyes grew distant, looking at something far beyond the mildewed wall, perhaps out the grimy window at the gray afternoon sky. "See my grandson," she said, her voice softening a fraction, the gravel in it less harsh. "He's 4. He thinks I'm a pirate because of this," she said, gesturing vaguely at her own face, at the lifetime of hard living etched into it, the scars and the weathered skin. "I want him to know me as something other than the lady who visits smelling like gun oil and has a phone that never stops buzzing. I want to build a Lego spaceship with him and not have to leave in the middle because of a call." She took a sip of coffee, her throat working as she swallowed. "Finally, take that trip to New Zealand I've been talking about for a decade. Hike some trails that don't have shell casings on them. Breathe air that doesn't smell like exhaust or cordite. Maybe learn to whittle." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. "Something useless and quiet. Something that doesn't matter to anyone but me." She shifted in her chair, trying to find a more comfortable position, and a faint, sharp wince tightened the corner of her mouth and the skin around her eyes, etching deeper lines for a second. She smoothed her expression almost instantly, a master of control, but the moment of vulnerability was stark, a crack in the armor. "The list of later is about 30 years long. It's time to start crossing things off. Before later becomes never." Before Katie could formulate a response, something that balanced respect for Nina's decision with the cold, hollow fear of facing the job without her, without that unwavering, cynical presence at her side, her laptop chimed with a new email notification. The sound was loud, electronic. The sender was Carmichael, A. "That was fast," Katie muttered, her heart giving a single hard thump against her ribs. She clicked it open, the cursor hovering over the message. The data packet was massive, a a compressed file that took a long, tense moment to download, the progress bar crawling across the screen. When she opened it, it wasn't a neat report or a summarized dossier, but a raw, sprawling dump of code, timestamps, and alphanumeric strings. The unvarnished backbone of social media activity, the digital exhaust of two lives. It was a digital canyon, deep and chaotic, and she had to find a single path through it. She must have had the warrants prepped and ready to go, Nina observed, leaning in closer to look at the screen, her shoulder brushing Katie's. Her breath smelled of coffee. Or she's bending rules. Either way, we take it. Katie didn't answer, her focus already narrowing to the stream of information, a hunter locking onto a scent. She began parsing it, her fingers moving quickly, opening a simple spreadsheet program to start organizing the chaos. It was primitive, but it was a way to impose order. Usernames, timestamps, page IDs, event codes that indicated a like, a share, a private message sent or received. She created filters, isolating Olivia Bennett's user ID, a string of numbers assigned by the platform, and began tracing its interactions over the 3 months prior to her death, building a timeline of digital behavior. The work was hypnotic, a flow state of pattern recognition that pushed everything else to the edges of her awareness. She ignored the friend of a friend noise, the public interactions with family and high school acquaintances, the birthday wishes, and the thinking of you posts. She looked for repetition, for intensity, for shadows in the data. The same profile visited again and again, the odd-hour activity, the gaps that suggested deleted content. And she found one. A single user ID, a jumble of letters and numbers, appeared 34 times in Olivia's browsing history over a 90-day period. Not in her public friends list. Not in her message inbox, which was mostly memes and plans with girlfriends and reminders about gym schedules. This was deeper, more obsessive, profile visits, sometimes multiple times a day, late at night, early in the morning. Lingering. The last visit was timestamped at 10:14 p.m. the night she died, just hours before she left for her final, fatal run. Katie highlighted the string of characters, the black box around the text feeling like a target being painted. She ran a trace within the data packet, a command that asked the raw data to cough up any associated information. The platform's metadata, attached like a tag, provided a name pulled from a years-old sign-up email. Adam Reed, she read aloud, the name feeling both significant and utterly ordinary, a name that could belong to anyone. Nina, who had been quietly watching, her eyes flicking between the spreadsheet and Katie's face, now moved. She reached for the precinct's internal directory on the clunky desktop computer, her fingers tapping the keys with deliberate, forceful strokes. "Who's that?" she asked, though she'd heard the name. A profile Olivia checked constantly. Obsessively, even, Katie pulled up the public-facing profile associated with the ID. It loaded to reveal a blank page. A default gray silhouette for a picture. No posts. No photos. No bio. Not a single piece of personal information. It's a ghost page now. Either meticulously deleted or never used beyond existing as a digital placeholder. A watcher's account. Adam Reed, Nina said, reading from her screen, her voice monotone as she recited facts. 28. Unemployed. Last known address, a rural root box in Oakwood. About 5 miles out from town, toward the state forest, she looked up, her eyes meeting Katie's. He's in the system for a minor possession charge 3 years ago. Paid a fine. Community service picking up trash along the highway. That's it. No violence. No restraining orders. A ghost in the system, too. Run him against Dana Wren's data, Katie said, her voice tight with anticipation. She could feel the puzzle pieces hovering, waiting to connect. She copied the user ID with a quick keyboard shortcut and switched filters, diving into the raw, unformatted data for Dana Wren. She initiated a search, the cursor blinking. A hit. A single line of code, highlighted in the center of the screen. Adam Reed's ID appeared there too. Less frequently, only a dozen times over a longer period, but it was a connection. A digital thread linking two women who, on the surface, moved in different social circles, worked different jobs, lived in different parts of the same small town. They were both linked to him, Katie said, the pieces locking together with an almost audible click. She leaned back, staring at the screen. He's a mutual connection. The only one we've found. The quiet friend. But his profile's blank, Nina mused, her brow furrowed in thought. She rubbed a thumb along her jawline, the sound of skin against stubble a soft whisper. So what was the connection? How did they find him? Or he them? Was it a dating app? A forum? Something offline that moved online? Katie was already scanning Dana Wren's data more carefully now, line by line, her eyes straining. Next to one instance of Adam Reed's ID, she saw not a simple record of a profile visit, but a different string of code. It was garbled, a mix of numbers and letters that looked like an error or a system glitch. UID blocked 7823. She highlighted it, the white text against the blue background, copied it, and pasted it into a reply email to Amber with a single question mark in the subject line. She hit send, the whoosh sound artificial in the quiet room. They waited. The silence in the office was heavy, charged with a static electricity of potential. Katie could hear the faint, relentless tick of the wall clock, the aggressive hum of the fluorescent light, the sound of her own breathing, which she realized was shallow. Nina sat perfectly still beside her, but her eyes were alive, scanning the data on Katie's screen as if she could decipher the meaning of the code through sheer force of will. Her right hand rested on the desk, her fingers drumming a slow, patient rhythm on the particle board. Katie's phone buzzed on the desk, a violent vibration against the wood that made them both start, a shared jolt of adrenaline. A text from Amber. Not an email. A text which meant it was off the record, fast, and bypassing any logs. Katie picked it up, the screen bright in the dim room. The message was one sentence, stark on the white background. That error code means the user blocked him. Dana Wren blocked Adam Reed's profile on that date. She read it twice, the words not changing, then looked up at Nina, the implication settling cold and heavy in her gut, like a stone dropped into still water. Dana Wren blocked Adam Reed. Sometime before she died, she actively blocked his profile. She didn't just unfriend or ignore him. She used the tool to shut him out completely. Nina's face went very still, all expression smoothing into a mask of cold comprehension. Blocking is a statement, she said, her voice low and precise. It's not just unfriending. It's, I don't want you to see me, I don't want to see you, stay away. You are not welcome, she paused, letting the weight of that action hang between them. And he was connected to Olivia Bennett, who was checking his empty profile the night she died. Maybe checking to see if he'd posted something new. Maybe worried. Maybe obsessed. He's the link, Katie said, the words final a verdict. She stood up, the chair scraping loudly on the linoleum. He's the quiet friend. The long hair. The secret. And Dana Wren tried to cut him out of her life. Nina was already pushing herself to her feet. The movement was less fluid than usual, a series of separate motions. Hands on the desk, a shift of weight, a straightening of the knees. She placed her palms flat on the desk and pushed, her shoulders hunching for a second with the effort, a tremor running through her arms. Katie saw the tendons in her hands stand out like cables, her knuckles bleaching white where they pressed against the cheap particle board. She held the position for a heartbeat, gathering herself, breathing through what was clearly a spike of pain, then straightened, her spine aligning with a conscious effort. If the news of the FBI rolling into town spooked him, and it would have, it's all anyone's talking about in a place this small, you can bet the gossip lines are burning. He's not just deleting digital profiles. He's cleaning house. Physical evidence. Photos, letters, gifts. Anything that ties him to them. Maybe even trophies. The thought was a cold splash of urgency, shocking her system. Katie stood so quickly her chair rolled back and hit the wall with a solid thud, leaving a scuff mark on the pale paint. We need to get to him before he finishes. Before he burns it all or buries it somewhere we'll never find. If he's our guy and he thinks the net is closing, he might run. Or he might decide to finish whatever pattern he started. The image of a third victim, a third staged scene, flashed in her mind, unbidden. She grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair, the heavy material cold in her hands. She shrugged it on, the familiar weight of the ballistic panel settling across her shoulders and chest, a comforting pressure. She checked her sidearm, a Glock 19, pulling it from her holster in one smooth motion. She performed a swift press check, pulling the slide back a quarter-inch to visually confirm a brass cartridge was seated in the chamber, the glint of metal reassuring in the sickly light, before reseating it with a soft click. The ritual motions were automatic, grounding, a pre-op checklist that focused her mind and body. The fatigue and frustration of the last hour were gone, burned away by a clean, sharp current of adrenaline that sharpened her vision, made the details in the room, the grain of the desk, the dust motes in the light beam, seem hyperreal. The dual possibilities, cornering a killer here in Maryland and inching closer to Campbell in D.C., were a potent, almost dizzying lure. To close 2 horrific chapters in one day felt like a distant, shimmering mirage, but she was suddenly, fiercely determined to reach it, to grasp it, to make it real. "I'll drive," Nina said, her voice leaving no room for argument. It was the voice that had cut through chaos 100 times before, the voice that gave orders in screaming firefights and quiet, tense negotiations. She headed for the door, her stride deliberate, a slight, barely perceptible hitch in her step that she controlled with visible effort. Her right arm held a little stiffly at her side. Katie followed, snatching up her laptop, snapping it shut, and grabbing her phone and the car keys from the desk. The bitter, half-finished coffee was forgotten, cooling in its soggy cardboard cup, a relic of the stalled investigation. Her mind was already leaping ahead, down the stairs, into the car, onto the rural roads leading to Oakwood, plotting the fastest route on the map in her head. She was mapping the approach to a rural property, running through the tactical questions that were second nature. Was Reed alone? Was he armed? Would he run into the woods? Were there outbuildings, a basement, places to hide or ambush? What was the cover like approaching the house? The hallway of the precinct was a blur of noise and movement. Deputies at their desks talking on phones, the crackle of a dispatcher's voice calling out a fender bender on Route 40, the greasy smell of burnt microwave popcorn hanging in the air. Katie and Nina moved through it like a single entity, a force of purpose that parted the mundane atmosphere around them. Deputies looked up, their conversations pausing as they passed, sensing the shift in energy, the focused intent. Katie met no one's eyes, her gaze fixed on the double doors at the end of the hall that led to the parking lot. Nina was a half step ahead, a solid moving barrier. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The case had shifted from a digital hunt in a stale room to a physical race against time on backcountry roads. The man named Adam Reed was no longer a ghost in a database, a string of code. He was a destination, a point on a map, a person who might have answers or who might be a monster. And they were on their way, the clock ticking down with every step they took toward the exit, the gray afternoon light waiting for them outside. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The cottage sat back from the road, shielded by a line of skeletal trees at the edge of a fallow field. The wind coming off the open land had a bite to it, a damp, insistent cold that seeped through the fabric of Katie's jacket. It carried the smell of damp earth and last year's dead corn stalks, a dry, papery scent of decay. Pine Bluff was 2 miles behind them, a speck in the rearview mirror, its water tower just a gray smudge against a low, flat sky the color of a bruise. This was the kind of isolated spot where screams went unheard, where a car could sit for days before anyone thought to question it. The only sound was the wind whistling through the bare branches, a lonely, tuneless song. Nina killed the engine 100 yards down the gravel lane, letting the sedan roll to a stop in the shallow ditch. The silence that followed was immediate and heavy, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine and the distant, rasping caw of a crow. Katie watched the property through the passenger window, her eyes cataloging points of entry, cover, escape routes. The house was a single-story cottage, longer than it was wide, with vinyl siding that looked too new and too bright for the weathered rural setting. A silver sedan, dusty from the gravel roads, was parked on the cracked concrete pad that served as a driveway. No fences. Just open, rolling land, the grass brown and matted, fading into a distant tree line that marked the beginning of a woodlot. Plenty of room to run. The curtains on all the visible windows were drawn tight, blank eyes against the siding. Katie felt the familiar click of a lead slotting into place, a subtle tightening in her gut, a coiling of muscle and attention. In places like this, secrets had a short shelf life. Someone always knew something. The question was whether they'd talk, or whether they'd look at the badge and see just another outsider to be stonewalled. Nina opened her door, the sound harsh and metallic in the quiet. She stepped out, one hand resting on the roof of the sedan, and slowly scanned the property, her head turning in a deliberate, practiced arc. Her other hand hovered near the butt of her service weapon, not touching it but ready, her fingers curled loosely. Her breath fogged briefly in the cold air. After a full minute, she leaned back into the car, her voice a low murmur meant only for Katie. Curtains are drawn on the east-facing window. Back doors visible from here looks shut. No movement. No dogs that I can see or hear. She paused, her gaze fixed on the front porch. But the storm door's unlatched. It's moving. Just a fraction. I see it. Katie focused. The outer storm door, a flimsy aluminum frame with a glass insert, was indeed not quite closed. It shifted minutely in the wind, a faint, intermittent click of metal on metal, just audible when the gust died down. I see it. He's going to bolt, Nina said, straightening up again, her voice still low. She flexed the fingers of her right hand, the one that had been shot months ago, a habitual test of its mobility. I can feel it. Place has the stillness of someone watching from a crack. Listening. Katie got out, her own door closing with a soft, definitive click that seemed to echo. The gravel crunched loudly under her boots, each step a proclamation of their presence. She adjusted her own jacket, ensuring her badge was visible on her belt, her hand brushing the grip of her Glock. "How do you want to handle it?" Nina's eyes never left the cottage. She was a statue of focused intent, her shoulders squared, her weight balanced on the balls of her feet. "You're fine. Your call." The trust was a tangible thing, a weight handed over without ceremony. It was the product of countless scenes like this, of breached doors and silent understandings, of covering fire and covered exits. It was Nina saying, "You're ready." "You laid." Katie nodded once, a sharp dip of her chin accepting it. "I'll take the door. You cover the driveway and that open field to the south. If he runs, stop him. If he plays nice, join me inside." "Copy that." Nina didn't waste a second. She moved off the gravel and onto the spongy, frost-rimed grass, her steps silent, angling for a position behind the bulk of a mature oak tree that gave her a clear line of sight to both the front door and the wide, empty field behind the house. She melted into the shadow of the trunk, becoming just another part of the landscape. She gave Katie a single, sharp nod, her face all hard angles and concentration. Katie turned and walked up the drive, her footsteps deliberately loud and steady on the loose stone. The wind pushed at her back, cold fingers plucking at her clothes. The cottage was nicer than she'd expected for an unemployed 28-year-old. Fresh white paint, neat black shutters, a tidy but empty flower bed lined with railroad ties filled with gray mulch. It spoke of inherited money, not earned. She stepped onto a small concrete porch, noting a single worn pair of men's sneakers by the door, the laces tangled. She knocked, the sound sharp and authoritative, 3 solid raps that she felt in her knuckles. She counted to 15 in her head, listening. No answer from within, no floorboard creak, no muffled voice. She knocked again, harder, the heel of her fist making the flimsy storm door rattle violently in its frame. "The FBI. Open the door." She leaned slightly, putting her ear close to the wood, holding her breath. Nothing." Then, a faint shuffle, the distinct creak of a floorboard under weight, the sound moving toward the door. Through the distorted fisheye lens of the peephole, the interior was a warped mosaic of beige wall and shadow. Then a dark shape moved, blotting out the light from the other side, a smudge of pale skin and dark hair in the convex glass. "Adam Reed. The FBI. Open the door now." "A beat. Do." She could almost hear the held breath on the other side. Then the metallic snick-snick of a deadbolt turning, the heavier thud of a lower lock disengaging. The door swung inward just enough to reveal a sliver of a man, the security chain pulled taut across the gap. Tall, gaunt, with lank, greasy brown hair that brushed his shoulders. He was wearing a faded gray t-shirt with a stretched neck and loose sweatpants. His eyes were wide, the pupils dilated even in the dim hallway light, giving him a startled, rabbit-like look. The skin around his mouth was pale and tight. "Who are you?" His voice was a reedy whisper, cracking on the second word. He licked his lips, a quick, nervous flick of the tongue. Katie held her credentials up to the gap, letting him see the badge and her photo, keeping her other hand visible at her side. "Special Agent Katie Ford, Federal Bureau of Investigation. We need to speak with you regarding several homicides. May we come in?" He blinked rapidly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. He looked past her, his gaze darting toward the oak tree where Nina was concealed, then back to her face, his eyes searching hers for something, a threat, a lie, a way out. "I'm okay." Sure, the words were breathy, resigned. The chain rattled, a cheap metal sound, and he opened the door fully, stepping back into the shadows of the hallway, his body language yielding, making space. The easy compliance put her on guard, sent a low-voltage alert humming up her spine. Resistance was expected: fear, anger, confusion, even belligerent refusal. This placid acceptance felt like a performance, a first layer to be peeled back. She glanced back over her shoulder and motioned with a quick, open-palmed hand gesture for Nina to approach. Then she stepped across the threshold, the toe of her boot scuffing on a worn welcome mat that read, "Go away," in faded letters. The entryway was small but surprisingly opulent, with thick, cream-colored carpet that swallowed their footsteps, the fibers dense and new. The air was warm and stale, carrying a faint, sweet odor of mildew and unwashed laundry, undercut by the overwhelming chemical tang of a plug-in air freshener stuck in an outlet, something faux citrus and cloying. A cheap console table held a small pile of unopened mail, a set of car keys, and a single, empty beer bottle. He led them past it into a sunken living room, dominated by a massive, black leather sectional sofa that looked expensive and uncomfortable, the leather creaking as he brushed against it. A huge flat-screen television was mounted on the wall, dark and silent like a monolith. The room was too warm, the heat cranked up, the dry air catching in Katie's throat. Every surface was clean, but devoid of personal touches. No photos on the mantel, no books on the built-in shelves, no art on the walls except for a generic landscape print, still in its plastic wrapping leaning against a baseboard. It felt like a staged model home, or a hiding place for someone who didn't actually live there. "Can I get you something?" "A coffee." "Water?" Reed asked, hovering near the arm of the sofa. He rubbed his palms on his sweatpants, a nervous, repetitive motion, then shoved them into his pockets, then pulled them out again. His eyes kept jumping between the two agents. "We're fine," Katie said, remaining standing near the entrance to the room, positioning herself so she could see both Reed and the hallway he'd come from, and the archway to what looked like a dining area. Nina entered silently a moment later and took up a post near the archway leading back to the front door, her arms crossed loosely, her posture relaxed but her eyes missing nothing, scanning the room's corners, the ceiling, the closed doors. The man's friendliness felt brittle, a thin veneer over a deep well of anxiety. "Are you Adam Reed?" "That's me." He perched on the very edge of the sofa arm, his hands clasped tightly between his knees, his shoulders hunched up around his ears. His gaze kept flicking to Nina, then back to Katie, as if trying to decide which one was the greater threat. "What's this about?" "Is this about Dana?" "I already talked to the sheriff's deputy last week." He said it like a plea, hoping this was just a follow-up, something routine. "You're aware of the murders in the area," Katie stated, not a question, her tone flat, leaving no room for him to define the parameters. He shifted on the arm, the leather squeaking. "Just the one. Dana Wren." "She was stabbed." He shook his head, a loose, wobbly gesture that made his hair swing. "Awful. Just awful. I saw it on the news." "You knew Dana Wren?" A strange, tight smile touched his lips, there and gone in a flash, a grimace that twisted and vanished. It didn't reach his eyes, which remained wide and watchful. "Yeah. I knew her. Probably better than I should have." He gave a small, self-deprecating shrug that was meant to look casual, but only made him seem more tense. Nina's voice cut through the warm, still room, flat and cold as a slate tombstone. "You find that amusing?" The smile vanished as if slapped away. His face went pale, the blood draining so quickly Katie could track it. "No. No, I didn't mean, look, I'll be straight with you. Dana was a piece of work. Pretty, yeah, but she loved to lead a guy on, Get him all invested. Texting all hours, sending pictures, not like that, just selfies, but you know, the smile, the hair. He mimed flipping hair over a shoulder, a clumsy, effeminate gesture. Then she'd act all shocked and offended when he finally took the bait. He stood up abruptly, as if he couldn't bear to sit still, and wandered to the brick fireplace, which was clean and empty, not even a decorative log. He leaned against the mantel, studying his own reflection in the ornate, gilt-framed mirror above it, avoiding their eyes. It was a game to her. The power trip. See how wound up she could get some lonely idiot before she cut the string. Is that why she blocked you on every platform? Text, social media, everything? Katie asked, keeping her tone neutral, observational, like a doctor noting symptoms. He turned slowly, leaning his back against the mantel now, crossing his arms over his thin chest. A defensive posture, closing himself off. We went out. Once. To a movie over in Spring Ridge. Some superhero thing. I read the room wrong, thought we were having a good time. I tried to kiss her goodnight. In the parking lot. She wasn't having it. He looked down at his feet, clad in mismatched socks. Pushed me away, got in her car, left. Didn't even say goodbye. He looked up, his expression a mix of remembered humiliation and a simmering, petulant anger. After that, I kept texting. Apologizing. Asking for another shot. Explaining I'd misread things. She made it clear she wasn't interested. Really clear. So she blocked me. It's everywhere. Did you assault her? Nina's question was a blade, delivered without inflection, without any preparatory softening. It was meant to startle, to see the flinch. His head snapped up, his eyes flashing with something that looked like genuine outrage. No. God, no, I just tried to kiss her. That's it. One stupid move. He ran a hand through his lank hair, making it stick up in greasy clumps, then dragged the same hand down his face, pulling at the skin under his eyes. But a girl who plays games like that, she's gonna meet the wrong guy someday. Someone who doesn't take no for an answer. Someone who gets angry instead of embarrassed. He said it with a kind of grim prophecy, as if he'd played the scenario out in his head many times. Katie kept her expression neutral, a blank slate. She let the implication hang in the stale, overheated air for a moment, let him hear his own words echo. Where were you Thursday night, between the hours of 8 p.m. and midnight? He tapped the face of his smartwatch, waking the screen, peering at it as if the data there would save him. And here, by myself. Watched a couple movies on streaming, played some games online. World of Warcraft, my guild had a raid. No one can verify that. No deliveries, no phone calls, no one on voice chat with you. Nope, he popped the P, a hint of defiance creeping into his voice, a teenager's stubbornness. I keep to myself. My guildmates are just voices. They don't know where I live. I ordered a pizza Wednesday, not Thursday. He shrugged, the gesture of practiced apathy that didn't match the corded tension in his neck and the way his jaw was working. I'm a night owl. I sleep days sometimes. You live here alone? Katie asked, letting her gaze sweep the room again, taking in the expensive, impersonal furnishings, the sheer size of the place for one person. This is a substantial property. Mortgage must be steep for someone who doesn't work. My mom left it to me. She died 2 years ago. Pancreatic cancer. He said it flatly, a rehearsed fact, no emotion attached. I don't work. Did some CNC machining over in Riverside for a while. Wasn't for me. The noise, the people, the schedule. He shrugged again, a full-body twitch. I get by. The house is paid off. She had life insurance. I'm careful. Do you know Olivia Bennet? His posture changed instantly, softening. The defensiveness bled away, replaced by something more genuine, more open. His crossed arms loosened. A slight, sad smile touched his mouth, transforming his face from sullen to gentle. Eliza. Editha. And of course. She's a friend. The use of the nickname was casual, intimate. Katie noted it, filed it. How often did you see her? Maybe once a month. Sometimes more if she was having a rough time. He pushed off the mantle and took a few steps into the room, his movements less jerky now, animated by talking about her. Her parents are super strict, really religious. This place was her sanctuary, I guess. She'd come over, we'd order pizza, watch dumb TV. Just hang out where no one was judging her for what music she liked or what she wanted to do with her life. He gestured vaguely at the giant TV. She loved those baking competition shows. The dramatic ones. We'd make bets on who'd get kicked off. That explained the unaccounted for time, the gaps in her parents' knowledge. A secret safe house with a friend who lived off the grid. Our data shows she visited your social media profile frequently over the last 6 months, but your profile is completely blank. No photos, no posts. Why is that? He looked genuinely puzzled for a second, his brow furrowing, then his expression cleared. To go. Right. We played this stupid online word game. A Scrabble knockoff. Word wizards or something. To start a match, she had to send an invite through my profile. That's the only reason she'd ever click on it. That's all, he offered a weak, almost shy smile. I'm not really into social media. It's all just people pretending. Nina, who had been a silent, watchful statue by the archway, stepped forward. The movement was deliberate, a shift of weight that broke her stillness, and it made Reed flinch, his eyes snapping to her. Her gaze locked on him, unblinking, her face a mask of solemn authority. Adam, we need to inform you of something. She paused, letting the formality of the words land. Olivia Bennet is dead. We found her body this morning. Adam Reed froze. Every muscle in his body seemed to lock simultaneously, a full system seizure. His eyes, wide and shocked, darted from Nina's stern face to Katie's, searching for the lie, the cruel joke, the hidden camera. His mouth opened, forming a small O, but no sound came out for a long 3 count. The only noise was the hum of the furnace kicking on in the basement below. What? He finally whispered, the word a dry scrape of air. No. That's not, you're lying. That's not funny. He took a half step back, bumping into the edge of the sofa. I'm afraid not, Katie said, her voice steady, calm, the voice used for delivering the worst news. She watched him closely, every micro-expression, the dilation of his pupils, the tremor that started in his lower lip. She was found near the river, off Oakwood Green. She was the victim of a homicide. A sound escaped him, a choked, wet gasp, as if the air had been punched from his lungs. The color drained from his face, leaving it a sickly, waxy gray. He stumbled backward, his legs hitting the edge of the sofa, his balance gone. He collapsed onto the cushions, his body folding in on itself like a marionette with cut strings. He grabbed a beige throw pillow, clutched it to his chest with both arms, and buried his face in it, his shoulders hunching up to his ears. The silence in the room was broken only by the muffled, ragged sound of his breathing into the fabric, fast and shallow. Then the sobs broke through, quiet at first, hitching breaths, then becoming ragged, open weeping. He rocked back and forth, the pillow still pressed to his face, a low, animal moan vibrating through him. No. No, 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 not Lisa. She can't be. She can't be. His voice was thick, distorted by grief and the pillow, each word a struggle. She was my only friend. The last word was a wail, swallowed by the cushion. Katie exchanged a glance with Nina. Nina's face was impassive, but her eyes were narrowed, analyzing, watching the way his fingers clawed into the pillowcase, the violent tremor in his legs. This was the critical moment. Was it performance or genuine collapse? The line between a sociopath's mimicry and true shattered grief was often in the small, uncontrollable details. Reed's weeping intensified, becoming less muffled as he pulled the pillow away from his face. His features were contorted, slick with tears and snot, his mouth a twisted gash of pain. He stared at the pillow as if it were a foreign object, his breath coming in sharp, hitching gasps that shook his whole frame. Then, with a sudden, guttural cry of anguish that seemed to tear from his chest, his fingers clawed at the cushion's fabric, digging in, twisting. A seam ripped with a loud, tearing sound that was shockingly loud in the quiet room. He hurled the pillow across the room with surprising force. It smacked against the blank television screen with a dull thud and fell limply to the carpet. He pressed the heels of his hands into his eye sockets, grinding them, his whole body trembling violently. Why? He moaned, the word barely intelligible, slurred by saliva and despair. Why? Who would do that? Who would hurt her? He dropped his hands, his red-rimmed, devastated eyes finding Katie's. And she was good. She was the only good thing. The anguish seemed too visceral, too unhinged to be fake. The ripped cushion, the animal sounds of grief, the complete physical collapse, the snot, the tears, the shaking that seemed to originate in his bones. It was either an Oscar-worthy display powered by a profound understanding of human breakdown, or it was the real, ugly, unvarnished face of loss. Katie's profiler mind clicked through the checklist, even as her own gut tightened in a sympathetic knot. This weeping, frail man, with his narrow shoulders and nervous, long-fingered hands, didn't have the physical presence to overpower a fit, strong woman like Dana Wren in a violent, close-quarters struggle. The logistics of subduing Olivia, killing her, then transporting her body to a remote riverside spot in the middle of the night seemed beyond his capabilities, both physically and in terms of the cold nerve required. The emotional signature here was chaotic, desperate, messy grief. The killer they were hunting was cold, controlled, meticulous, leaving a staged scene with a clinical signature. The profile didn't fit. Not even close. Katie caught Nina's eye again. Nina gave a micro shake of her head, almost imperceptible, a slight tightening at the corner of her mouth. Not our guy. Katie moved closer, stopping a few feet from the sofa, close enough to be present, not so close as to crowd him. Oh, she didn't sit. She kept her hands loose at her sides, her posture open, non-threatening. We're sorry for your loss, Adam. Truly, she let the words sit for a beat. If you can help us, you might be able to help catch who did this. That's the only point left now. Justice for her. He wiped his nose on the sleeve of his t-shirt, leaving a dark, wet smear. He took a shuddering, deep breath that hitched halfway, trying to compose himself. It was a futile effort. Fresh tears welled and spilled over, tracing clean paths through the mess on his cheeks. What's the point? He mumbled, staring at the wall behind her, his eyes unfocused, glazed with shock. She's gone. She's just gone. And I was here, playing fucking video games. A fresh sob racked him, and he curled forward, wrapping his arms around his stomach as if in physical pain. Did she ever mention anyone who made her uncomfortable? Katie pressed, her voice gentle but persistent. A customer at the gym, someone online, a stranger who paid too much attention. Was she worried about anything recently? Did she seem afraid? He was silent for a long time, his breath still hitching, his body rocking slightly. He seemed to be turning something over in his mind, wrestling with it, his brow furrowed in concentration amidst the grief. Finally he spoke, his voice hoarse and ragged. She was getting into some weird stuff lately. Not drugs. Nothing like that. Just dark stuff. Historical stuff. He looked up, his eyes focusing on Katie with a new intensity. Like really dark. Katie felt a prickle of alertness, a sharpening of all her senses. What kind of dark, historical stuff? I need my phone, he said suddenly, pushing himself up from the sofa. He swayed on his feet for a second, unsteady, bracing a hand on the leather backrest. It's in the kitchen, charging. She sent me a link. Last week. I thought it was just another one of her things. Her phases. I didn't really look at it. He shuffled out of the living room, his shoulders slumped, his footsteps dragging on the thick carpet, disappearing down a short hallway to the left. The moment he was out of sight, Nina was at Katie's side, her voice a bare whisper that didn't carry past Katie's ear. He's not our guy. The grief's real. The physical collapse, the snot, the tearing at the cushion, that's not theater, that's a nervous system short-circuiting. She kept her eyes on the hallway. But I don't like his story about Dana Wren. She was gonna meet the wrong guy. That's the language of someone who feels justified, who sees the violence as her fault, not the perpetrator's. Pushy turns to violent real fast with that mindset. He might not have killed Olivia, but I wouldn't cross him off for Dana on a bad night. He's been brutally honest about the harassment, though, Katie countered, keeping her own voice low, her ears straining for any sound from the kitchen, a drawer opening, a window sliding up. If he'd killed her, he'd have crafted a better lie. He'd have said they were just friends, or he barely knew her. He wouldn't have volunteered that he was blocked everywhere, that he'd been publicly humiliated. He's socially awkward, possessive, probably desperately lonely. But a double murderer. A planner who stages bodies. I'm not seeing it. The psychology is all wrong. We'll swab him before we leave, Nina said, her tone leaving no room for argument. She'd already palmed a small, clear evidence bag and a sterile swab kit from the inner pocket of her jacket, the movement so smooth it was nearly invisible. Quietly. Get a coffee cup, a soda can from the trash if we have to. See if his DNA turns up on Dana Wren. It's the only way to be sure. Grief doesn't preclude guilt. Sometimes it fuels it. The silence from the kitchen stretched. 5 seconds. 10. Too long for just grabbing a phone off a charger. Katie felt a thread of unease tighten in her chest. Her hand drifted closer to her hip. Adam, she called out, taking a step toward the hallway, her boots silent on the carpet. He reappeared, clutching a smartphone in one hand and a wad of paper towels in the other. His eyes were red-rimmed and puffy, his nose raw. Sorry. I needed a second. He blew his nose into the towels, a wet, honking sound, then balled them up, looking around vaguely for a trash can before just holding the damp wad. He unlocked the phone with a trembling thumb, swiped a few times, his finger slipping on the screen, and then held it out to Katie. And here. It's our text thread. The last thing she sent me. Before he couldn't finish. Katie took the phone. The screen was warm from his grip. It showed a messaging app. The contact was saved as Lisa3. The last message from her, sent 5 days ago, was a single blue hyperlink with no accompanying text, no context. Just a digital breadcrumb. Katie tapped it, her own pulse picking up a notch. Her breath caught in her throat as the page began to load, the little circle spinning. A complex, graphic-heavy website rendered slowly on the small screen, images popping into place one by one. "What is it?" Nina asked, leaning in close, her shoulder brushing Katie's, peering over her shoulder. Her breath smelled of the coffee she'd drunk in the car. The page loaded completely. It was slick, professionally designed, but with a deliberately macabre, almost gothic aesthetic. The background was a dark charcoal gray. At the top, in stylized, jagged font that looked like blood spatter turned into type, spelled out the title, The Unresolved. Below it, a tagline in a cleaner, smaller font, History's Darkest Chapters. Never closed. And directly below that, taking up the center of the screen, was the headline of the latest episode, in stark white letters against a black rectangle. Episode 47, The Kingsbury Run Butcher, The Torso Murders That Cleveland Buried. Beneath the headline was a haunting, grainy black and white photograph of a desolate urban ravine in the 1930s, trash strewn along its banks, a lone figure in a hat standing far in the distance. The accompanying text began, "In the depths of the Great Depression, as a city struggled to survive, a predator operated with impunity in its industrial heart. At least 12 victims, dismembered, beheaded, left in pieces along the filthy banks of Kingsbury Run. The police were overwhelmed, the press hysterical. And the city, in the end, chose to look away, to bury the stories along with the victims, sacrificing justice for the semblance of order." Katie scrolled down with her thumb. The page was long, a deep dive, filled with archival photos of police standing over tarpaulin-covered shapes, scanned newspaper headlines screaming, "Torso Slayer Strikes Again," in bold, old-fashioned type, and maps of Cleveland marked with red XS along the run. There were footnotes, citations, audio clips of historians. It was an obsessive, meticulously researched dive into one of America's most infamous unsolved serial murder cases. She looked up from the phone, her mind racing, connecting fragments with a series of quiet, mental clicks. The sewer smell Nina had noted at the first scene, the damp, filthy, enclosed space. The clinical, almost surgical dismemberment suggested in the coroner's preliminary notes. A city that looked away. She met Nina's eyes and saw the same cold understanding dawning there, a hardening of her gaze, a slight tightening around her mouth. This wasn't a random fan tribute to a recently dead killer. This was a roadmap. A textbook. "Adam," Katie said, her voice carefully controlled, masking the surge of adrenaline. "Did Olivia talk to you about this? About this website? This podcast?" He nodded, wiping his eyes again with the back of his hand, the paper towels forgotten. "Yeah. She was obsessed with it for a couple weeks. Listened to all the episodes, I think. She'd have her earbuds in while we were watching TV sometimes." He hugged his arms around himself, a self-comforting gesture. She said it was about more than just murder. She said it was about how the system fails people. How the truth gets buried if it's too ugly or too expensive to dig up. He looked at the phone in Katie's hand as if it were a poisonous thing. "I thought it was just a morbid phase. She was like that sometimes. She'd get really into something dark, true crime documentaries, horror movies, then move on to something else. She said it helped her understand the world. Did she ever mention contacting the person who makes this? The host. Commenting on the site, sending an email. Reed frowned, thinking, his eyes losing focus as he looked inward. I don't think so. She just listened. She said the host had a creepy voice, calm, too calm, but he knew his stuff. Knew all the details the regular news never talked about. He looked from Katie's face to the phone in her hand, a new, dawning fear entering his eyes, cutting through the grief. Why? What does this have to do with what happened to her? You don't think because she listened to some stupid podcast? Katie didn't answer directly. She handed the phone back to him, her movements deliberate. We need that link. Can you forward it to me? She recited her secure work email address, watching as his shaking fingers navigated to the sharing menu, fumbled, found the email icon. What's the name? He asked, his voice small. Okay. Forward. At the FBI domain, she watched him type a hunt and peck method, his index finger stabbing at the screen. A moment later, Katie felt her own phone buzz in her pocket with the received email. Thank you, she said. Did she ever mention any other cases from this podcast? Any others she was particularly interested in? He was staring at the torn cushion on the floor, his face a mask of fresh misery, his mind clearly replaying memories of Olivia on that sofa, laughing at the TV. I don't know. Maybe. There was one about an axe murder in some small town 100 years ago. In Iowa. A whole family. And something else, something about oil murders out west. Indians, I think. She said it was about greed. His voice broke, cracking with emotion. I wasn't really paying attention. I just listened because she wanted to talk about it, To have someone to discuss it with, he looked up, his expression utterly shattered. I should have listened better. I should have asked questions. Nina stepped forward then, her movements smooth and purposeful. She held up the small swab kit, the packaging crinkling softly. Adam, we need to eliminate you from our investigation formally, so we can focus our resources on finding who did this. It's just procedure. Standard for anyone who had a close connection to the victim. Her tone was matter of fact, almost bored, draining any accusation from the request. Would you mind providing a DNA sample? A quick cheek swab. It's painless and it helps us rule people out. He looked at the kit with dull, resigned eyes. He didn't ask why, didn't protest, didn't demand a lawyer. The fight, if he'd ever had any, was gone, washed away in the tide of grief. He just nodded, a slow, heavy movement. I'm okay. Whatever you need. If it helps find who did it. Open wide, please. Just for a second, Nina's hands were steady, professional. She tore open the sterile package, extracted the long swab. He complied, tilting his head back slightly, his mouth opening. She swabbed the inside of his cheek firmly, rotated the tip, then withdrew it and carefully inserted it into the plastic tube, snapping the end off to seal it. She labeled the bag with a Sharpie from her pocket, read Adam. 1023. Bennett/OS. The whole process took less than 15 seconds. Katie used the moment to take one more slow, comprehensive scan of the room. The opulent, empty sadness of it. The hiding place that had become a tomb of memories for a lonely man. He wasn't their killer. But he was a piece of the puzzle, a witness to the victim's state of mind. Olivia Bennett had been here, in the sterile, overheated space, diving into tales of historic, systemic evil. Why? Was it just a morbid hobby, or was it a clue to what she'd sensed, what she'd stumbled into? "We'll be in touch if we have more questions," Katie said, as Nina finished sealing the evidence bag into her jacket. "And we'll let you know when Olivia's body is released to her family. The medical examiner's office will contact them." He just nodded again, not looking at them, already retreating back into the shock, his gaze fixed on some middle distance, his arms wrapped tightly around himself. He looked younger than 28 and utterly lost. They let themselves out, the heavy front door clicking shut behind them. The cold afternoon air felt cleansing, sharp, and real after the stifling, grief-thickened heat inside. Katie took a deep breath, the cold burning her lungs, clearing her head. They walked in silence back to the car, the gravel loud underfoot. Nina got behind the wheel, started the engine, and turned the heat on high, blasting away the chill that had settled in the car. She didn't pull away immediately, just sat with her hands on the wheel, staring at the cottage in the rearview mirror. Katie pulled out her phone, her fingers cold and stiff. She tapped the link Adam had shown her one more time, staring at the podcast page glowing on the small screen. The Unresolved. The latest episode title stared back at her in stylized blood spatter font. The Kingsbury Run Butcher, the torso murders that Cleveland buried. Olivia Bennett had listened to this episode days before she died. Days before someone bisected her with an industrial machine and laid her in a ravine like a discarded exhibit. And Nina. Katie held the phone across the console. "Look at this." Nina took it, read the screen, and was quiet for a long time. When she looked up, the skepticism was gone. In its place was something Katie had rarely seen on her partner's face. The cold, focused certainty of a hunter who has just found the first real track. "Well," Nina said, handing the phone back. "Now we know where he's shopping for inspiration." Katie put the car in gear and pulled away from the cottage, the headlights sweeping across the empty fields. Behind them, Adam Reed's silhouette stood in the doorway, watching them leave, his phone still clutched in his hand like a talisman against the dark. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The water ran hot for nearly an hour. He stood under the punishing spray, letting the heat build until the glass door fogged, and the small bathroom filled with a dense, wet steam that smelled of chlorine from the town's water supply. He adjusted the knob another fraction, wincing as the water crossed the threshold from painfully hot to scalding. The sensation was a sharp, focused burn that began at the crown of his head and sheeted down his neck and back. His skin flushed a deep, angry pink. He needed to burn it all away. The swamp's damp chill, the memory of dragging weight through mud, the faint, clinging scent of decay that seemed embedded in his nasal passages no matter how he breathed. He took the bar of industrial soap from the wire rack, a harsh, orange block meant for scrubbing garage floors, bought for its grit and its lack of floral scent. The label had long since worn away. He worked it into a thick, abrasive lather in his palms, the sound harsh and grating in the tiled enclosure. He started with his hands, scouring every crease of his knuckles, the webbing between his fingers, the half-moons of his nail beds. He used the corner of the soap bar to dig under each nail, scraping out the invisible grit of swamp mud, and the phantom, coppery residue he could still smell in his sinuses. He scrubbed until the skin of his fingertips turned white and wrinkled, then kept scrubbing. He moved up his arms, the lather turning a faint gray-brown as it sluiced down his body and swirled at his feet before disappearing down the drain. He paid special attention to his forearms, where brambles had caught his sleeves. He imagined every microscopic fiber, every speck of pollen, every atom of the place being stripped away by the chemical soap and the near-scalding water. He washed his hair 3 times, his scalp stinging from the assault. He scrubbed his face with the bar directly, rubbing it over his forehead, cheeks, and jaw until the skin felt raw and new, like a fresh sheet of paper. He turned, let the water beat against the back of his neck, his shoulders, working the soap over every inch of his torso, his legs, the tops of his feet. He bent, scrubbed the soles of his feet against the textured floor of the tub. A single stray fiber caught in the drain catch, a dark thread, maybe an inch long. He shut off the water. The sudden silence was broken only by the final drip from the shower head and the low hum of the bathroom fan. He crouched, water dripping from his nose and chin, and plucked the thread from the metal grid. He held it up to the fogged glass, a sliver of black against the white haze. He rolled it between his thumb and forefinger, applying pressure until it disintegrated into nothing. Then he turned the water back on, rinsed that hand, and soaped it again. An errant speck under a fingernail seen by that nosy neighbor walking her dog at dawn, a partial boot print in the soft earth near the quarry that didn't match the hiking trails. It would be enough. He couldn't afford a single mistake. Precision was the difference between a footnote and a legacy. Finally, the water began to run perfectly clear. He shut it off a second time. He stood there for a full minute, dripping, listening to the empty house. The only sounds were the plink-a-plink from the showerhead onto the tub floor and the fan's monotonous drone. He pushed the door open, the cooler air of the bathroom raising goose flesh on his scorched skin. The contrast was a shock, a welcome clarity. He used a clean, white towel from the stack on the shelf, blotting himself dry with methodical pats, not rubs. He examined the towel afterwards, holding it up to the light. No streaks, no transferred grime. Pure white. He wrapped a second towel around his waist. The mirror was still fogged. He didn't wipe it. He had no desire to see his own face, the ordinary, forgettable vessel that contained his extraordinary mind. The reflection would only show the man the world expected to see, not the architect beneath. He padded, barefoot, across the cool laminate floor of the hallway, his feet leaving damp, fleeting prints that evaporated within seconds. The office was a small, spare room. The desk was a government tissue steel model, salvaged years ago from a county office surplus auction. It was clean, its surface holding only a keyboard, a mouse, a wired lamp with a green glass shade, and a single framed photograph turned face down. He did not sit immediately. He walked to the window and adjusted the blinds with 2 fingers, closing a sliver of gap through which a neighbor might, theoretically, see the glow of his monitor. Then he sat in the worn leather chair, the springs sighing under his weight. He pressed the power button on the computer tower tucked beneath the desk. The fan whirred to life with a dusty rattle, the monitor flickering from black to a pale blue login screen. His fingers, still pruned and tender from the water, typed the password with practiced, quiet taps. The local news portal was his homepage. It loaded with agonizing slowness, the progress bar inching across the screen. He leaned forward, elbows on the cool metal desk, his breath shallow. He became aware of his own heartbeat, a steady, impatient thump in his ears. There. His work was the lead story. Millerton Killer Strikes Again. The headline was in a bold, black font. He clicked it, the mouse click unnaturally loud in the quiet room. The article was disappointingly short. 3 paragraphs. He scanned it quickly, his eyes darting across the screen like a predator assessing prey. The body of an unidentified female was discovered early Sunday morning. An ongoing investigation. Authorities are urging anyone with information, No photos of the scene. No mention of the specific positioning, the artistry of it. No insightful commentary from a retired profiler or a fascinated historian. Just the bare, bland facts, written with the dispassionate tone of a grocery store circular. He read it again, slower this time, his index finger tracing each line on the screen, looking for the code words, the subtle nods a knowledgeable reader would catch. Nothing. Worse, there was zero mention of the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. No reference to the Cleveland torso murders at all. Not a whisper about the signature dismemberment, the display of the torso as a centerpiece, the disposal of the limbs in separate locations to confound and terrify. They'd completely missed the homage. It was as if he'd painted a perfect replica of the Mona Lisa, and they'd reported it as local woman pictured. A hot spike of fury lodged behind his eyes, a pressure building at his temples until his skull felt too tight. His vision tightened on the screen, the words blurring momentarily. Were they all blind? Stupid. He'd laid it out like a textbook. The first one, the Villisca copy with its axe and its quiet, domestic horror, required some niche historical knowledge. Fine. He could allow for a learning curve. But the second, the torso murderer, was American True Crime 101. He'd practically painted a sign. Did he need to mail them a diagram? A map with a big red X? His hands, resting on the keyboard, clenched into fists so tight his knuckles cracked. The tendons stood out on the backs, white ropes against the pink, scrubbed skin. He took a slow, deliberate breath through his nose, forcing the rage down into a cold, hard ball in his gut. This was the old feeling. The dismissal. It tasted like aluminum and bile. They'd never understood him. Not the teachers who'd called him withdrawn and disruptive in the same report card, their pens scratching out judgments based on his silence in class and his too knowing stare during recess. Not the juvenile officers who'd taken statements in that cramped, beige room that smelled of stale coffee and sweat, their faces bored as they asked where he'd been on the night of the broken window, the stolen bicycle. His earliest memory wasn't a birthday or a holiday. It was the sound of a belt buckle hitting the floorboards in the next room. A sharp, metallic clink, followed by the whisper of leather being drawn through loops. Then the heavy, waiting silence. His mother's husband, a man whose blood he didn't share, a man with furnace ash ground into the lines of his knuckles and a bottomless well of contempt in his eyes, had made him a receptacle for a shame that wasn't his own. The punishments were for things he hadn't done, for moods he hadn't caused, for simply existing in the same space, for breathing too loud, for looking at him the wrong way. That house on Spruce Street had been a museum of quiet violence. Meals eaten in silence, the only sounds the scrape of cutlery on plates and the low drone of the television news. Glasses of sweet tea left sweating on coasters, never lifted in a toast. He remembered the particular way his mother would look at the wall just above his head during those meals, her eyes focused on nothing, her shoulders permanently hunched, as if awaiting a blow from the man at the head of the table. She was a ghost before her time. He'd learned to move through the rooms like a ghost, too. To make no sound, to leave no trace. To observe everything, the way the man left his boots by the door, the specific cabinet where he hid his whiskey, the pattern of his snoring from the master bedroom. That house had forged him into a creature of the shadows first. A peeper at windows, learning the intimate, unguarded rituals of neighbors through slivers of light between curtains. A petty thief taking small things, a garden gnome, a newspaper from a porch, a pair of sunglasses from an unlocked car, not for the value, but for the proof that he could enter their lives and leave without them knowing. And finally, something more substantive. The police records from his youth called him a troubled nuisance. A kid with sticky fingers and poor boundaries. They'd lectured him in that beige room, their voices a dull buzz, then returned him to that silent house, never seeing the potential simmering beneath the sullen exterior. They never looked past the act to see the student, the analyst, cataloging their procedures, their questions, their weaknesses. He'd found his true teachers not in school, but in the pages of county archives and in the dry, detached language of evidence logs. Men who worked in blood and fear, whose names were whispered in legend or protected by the silence of power and corruption. The mad butcher of Kingsbury Run, who had operated in plain sight while a city's leadership looked the other way. The Zodiac, who had written his own headlines in cipher. The Cleveland torso murderer, who had operated for years under the very noses of the city's elite, his work possibly hidden by those in power who feared the scandal. Those were the artists. They hadn't been nuisances. They had been forces of nature, exposing the fragility of order, the lies of safety. He was one of them. He had the vision, the discipline, the understanding of the deeper truth, that the system was a fragile shell and true power lay in exposing its rot. He just needed the world to acknowledge it. To see the pattern he was weaving from the threads of forgotten history. He refreshed the news page. The article didn't change. The same 3 paragraphs. He opened a new tab, the browser window snapping open. His fingers flew over the keys, searching his own alias, the one he used in the darker corners of forums, a name derived from Paradise Lost, a fallen angel of knowledge. 2 results, both linking back to the same paltry article from the local affiliate. He opened another tab, went to a social media platform, and searched for Millerton Killer. A handful of tweets from local news bots, automatically pushing the story link. No discussion threads. No fan theories dissecting the possible historical connections. No feverish speculation about the killer's mind. One bland article was the sum total of his impact so far. It was less than a ripple. It was a single drop of water evaporating on hot pavement. It was an insult. A profound and personal slight. His jaw tightened, the muscle flexing beneath the raw skin of his cheek. He closed his eyes for a moment, the glow of the monitor painting his eyelids a pulsing red. He breathed in out, the air cool in his nostrils. When he opened them, he navigated to a national news site, his movements precise and sharp. The lead story, still dominating the sidebar days later, was about him, Tobias Campbell. The escaped freak. The cop killer. The manhunt was all anyone could talk about. There were aerial shots of search grids in a distant city, photos of Campbell from his arrest years ago grainy, menacing, the picture of a feral animal. Interviews with experts speculating on his whereabouts, his psychology, his next move. The public had a sick, drooling fascination with certain monsters, granting them a dark celebrity simply for the scale of their chaos, for the visceral shock of their violence. They were brutes. Animals. No vision, no message, just base instinct and noise. Others, the true purists, the ones who understood the history, the symbolism, the surgical precision required to make a statement, they were relegated to footnotes. Forgotten. Like the Osage murders, erased by greed and a conspiracy of silence until decades later. Like the true story of that barn a century ago, covered up by a sheriff's badge and a handshake between powerful men. History was written by the victors, and the victors were always the ones who controlled the narrative, who buried the inconvenient truths. He refused that fate. Recognition was the only prize that mattered. Not money, not escape. The acknowledgement that he had seen the hidden patterns of the world, the rot beneath the veneer, and had replicated them perfectly for a modern audience. That he was smarter than all of them, the police, the reporters, the public gawking at Campbell. He would carve his name into the public consciousness, letter by bloody letter. They would say his alias not with disgust, but with a shudder of awe. They would understand the scholar, the historian, the corrector of the record. An idea, cold and perfect, crystallized in the silence of the room. The torso murderer. Viliska. They were a pair, a dyad speaking to domestic horror and systemic urban corruption. But there was a third in the trinity he'd been studying. A colder, quieter case. A man found in his own barn a century ago, a shotgun between his knees. The official report, a single page in a dusty county file, called it suicide. A closed case. So the end. But he'd read the details, studied the grainy, black and white newspaper photo of the barn door, the shadowy interior. He'd read the testimony of the hired hand who found him, the odd placement of the tools, the strange lack of gunpowder residue on the man's hands, noted by a doctor, who was later transferred to a distant parish. Anyone with a discerning eye, anyone who understood how pressure was applied, how narratives were enforced, could see the truth. It was a staged scene. A forced self-termination. The man had been a witness to something powerful, something that threatened the moneyed timber and land interests of the county. The authorities had been bought then, too. They declosed the case, buried the file, and everyone had moved on. Another unsolved mystery, but only if you knew where to look, if you had the patience to piece together the fragments they'd left behind. He opened a new browser tab, pulling up his own digitized copies of the files, scans of brittle paper. He zoomed in on the coroner's sketch, the crude lines depicting the body slumped forward. Yes. The angle of entry was wrong for a self-inflicted wound. The trajectory would have required the man to have arms 3 feet long. The barn door, according to the hand's statement, had been latched from the outside with a heavy iron hook. The man's financial ledgers, which a cousin later swore showed he was about to blow the whistle on a massive land fraud scheme involving county officials, had disappeared from the scene, never logged into evidence. It was perfect. A story of corruption and silencing, played out in hay and shadows, and the cold efficiency of economic power. If the news wouldn't report the connections, wouldn't play the game, he would make the story so undeniable they'd have no choice. He would bridge the gap for them. He would take this third, solved case and reopen it with his own hands. He would show the continuum, a family slaughtered in their home, Viliska, a city that looked away as bodies were dismembered in its heart, Cleveland, and a single honest man murdered and disguised as a suicide to protect the powerful Spring Ridge, 1923. A trilogy of American failure, of justice denied, of truth buried. He leaned back, the old chair creaking in protest. The plan unfolded in his mind, clear and sequential, a checklist appearing behind his eyes. The target, he already knew the type. The location, the old Miller barn, isolated, symbolic, still standing on the family's sprawling, unused acreage. The method, a shotgun of course, but positioned correctly. The staging, he would need to replicate the documented scene exactly, but then add his own subtle correction, a clue so obvious it would scream, staged, to anyone who bothered to look. It would require more risk. The barn was on private property, still owned by the same family dynasty that had likely ordered the original killing. It was occasionally patrolled by a lazy security firm. But that was part of the message. He wasn't just copying, he was correcting. He was performing the case as it should have been seen, had the investigators a century ago possessed his clarity of vision. Tonight, he would pull another unsolved mystery from the grave and recreate it with flawless, undeniable precision. He would not just kill, he would exhume a century-old truth and make it bleed anew. He would give them a headline they'd be forced to investigate. A story so coherent, so historically resonant, that even the dullest mind in the FBI's behavioral analysis unit would have to see the pattern. The local yokels might miss it, but the feds, with their databases and their profilers, they would see the triptych. And when they did, when they finally connected the dots he was painting in blood, they would say his name. They would look for him, not as a nuisance, but as a peer. An artist. They would finally see. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The rental car's tires hummed a low, steady note on the worn asphalt of the county road, a sound so constant it faded into the blood rush in Katie's ears. The silence between them was a living thing, heavy with the dust of the cottage and the hollow echo of Adam Reed's denials. Katie's hands were at 10 and 2, her knuckles pale from the grip, the skin stretched taut. The interior of the sedan was a rental car void. The smell of synthetic lemon cleaner over old upholstery, the faint, plastic creak of the dashboard with every minor bump, the chill from the air vent blowing directly on her right wrist. The late afternoon sun cut in low through the windshield, throwing the long, stretched shadows of telephone poles across the hood in a rhythmic, hypnotic pattern, a stark black line sweeping over her hands every few seconds. In the passenger seat, Nina Shaw had her head leaned back against the rest, eyes closed. But Katie could see the tension in her jaw, a tiny muscle flickering just below her ear, the way her right hand slowly massaged her temple with thumb and forefinger, as if trying to physically knead out a stubborn thought. Her breathing was too controlled, each inhale measured and each exhale a deliberate release. After 5 miles of nothing but fields and the occasional mailbox on a crooked post, Nina's eyes opened. They were bloodshot at the corners. She stared out at the passing landscape, fallow and brown under the flat gray sky, then turned her head slowly toward Katie, the movement stiff. Her expression was one of profound, almost offended bafflement, as if Katie had just explained the internet to her for the first time. "Let me get this straight," Nina said, her voice tight and gravelly from disuse. She cleared her throat, a rough sound. "Random people, civilians, sit in their basements or their home offices and just talk about murders. Into a microphone. For fun," she gestured with her left hand, a weak, flapping motion of disbelief. "They record it. And other people choose to listen. Voluntarily." Katie kept her eyes on the road, passing a slow-moving tractor hauling an empty flatbed. The farmer, a silhouette in a wide-brimmed hat, didn't turn his head as they went by. "It's a format. Audio documentaries. Narrative nonfiction. Some are very well researched. They interview sources, pull court documents, file FOIA requests. It's a form of investigative journalism." Nina made a short, dismissive sound in her throat, uffed of air. "It's hearsay. It's gossip. Why listen to some amateur with a decent microphone and a sad voice when you could read a book by an actual investigator who was there? Or the trial transcript. It's mental regurgitation. Second-hand violence. Consuming tragedy as of a pastime." She shook her head, the movement causing her to wince slightly as her neck protested. "It's accessible," Katie said, signaling and passing the tractor. The oncoming lane was empty for miles, a straight gray ribbon vanishing into a haze of distant trees. "It meets people where they are. In their cars, on their runs, while they're doing the dishes. It makes complex cases digestible. It humanizes the victims in a way dry police reports don't. Digestible, Nina repeated the word as if it tasted sour. She shifted in her seat, trying to find a comfortable position, and a faint, sharp wince tightened the skin around her eyes, etching deeper lines. Murder isn't a meal. It shouldn't be easy to swallow. She pressed her right palm flat against her thigh, fingers splayed, as if steadying herself against a wave of nausea. And they make money off this. This entertainment. Advertising, sponsorships. Podcast hosting networks. Some have Patreon accounts where listeners pay a monthly fee for bonus episodes, ad-free feeds, early access. Nina shot her a look of theatrical betrayal, her eyebrows climbing toward her hairline. You're telling me people voluntarily pay money to hear more about dismemberments and missing children. They budget for it. Honey, don't forget the milk, and my serial killer of the month club fee is due. They pay for the story. The resolution. The puzzle. The feeling of being an armchair detective. Katie allowed a small, wry smile to touch her lips, though it felt brittle. It's not all gore. A lot of it is about systemic failure, botched investigations, the quest for justice. It's morbid curiosity dressed up as journalism. Nina shook her head, looking back out the window. A weathered barn slid by, its roof sagging like a tired spine, red paint bleached to a dusty pink. And the police cooperate with this. They give interviews. They sit down with some pod person and rehash their cases. Sometimes, if it serves an active investigation or to correct the record on a cold case, bring new attention. Katie navigated a gentle curve in the road, the tires whispering on the pavement. The steering wheel had a slight, greasy film she hadn't noticed before. I did one once. Nina's head swiveled back so fast Katie heard the stiff, audible crack of her neck vertebrae. You participated in this electronic gossip circle. You, a federal agent, sat in a studio and chatted about murder. It was a university project. A series about the psychology of iconic movie villains. I was asked to discuss Norman Bates. The Oedipal complex, the taxidermy, the dissociation. It was academic. A cheap copy of Ed Jane, Nina grumbled, folding her arms across her chest, then immediately unfolding them with a soft, pained hiss as the motion pulled at her shoulder. She settled for resting her left hand on her thigh, fingers drumming a restless, staccato rhythm against the cheap polyester of her slacks. Fine. So you're the in-house expert on this modern nonsense. What's the link to our victim? Because from where I sit, a girl listened to a scary story on her earbuds, then got killed in a completely different way a few days later. That's not a clue, that's Tuesday. That's coincidence. People watch war movies and don't enlist. They listen to songs about heartbreak and don't stab their exes. Katie sobered, the smile fading completely. The connection felt significant but slippery, like trying to pick up a wet bar of soap with numb fingers. She could feel the idea, but couldn't get a firm grip. The simplest answer is the killer knew Olivia Bennet had just listened to a podcast episode about the Villisca Axe murders. Adam Reed knew she'd listened to it, knew she was spooked by it. He told us. But his alibi checks out, and his shock seemed genuine. The timing is too tight, too knowing. Alibis can be faked. Shock can be acted. Nina's voice was flat, devoid of inflection. She picked at a loose thread on her jacket cuff. We need him watched anyway. Round the clock. My instincts say he's not the doer. He's too messy, too emotional. He wears his guilt like a neon sign, but he could be a piece of it. A catalyst. Or a source of information he doesn't even know he gave up. Agreed, Katie said, her own mind racing down parallel tracks. Or Olivia shared the link with other friends online. Oh, you have to hear this message in a group chat. We need her phone records, her social media DMs, her browser history. The techs are pulling it, but it's a county request. It'll take time. She paused, choosing her words, lining them up like bullets. Igor. The killer himself is a consumer. He heard the same episode, maybe even subscribes to the show, and it planted a seed. Gave him a template, or better yet, a challenge. The episode was a recent release for a popular show. It would be in the feed of anyone who follows it. He hears about an unsolved historical axe murder, and he thinks, I can do that. I can do it better, and they'll never solve mine either. Nina was quiet for a long moment, watching a hawk circle over a distant stand of pine trees, a dark speck against the woolen sky. She shook her head slowly, a gesture of weary concession to a world she no longer recognized, a world that had digitized its darkness and put it on a subscription plan. Your mind works in strange corridors, Ford. Dark, digital corridors I don't even know how to find the door to. Or it's a total, meaningless coincidence. With a million of these things floating around in the digital ether, isn't it statistically inevitable that a murder, somewhere, will vaguely resemble one they talked about? A broken clock is right twice a day. 1,000 podcasts talking about 1,000 murders, the odds get pretty good. Maybe, Katie conceded, but her gut tightened, rejecting the statistical comfort. But Olivia wasn't just a random murder. She was a specific victim, taken from a specific place, posed in a specific, anachronistic way. And she was actively discussing that specific historical case days before she died. That's a signal. Maybe a faint one, but it's there in the noise. We have to listen for it. If we dismiss it because the medium seems trivial, we're ignoring where he might be getting his inspiration or his validation. A sharp, hissed intake of breath cut through the hum of the engine and the rush of air from the vents. It was a sound of pure, involuntary pain, a puncture in the conversation. Katie glanced over. Nina had gone pale, a sudden sheen of sweat visible on her forehead and upper lip despite the car's cool air. Her right hand was clamped over her left shoulder, fingers digging into the fabric of her jacket as if trying to physically hold the torn muscle and bone together. Her eyes were squeezed shut, the lids fluttering, and her lips were pressed into a thin, bloodless line. The tendons in her neck stood out like cables. Damn it, she muttered, the words ground out from between her clenched teeth. A single drop of sweat traced a path from her temple down to her jawline. Not now. Not here. You need to stop, Katie said, her tone leaving no room for argument. It was the voice she used on witnesses who were about to bolt, on partners about to do something stupid, firm, flat, and absolute. We're stopping. The doctors said rest. Actual, horizontal, quiet rest. Not resting in a car seat on the way to another crime scene. We're going to a motel. You're going to lie down. I'm going to make calls. That's the next move. I've worked through worse, Nina protested, but the protest was weak, airy, undercut by the tremor in her hand and the pallor of her skin. She forced her eyes open, but they were glassy with pain, unfocused. A through-and-through graze in Philly, 98. Finished the interview with a perp before I let the paramedics look at it. Took 17 stitches. Didn't whimper. And look where that got you, Katie said, not unkindly but with relentless surgical logic. She took her foot off the accelerator, letting the car coast, looking for a turnoff. Chronic pain. Limited mobility. A shoulder that seizes up when you need it most. You want to be able to lift your grandkids, don't you? Throw a ball with them. Not just watch from a porch chair. Then you heal. Properly. Now, she took her eyes off the road for a full 2 seconds to meet Nina's gaze, holding it. That's an order from your temporary lead agent. And your friend. Nina stared at her, a flash of old defiance in her pain-dulled eyes, a spark of the woman who'd charged a rooftop knowing she was outgunned. Then it faded, guttered out, replaced by a deep, weary understanding that was somehow harder to look at. She looked out the window again, her profile etched with lines of fatigue and discomfort that seemed carved into stone. She gave a single, curt nod, a gesture of surrender that seemed to cost her more than the pain itself. Her shoulders slumped a quarter inch. Fine. You win, Ford. There's a place near the precinct, off the main drag. The Pineview Lodge. It's a dump, but it's cheap and they take federal vouchers without asking questions. Turn left at the next light. It's about 2 miles down, past the self-storage place. Katie guided the car toward the modest, blinking vacancy sign of the Pineview Lodge, her own mind feeling saturated. A sponge left in a toxic flood, unable to absorb another drop of information, another image of violence. The white noise of exhaustion was a constant, high-pitched buzz in her ears, layered over the tinnitus she'd had since the rooftop. She knew from brutal experience that the best insights, the fragile connections, often came in these forced quiet moments, when the conscious, frantic hunt paused and the subconscious could silently sift through the clutter, finding the bent nail in the floorboard, the mismatched thread. Their unsub was a craftsman, meticulous and patient. He worked in the dark, literal and figurative. To beat him, she couldn't just hunt like a hound following a cold scent. She had to slow down, to inhabit the same dark, deliberate space in his mind, to understand the pride he took in his work, and find the flaw in his own obsessive design. The thought was chilling, a deliberate lowering of herself into a psychological grave, but it was the job. It was the only way. The motel room smelled of stale air, industrial citrus cleaner that scratched at the back of the throat, and beneath it, the faint, damp odor of mildew and old cigarette smoke embedded in the walls. The Pineview Lodge was a single-story L-shaped building of beige cinderblock, with rust-stained doors, and a cracked asphalt parking lot glittering with crushed gravel. Their room, 112, was at the far end, past a flickering ice machine that groaned like a dying animal. Katie had shouldered both heavy go-bags, ignoring Nina's weak token protest. I can carry my own damn bag, Ford, and used the keycard on the third try, the magnetic strip worn thin. Inside, the space was a study in beige and brown despair. Faded geometric patterns, once gold and brown, swirled on the carpet, worn thin and matted in a grim path from the door to the space between the 2 beds. 2 double beds with pilled, mustard-colored spreads took up most of the floor, each crowned with 2 flat, sad-looking pillows. A laminate desk, its surface scarred with circular burns and water rings, held a bulky CRT television with a dent in its casing. A single window, its aluminum frame corroded at the corners, looked out onto the parking lot and, beyond it, a scrubby field choked with brambles. The curtains were a thin, synthetic material, the color of weak tea, letting in the flat gray afternoon light but promising no privacy. Katie could see the silhouettes of cars passing on the road beyond. Nina went straight to the bed farthest from the door, sitting down heavily on the edge with a groan that was part pain, part profound weariness. The bed springs shrieked in protest. She didn't lie back, just sat, elbows on her knees, head hanging low between her shoulders as she breathed slowly, deliberately, in through her nose and out through her mouth, a controlled rhythm fighting against the jagged edge of the pain. Katie dropped the bags by the other bed with a soft thud and began to pace. The thin carpet offered no cushion. She felt the hard, unyielding concrete slab beneath with each step, a vibration that traveled up her shins. The room was too small for real pacing. 3 steps from the bathroom door to the window, turn, 3 steps back. It felt like a cage, a holding cell between horrors. She pulled her phone from her pocket, the weight of it familiar and heavy with unread messages, a digital anchor. The screen showed a missed call from a DC. Area code she didn't recognize, and a text from Ben that just said, "Call when you can." No rush, the no rush felt like a plea. She went to the window first, pulling the stiff, gritty curtain aside a few inches with her fingertips. The parking lot was half empty. A young family was loading mismatched suitcases into a dusty minivan 2 doors down, the father heaving a duffel bag while a child whined about a lost toy. An old man in a faded blue windbreaker walked a small, yapping terrier on the strip of dead grass by the road, the dog straining at the end of a retractable leash. Normal life moving in its mundane, slightly shabby orbits, utterly disconnected from the barn's gloom, the morgue's stainless steel, the quiet, watchful cottage. The disconnect was a physical ache. The frustration was a solid pressure behind her sternum, a fist-sized knot of impotent energy. She needed to move, to do, to act. Pacing was insufficient, a pantomime of progress. She stopped, stared at the scuffed screen of her phone, and hit redial on the missed number, pressing the device hard against her ear. It was answered on the second ring. "Agent Ford. Derek Vance here. Returning your call." His voice had a slight echo and a background rumble, as if he were in a large, hard-walled space, a garage or a tunnel. "What's the status, Lieutenant?" Katie asked, turning her back to the window. She caught Nina looking up from her hunched position, her attention sharpening like a predator hearing a distant crack, despite her posture of pain. "Significant development," Vance said, and she could hear the controlled excitement in his tone, the professional fatigue momentarily pushed aside by the thrill of the find. "We've been methodically clearing the main trunk lines, inch by inch. About an hour ago, Alpha Team located a sealed storage alcove in the main tunnel junction under 7th and K. It was behind a false wall of stacked bricks, good craftsmanship, blended with the old mortar. You'd miss it if you weren't tapping every surface. Inside was a metal crate, military surplus, olive drab. Contained dozens of those plague doctor masks, stacked neatly in rows. All identical to the one found at the Crow scene. Same manufacturer, same lot number we're checking. Katie's free hand balled into a tight, triumphant fist at her side. Her nails dug into her palm, the bite of pain a grounding counterpoint to the surge of adrenaline. That's it. That's his staging area. His armory. Proof of premeditation on a massive scale. We believe so. But there's more. Vance paused and she heard him shout a muffled order to someone nearby. Tag that, don't move it. Photograph in situ. He came back to the line, his voice closer. In a secondary chamber, a recess in the tunnel wall covered by a welded metal plate, we found a locked Pelican case. Breached it with bolt cutters. Inside were several handguns, Glock 19s, clean, serial numbers professionally filed, and 4 boxes of 9 ammunition. Along with cash. Bundled. About 20,000 in mixed bills, non-sequential. Jesus, Katie breathed, the word escaping in a rush. She started pacing again, the 3-step turn, her free hand now raking through her hair, pulling at the roots. That's not just a hidey hole. That's a operational cache. A resupply point. He's been planning this for a long time. He's embedded. We can't confirm provenance yet. Prints are a nightmare down here with the moisture and the silt. Everything S-coated in a fine grime. But the correlation is strong. This is a hub. We're deploying 2 new canine units tonight to sweep the adjacent branches we haven't physically accessed. The dogs can cover ground we can't, and they'll key on human scent, not just visual. We're setting up a permanent, hardened command post at the junction. Lights, comms, the works. We're not leaving these tunnels until we have him, Agent Ford. He's down here. He has to come back for his gear eventually. We'll be waiting. Thank you, Derek. That's outstanding work. Truly, she meant it. The methodical, grinding, unglamorous police work, the tapping of walls, the logging of evidence, the cold, wet hours, was what closed cases, not just flashes of insight. Insight without groundwork was just a guess. Keep me updated. Hourly, if anything changes. I want to know if a rat farts down there. A dry chuckle on the line. Will do. Stay safe up there in the sunshine. He ended the call. Katie lowered the phone, the surge of grim hope, a tangible warmth cutting through the cold fatigue in her veins. They had a thread on Campbell. A real physical thread. He was being squeezed, his playground invaded, his toys found. The pressure was being applied. It was something. The next call came in immediately, the screen flashing with Ben's name and the picture she'd taken of him 6 months ago, smiling, squinting in the sunlight on the National Mall, the Washington Monument a blurry spike over his shoulder. The normalcy of that image, the casual happiness, was a small, sharp shock against the grim interior of the motel room. She answered, walking into the short, narrow hallway that led to the bathroom for a semblance of privacy, though the acoustics of the cheap room meant Nina could doubtlessly hear every word. Ben! Are you safe? Her voice came out tighter, more clipped than she intended, the agent voice overriding the girlfriend voice. I'm at my mom's place in Stafford. His voice came through, warmer and more solid than anything in the sterile, mildewed room. It was a voice from a different planet. Laying low like you asked. She's feeding me like I'm a stray she's trying to fatten up for winter. Meatloaf last night, pancakes this morning. How's the case? He asked it casually, the way someone might ask about the weather, but she heard the careful tension underneath. Katie leaned against the cool bathroom door frame. She could see her own reflection in the mirror over the sink, pale, shadows like bruises under her eyes, her hair escaping its ponytail in frizzy wisps. A stranger stared back, someone hardened and stretched thin. A complex. Small town, brutal crimes. The usual grind, she kept it vague, professional. The details, the posed body, the antique axe, the podcast clue, felt like lead weights in her mouth, things too heavy and dark to pass through a phone line to a sunny kitchen in Stafford. She'd already pulled him into the fire once, into the heart of Campbell's world. Sharing the grim specifics of this new horror felt like a contamination, like spreading a psychic poison into the fragile normalcy he was trying to rebuild. Well, I'm on toilet repair duty today. The flapper valve in the guest bath gave up the ghost. Mom had the part already. Tomorrow, she's got me trimming hedges that look like they haven't been cut since the Clinton administration. She's putting me to work, which is probably her therapy. Keep the hands busy, the mind quiet. He paused, and she could hear the smile in his voice, a soft, familiar sound that made her chest hurt. I told her about you, by the way. Katie's breath caught in her throat, a tiny trapped gasp. Her grip on the phone tightened until the plastic casing creaked. Oh, it was all she could manage. Yeah. Over the meatloafs. I might have talked you up a bit. The brilliant FBI profiler. The woman who, well, he didn't say saved my life, but it hung in the silence between the words, a shared, unspoken tremor. She's intrigued. Thinks you sound impressive. Demanded to know if you have sensible life plans and whether you vote. She's very practical. His tone was light, teasing, inviting her into a future that felt impossibly distant, a shimmering mirage on the other side of a scorched desert. A future with family dinners, home repairs, and gentle interrogations about sensible life plans and voting records. A future where the biggest crisis was a faulty flapper valve. A cold, hard knot formed in her stomach, twisting tight, squeezing the air from her lungs. Her mind flashed, unbidden and violently, not to the old, familiar fights with Mark, but to the terrible, absolute stillness of his body on her couch. The precise, almost surgical violence of it. The lack of rage. The pure, focused execution. Tobias Campbell's handiwork. The same man whose hidden cache of masks and guns was now being catalogued in a sewer 100 miles away. The same specter who now stood, smirking and unseen, in the space between her and any ordinary happiness, any fragile peace. He was a void that swallowed light and hope, and he was still out there, patient as stone. That's really nice of you to say, she managed to force out, the words feeling stiff and foreign like someone else's lines. As she cleared her throat. Maybe you could meet her when you're done there. Drive down for a Sunday. My brother's usually around too. He's a high school history teacher. You two could argue about, I don't know, the geopolitical implications of the War of 1812 or something. He loves a good debate. You wipe the floor with him. The domestic picture he painted, a backyard barbecue, the smell of charcoal, meeting the skeptical brother, the sensible mother assessing her over a glass of iced tea, clashed so violently with the images seared into her brain that she felt a wave of vertigo. The barn's deep gloom, the stark white of the morgue sheet, the careful, cruel placement of Olivia Bennet's hands. She saw Campbell's face not as the monster from the rooftop, but as a smirk in the dappled shadows of an everyday suburban street, a patient predator watching from a parked car, severing every good thing she reached for, poisoning every connection before it could even truly form. He would find Ben's mother's house. He would find the brother. It was what he did. Ben, it's just. The sentence died in her throat, strangled by the sheer, immovable wall of dread. She couldn't articulate it. She couldn't say, I can't picture a future because a ghost is blocking the view. I can't make a plan because he uses plans as a map to destroy things. You think he's going to ruin this too? His voice flattened, all the warmth and teasing leaching out, leaving a cold, stark statement of the fear she couldn't voice. It wasn't a question. It was a diagnosis. The accuracy of it stole her breath. Yes, the admission was a whisper, torn from somewhere deep and raw. I can't make plans. I can't commit to a Sunday. Not while he's out there. It feels like a lie. Like I'm drawing a target on your mom's backyard. On your brother's school. He doesn't stop Ben. He collects. And anyone close to me is a trophy waiting to be taken. The silence on the line was heavy, a physical weight pressing against her ear. She heard him sigh, a long, weary exhalation that seemed to carry months of tension. That's hard to hear, Katie. I know, She pressed her forehead harder against the doorframe. The laminate was cool and slightly sticky with old residue. I'm sorry. You promise it'll be over. That you'll end it. That's what you said on the roof. His voice was quiet, but it held the echo of that night, the wind, the sirens far below, her desperate promise. It will end. The words felt hollow even as she said them, a scripted line from a bad movie, currency that had been devalued by time and failure. How many times had she said some version of that to victims, families? We will find who did this. We will get justice. The promise was necessary oxygen, but it grew stale with every day it remained unfulfilled. When, Katie? The question was gentle but relentless, a scalpel seeking the core. Not a vague soon, not we're making progress. When do you get your life back? When do I get to stop feeling like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it's a combat boot wired with explosives? She closed her eyes, shutting out the reflection of the stranger in the mirror. She had nothing to give him. No timeline, no certainty. The Campbell investigation was a slow, underground grind, a war of attrition in the dark. The Millerton killer was just beginning his work, his pattern still emerging from the bloodstains. She was split in two, pulled in opposite directions, and both halves were losing ground. The fatigue wasn't just physical, it was a moral exhaustion, a draining of the reserves needed to hope. I don't know, she said, the truth finally laid bare, ugly and insufficient. It was the most honest and the most terrible thing she could say. Another silence, longer this time, filled with the empty hum of the connection. She could hear the faint sound of a television in the background at his end, a game show host's exuberant voice, a canned laugh track. Normal life playing just out of frame. Okay, he said finally, the word heavy with resignation, not acceptance. It was the sound of a door being closed, not slammed, but gently shut with finality. And just be careful. Tell Shaw not to be a hero. She's too old for that shit. A weak, choked sound that was almost a laugh escaped her. I will. Tell your mom I said hello. The goodbye was stiff, formal, the polite closing of a business call. The disconnect was a soft, definitive click that echoed in the quiet hallway, louder than a gunshot. Katie stood there for a full minute, phone still pressed to her ear, listening to the dead silence, to the hollow rush of her own blood. Then she let her arm fall, the phone slipping from her numb fingers to land with a soft, final thud on the rough, nubbly texture of the mustard-colored bedspread. She walked back into the main room, her movements slow, deliberate, as if wading through deep water. Nina was lying down now, on her back, one arm thrown over her eyes, blocking out the feeble light. But she wasn't asleep. Her chest rose and fell in a rhythm that was too alert. Trouble in paradise? She asked, her voice muffled by her arm but clear in the quiet room. Something like that. Katie didn't sit. She couldn't. The frustration was a hard, hot pressure behind her eyes, in her throat, in her clenched fists. She resumed her pacing, the three-step turn, a caged animal marking its territory. She would not cry. There was no time for it, no space for the luxury of tears in this beige box of a room. Tears were for resolution, for aftermath. This was the middle. The killer was still moving, his design unfolding step by meticulous step somewhere in the gathering dusk. Campbell was still in the wind, a hidden tumor metastasizing in the city's bowels. And so she must move. She must think. She must hunt. She stopped at the window again, staring out at the deepening twilight. The family with the minivan was gone, leaving an empty parking space. The old man and his yapping dog had vanished. The parking lot's sodium vapor lights flickered on one by one with an audible, angry buzz, casting pools of sickly yellow light on the asphalt, creating islands of visibility in a sea of gloom. In one of those pools, a moth battered itself senseless against the hot glass of the fixture. The hunt was all there was. The puzzle was the only thing that didn't lie, didn't make promises it couldn't keep, didn't ask for a future it couldn't have. For now, in this room, with her partner breathing through pain in the dark, it had to be enough. It was the only thing that was. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The final note from her Gibson J45 faded into the dead air of the Two Rivers Inn, the sound swallowed by cheap acoustic paneling and apathy. Lydia Cole kept her professional smile plastered on for a 3 count after the strings stopped vibrating, her jaw aching with the effort, then let it drop as the sparse, polite applause pattered out from the dozen tables. Most of the audience were pensioners, their faces softened by the dim light and a second round of cheap draft beer. A few couples, probably on a desperate date night from one of the new subdivisions, clapped with a dutiful rhythm before turning back to their phones. Her tip jar, a repurposed mason jar, held a sad collection of ones, and a single $5 bill curled around the rim like a sleeping snake. She unplugged the cable from her guitar with a soft pop, the sound final in the sudden quiet. Her mind, already detached, tabulated the take. $400 for 2 90-minute sets of classic rock and sanitized folk covers. Good money for this corner of nowhere, cash in hand, no agent's cut. But it was a dead end, and the walls of the low-ceilinged room, paneled in dark, scarred wood, felt like they were leaning in, compressing the air. Baltimore called to her with the promise of real stages in Fells Point, or maybe D.C., and the circuit of blues clubs where people actually listened, where the silence between songs was charged anticipation, not vacant waiting. She needed to move, to pack her car and drive east before the inertia of Millerton County cemented her here. Another semi-talented ghost playing for tips and free well drinks that tasted of chemical cherries. The owner, Gary, a man with a permanent sheen of sweat on his bald head, gave her a thumbs up from behind the bar as she packed her guitar into its hard case. The snap of the latches was loud in the now quiet room. One of the leering regulars, a man in a flannel shirt who'd planted himself at the table, nearest the small raised platform for her entire second set, caught her eye and raised his nearly empty pint glass in a silent, sloppy salute. His eyes traveled down to her waist, lingered, then drifted back up. She looked away as if she hadn't seen him, focusing on coiling her cable into neat, tight loops, her fingers moving with practiced, angry precision. Backstage was a glorified broom closet that smelled of stale beer and industrial lemon cleaner. She shrugged into her wool coat, the cash a satisfying, thick weight in the inner pocket. She slung her guitar case over one shoulder, the strap digging in, and hefted the small amplifier in her free hand. The door groaned when she pushed it open, the sound of its hinges lost as she stepped outside. The cold was a physical slap after the stuffy warmth of the inn. Her breath plumed in the yellow glow of the security light above the dumpsters. The air smelled of frost and distant wood smoke. She deparked her blue Honda Civic in a shallow roadside ditch about 50 yards down, a choice made to avoid the crowded, potholed lot where drunks door-dinged with impunity. The walk felt longer tonight, the amplifier's molded plastic handle digging a trench into her palm. Gravel crunched under her boots, the only sound besides the distant, mournful hum of the highway, a sound like a giant machine sleeping. She unlocked the Civic, the clunk of the mechanism echoing in the vast rural silence. The guitar case went onto the passenger seat with a thump, the amp onto the floor behind it. She slid behind the wheel, the vinyl seat cold and stiff through her jeans. A quick, critical check in the rearview mirror confirmed what she feared. The late hours and the cheap, harsh stage lights weren't doing her any favors. Shadows pooled under her eyes, and a faint line was etching itself between her brows. At 25, she could see the road ahead narrowing, year by year, into a tunnel of dive bars and diminishing returns. She turned the key. The engine coughed once, a wet, protesting sound, then caught with a ragged idle. She let it run, watching the temperature gauge slowly lift off its pin. The dashboard's green glow was familiar and depressing, illuminating the dust on the console. From the glove compartment, which smelled of old paper and spilled coffee, she pulled out a mixtape, one she'd made in a fit of nostalgia during a long, lonely winter. She shoved it into the deck, the mechanism grabbing it with a hungry click. The opening chords of Pearl Jam, Alive, filled the small space, Eddie Vedder's raw voice a counterpoint to the gentle folk ballads she'd just performed. It was a dose of reality, of borrowed anger. She cranked the volume up 2 notches, the speakers distorting slightly, the vibration thrumming through the steering column. With the music blaring, a wall against the silence, she shifted into reverse, checked the mirror, and let off the brake. The car rolled backward. The rear tires crunched over the loose gravel of the ditch's shoulder, then thumped hard against something solid and unyielding. The chassis jerked, her seatbelt locking for an instant. The music seemed to hiccup with the impact. "Damn it," she muttered, the words swallowed by Vedder's wail. She shifted to park, yanked the parking brake with more force than necessary, the ratchet loud. The engine still ran, the headlights painting the trunks of bare trees ahead in stark relief. Just perfect. She killed the music with a stab of her finger, plunging the car into a silence that felt suddenly immense and watchful. She opened the door, the interior light flooding out, and stepped out into the cold. The air was so still she could hear the tick-tick-tick of the engine cooling, a metallic heartbeat. The lights of the 2 rivers inn were a fuzzy, distant glow, like a ship seen from a lifeboat. No other cars passed on the county road. The only movement was the slow dance of her own breath in the air. She walked to the rear of the Civic, her boots slipping slightly on the frost-rimed gravel. Nothing was behind the car. No animal, no fallen branch, no debris. She crouched, the cold of the ground seeping through her jeans at the knees, and peered under the chassis. The smell of damp earth and old exhaust filled her nose. Then she saw it. The rear driver's side tire was completely flat, the rim resting on the ground, the black rubber pancaked into a deformed, pathetic oval. "Fantastic," she whispered to herself, the breath steaming out. A bubble of helpless frustration rose in her throat, hot and bitter. Going back inside meant flagging down Gary, maybe using his phone, definitely risking another encounter with the leering regular who might offer a hand with expectations attached. She didn't even know if she had a spare. The car was a decade old. She'd bought it used and had never checked, had never wanted to know. She stood, hugging herself against the cold, her arms wrapped tight around her torso. She weighed the terrible options. Calling a tow truck from out here would cost half her night's earnings, maybe more. She could try to change it herself, but her good cashmere sweater, a thrift store find she cherished, the softest thing she owned, would be snagged and ruined. Her roadside service had lapsed 6 months ago when she'd let the premium payment slide, a decision that now felt monumentally stupid. "Need a hand." The voice, male and calm, came from her left. She started, turning quickly, her boots scuffing on the gravel. A man was climbing down from the cab of a white panel van parked 3 spaces away, under the deep shadow of a large oak. She hadn't even noticed it. He was holding a large bouquet of white lilies, their blooms pale and spectral in the darkness, wrapped in clear cellophane that caught the starlight in tiny glints. "Oh, hi," Lydia said, her voice tighter than she intended. She forced a casual tone, unclenching her arms and letting them fall to her sides. "Yeah, I've got a flat. Just discovered it." She gestured vaguely toward the wrecked tire. "I can see that." He nodded at the deflated tire, taking a few steps closer. He was of average height and build, wearing a dark, quilted jacket and clean, dark jeans. His face was in shadow beneath the brim of a plain baseball cap, but his hair at the temples looked neatly trimmed. Not a great spot for it. Middle of nowhere on a Sunday night. "Tell me about it," she said, allowing a note of commiseration to creep in. She shoved her hands into her coat pockets to stop them from shaking. From the cold or the suddenness of him, she wasn't sure. "I can probably manage, though." It was a weak protest and they both knew it. Her voice sounded small in the wide night. "It's no trouble," the man said, his voice easy, conversational. He held up the flowers, the cellophane rustling. "Just dropping these off to apologize to my wife." Another fight over, well, everything. He offered a sheepish, "what can you do" smile, a flash of white teeth in the gloom. It was a normal smile, a husband-in-the-doghouse smile, tinged with weary affection. "This'll only take me 5 minutes. Consider it my good deed for the month. Karma, you know." Lydia glanced up and down the deserted road. The only movement was the slow dance of tree branches, in a faint, cold breeze that whispered through the dry grass. The offer was incredibly tempting. A 5-minute fix versus an hour of humiliation and expense. He seemed normal. Harmless. The flowers were a specific, domestic detail that felt real. "You're sure?" she asked, her resistance crumbling. "I don't want to make you late." "If she's already waiting." "Positive?" He shook his head slightly. "She's already mad. 5 minutes won't change the temperature. Might even help if I come home smelling like manual labor instead of beer." He gestured toward her car with the hand not holding the flowers. "Pop your trunk. I'll get the jack and spare. You got a lug wrench in there." Gratitude washed over her, warm and relieving, melting the knot of anxiety in her stomach. Thank you. Seriously. You're a lifesaver." She reached through the open driver's window, her body twisting, the cold edge of the door frame pressing into her ribs, and pulled the trunk release lever. The trunk lid popped up with a dull thud. The man walked to the back of her car, peering into the cluttered cavity. As he bent to retrieve the jack, a scissor-type thing coated in dirty grease, he seemed to remember the bouquet in his hand. He straightened, looking at the flowers with a comical expression of dismay, his eyebrows lifting. "God's hell. Could you do me a huge favor? Could you toss these in the back of my van for me? If they get wrecked or crushed under here, I'm a dead man." Doors unlocked. He held the flowers out to her. The cellophane rustled, a dry, papery sound. "Sure, of course." Lydia took the bouquet. The stems were cool and damp against her fingers. The scent hit her immediately, sweet, cloying, funereal. It was overwhelming, the smell of a hospital corridor or a fancy funeral home, a scent that promised quiet and absence. "Appreciate it," he said, already turning back to her trunk, his attention on the tire and the jack. "Should be right up on the curb." Lydia walked the short distance to the rear of the white van. Her boots scuffed on the gravel, each step loud in her ears. The van was clean, newer than her Civic, with no rust on the wheel wells. She shifted the flowers to her left hand, the lilies bobbing, and reached for the rear door handle with her right. It was cold, textured metal. As she pulled, the door swung upward on smooth, well-oiled hinges, revealing the interior. It was illuminated by a small, dim dome light that cast a weak yellow puddle. The space was spotless, unnervingly, meticulously clean. The metal floor gleamed under a faint sheen of what looked like recent cleaning, smelling sharply of lemony disinfectant. There were no tools, no boxes, no debris of any kind. The only items inside were two things placed with neat, almost geometric precision in the center of the empty space. A blue yoga mat, tightly rolled and secured with a single black Velcro strap, and a neat, coiled bundle of navy blue nylon rope, about the thickness of her thumb, the ends tucked in neatly. A childhood memory flickered, her father coiling a thick hawser in their garage on a Saturday morning, the same purposeful, tidy loops, his hands strong and sure. The memory was warm, but the sight before her was cold as a diagram. The sweet, heavy smell of the lilies in her hand, mixed with the astringent lemon scent from the van, creating a nauseating, chemical perfume. A shadow fell across the opening, blotting out the dome light, plunging the van's interior into deeper gloom. She smelled his cologne then, something sharp and spicy, sandalwood and black pepper, an instant before the world dissolved into pain. The first impact was not a punch, but a precise, vicious strike from a hard, compact object, the butt of a pistol, she would think later, at the base of her skull. A searing, white-hot pain exploded through her vertebrae, radiating down her spine like lightning and up into the crown of her head. Her vision didn't go black. It shattered into a kaleidoscope of blinding white and swirling gray static. A soundless scream locked in her throat, her jaw clamping shut. Her muscles went loose, unstrung, her fingers opening. The bouquet of lilies fell, landing with a soft rustle on the gravel by her feet. She was falling forward, toward the clean metal floor of the van. Strong hands caught her under her arms, arresting her fall. They were not gentle. They hauled her back, her boots dragging over the gravel, toes scraping. A second blow landed, not on her head, but a short, brutal jab from an elbow or a fist to her solar plexus. It wasn't meant to knock her out, but to paralyze, to empty her. The air whooshed from her lungs in an agonized, voiceless grunt. All thought, all resistance, was replaced by a primal, shocked inability to breathe or move. Her diaphragm spasmed, refusing to draw air. Her body was limp, a doll filled with wet sand. She was lifted, turned, and laid down on the soft, yielding surface of the yoga mat. The world tilted crazily as he maneuvered her, the van's ceiling spinning above her. The sweet, rotten smell of the crushed lilies was still in her nose, mixed now with the scent of his sweat and that sharp cologne. The interior light of the van was a blurry, haloed yellow moon. She heard, rather than saw, him pick up the coil of rope, the soft hiss of nylon sliding over nylon. Then the doors slammed shut, one after the other. The sounds were final, heavy thunks that sealed her in, the vibrations traveling through the floor into her bones. The dome light went out, plunging her into an absolute, suffocating blackness. The engine roared to life, a deep vibration thrumming through the metal floor beneath her cheek. The van jerked into motion, turning sharply, the tires spitting gravel, then accelerating smoothly onto the paved road. The movement pressed her into the mat. She heard the faint crunch of the lilies under the tires as they drove away. Consciousness returned in fragile, disconnected fragments, like pieces of a stained glass window shaken loose and reassembled wrong. First was the smell, a layered, oppressive bouquet. Damp, cold earth, the dry, powdery dust of old hay, and underlying it all, the sweet-sour tang of something organic and long dead, like rotten potatoes or forgotten fruit. It was the smell of a root cellar, of neglect, of things buried and left. Then the cold. It wasn't the clean, dry chill of the night air. It was a deep, penetrating damp that seeped up from the rough, uneven planks beneath her. It bit through the wool of her coat and the cashmere of her sweater, settling into her bones, making her joints ache. Sound filtered in next, slowly. A distant, erratic drip 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 of water hitting a shallow puddle, each drop a tiny explosion in the silence. The low, mournful groan of wind finding its way through unseen cracks and gaps in the walls, a sound like a tired animal. Closer, the skittering scratch of a small creature, a mouse or a rat moving through debris in the darkness nearby, followed by a faint, chittering squeak. Her head throbbed in time with her heartbeat, a deep, sickening ache centered at the base of her skull where she'd been struck. Her stomach muscles screamed where she'd been hit, a tight, bruised knot that protested every shallow breath she managed to draw. Memory flooded back, not as a narrative but as sensory flashes. The crunch of gravel under her boots, the blinding white pain, the smell of lilies and lemon cleaner, the final, definitive thunk of the van doors, the vibration of the engine. Panic, cold and sharp as a shard of ice, cut through the mental haze. Her eyes flew open. A darkness. A pure velvet black. Then, as her pupils strained and adjusted, shapes emerged from the gloom like ghosts materializing. She was lying on her side on a wooden floor, the planks splintered and warped, gritty with dirt under her cheek. Above her, a network of heavy, rough-hewn beams crisscrossed into blackness, holding up a roof she couldn't see. A single, bare bulb hung from a frayed, cloth-wrapped wire about 15 feet away, unlit and coated in dust. Slivers of pale moonlight, blue and cold, sliced through vertical gaps in the walls, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust motes dancing in the dead air. The barn. She was in a derelict, forgotten barn. She tried to move, to push herself up. A sharp, biting pain encircled her neck, a constant pressure. She raised a trembling hand, her fingers cold and clumsy. They touched coarse, braided fiber. And a rope. It was looped around her neck, not tight enough to choke, but with no slack. The other end trailed off into the darkness behind her, tied to something solid and unmoving. A sob hitched in her chest, a painful convulsion. She choked it back, the sound strangled in her raw throat. She listened, every nerve ending screaming. Silence except for the wind's moan and the relentless drip. Then a new sound, a soft, deliberate scrape of metal on wood. The rustle of clothing, a jacket sleeve brushing against denim. Footsteps, measured and unhurried, approached from behind her. They stopped a few feet away, just outside her limited field of vision. She didn't dare turn her head. She stared straight ahead, at a jagged patch of moonlight on the floorboards, her entire body rigid with a terror so complete it felt like paralysis. Her breath came in short, shallow hitches that fogged faintly in the cold air before her face. "You don't know me," a voice said. It was calm, measured, almost conversational. It was the same voice from the roadside, but stripped of its sheepish, friendly affect. Now it was flat, devoid of emotion, a voice stating facts. "But you will die here tonight." The words hung in the cold, still air. They were so absurd, so monstrous, that her brain tried to reject them, to fold them into a nightmare. This was a mistake. A terrible, horrible mistake. He had the wrong person. This was a robbery that had gone off script. "Who are you?" Her own voice was a raw, painful croak. Her throat was sandpaper, each word a scrape. "What do you want?" "Money." "My car's back there, you can have it." The title, S in the glove box. "My wallet, S in my coat pocket, there's maybe $80. Just take it." "Take it all?" The sentences tumbled out, pleading, bargaining with the flat, emotionless silence. A soft, almost imperceptible sigh, the sound of patience thinning. It's not about money. Then what? She begged, the panic rising, making her voice climb. Why me? I didn't see anything. I don't know you. I won't tell anyone, I swear to God. I'll forget your face, just please. She was babbling now, the words a frantic stream, her hands coming up in a gesture of helpless supplication. History has a name for me, the voice interrupted, its tone shifting to one of quiet, pedantic declaration, a teacher correcting a student. They call me the Stalker. The name landed in the center of her chest like a physical blow, driving the air from her bruised lungs. A childhood chill, visceral and immediate, ran down Lydia's spine, raising every hair on her arms and the back of her neck. The Stalker. A ghost story from Millerton County. A tale told in whispers around dying campfires and in darkened bedrooms to keep kids from wandering the woods at night. A shape that moved between the trees, a man who took people who strayed too far from the path, who watched from the shadows of old barns. He wasn't real. He was a legend, a piece of local folklore parents used for control, like the Goatman or the Dueño. Of a story. That's a lie, she screamed, the force of her denial giving her a burst of frantic energy. She tried to twist toward the voice, but the rope snapped taut, biting into the skin under her jaw. That's a story for kids. You're not him. You're just a man. The effort triggered a violent coughing fit that squeezed her throat against the rough rope. She gasped, tears of pain and terror springing to her eyes, blurring the moonlight. She tried to scream again, for help, for anyone, a raw, wordless cry to the night, but her throat constricted painfully, producing only a strangled, wet wheeze. Her hands flew to her neck, her fingers scrabbling at the rough braids of the rope, finding no knot, no purchase. It was tight, unyielding, a fact of her new world. I told you, the voice said, a hint of boredom, of mild annoyance creeping into the flat tone. As if her disbelief, her terror, was a minor inconvenience, a distraction from the ritual. Hands, gloved hands, she felt the synthetic, grippy material, gripped her firmly under her shoulders from behind. She kicked out, her boots scrambling for purchase on the gritty, splintered planks, but she was weak, disoriented, the world still tilting. He hauled her backward, her body dragging across the rough wood, her coat riding up, the splinters tearing at her sweater. The rope around her neck pulled taut, a constant, terrifying pressure on her windpipe making her gag. She was pulled out of the weak pool of light from the dusty bulb, across the threshold of the barn's gaping doorway, and into the open field. The night air was freezing, a clean, dry cold that was a shock after the barn's damp, rotten miasma. It stole what little breath she had. The sky was a vast, black dome salted with countless icy stars, impossibly bright and distant. The man stepped around in front of her, a dark silhouette against the starry expanse, his features swallowed by the night. He was just a shape, a cutout of deeper black. In his right hand, he held a pistol, its metal faintly gleaming with a dull, oily sheen in the starlight. He raised his arm, extending it with a calm, practiced motion, aiming not at her, but at a point in the dark field about 20 yards away at nothing. The gunshot was a flat, deafening crack that shattered the immense silence of the night, the sound seeming to suck the air from the field before echoing back. The muzzle flash was a brief, orange-white starburst that imprinted on her vision, leaving a floating, purple afterimage. The sound rolled across the empty fields, fading slowly into a ringing silence that felt deeper than before. Lydia flinched violently, her whole body jerking against the rope, a thin, animal whimper escaping her lips. The smell of cordite, sharp and acrid and military, drifted to her on the cold air, cutting through the smells of earth and decay. The man lowered the gun, his arm returning to his side. He took a step closer, his boots crunching on the frost-stiffened grass. Now she could see the bottom half of his face in the starlight, a firm, clean-shaven jaw, a mouth set in a neutral, almost thoughtful line. No smile, no frown. "Get up," he commanded, his voice devoid of anger or excitement or any emotion at all. It was an instruction, plain and simple, like telling someone to pass the salt. She stared, uncomprehending, her mind still ringing from the gunshot. Her legs felt like water, disconnected. "Get up," he said it slowly, spacing the words, giving each one weight. Trembling violently, a fine, constant shake that started in her core and radiated out to her fingertips, every muscle protesting, Lydia pushed herself up onto her knees. The rope tugged at her neck, a reminder. The frozen grass was sharp and brittle under her palms. She got one foot under her, the ankle wobbling, then the other, and staggered upright. She swayed, the world tilting, the starfield spinning overhead. She wrapped her arms around herself, her fingers digging into her own biceps, her whole body shaking with a cold and terror so deep it felt like her bones were rattling. He gestured with the gun, a small, economical motion, not at her, but back toward the dark maw of the barn door. "This is where you choose," he said. His tone was almost pedagogical, like a teacher explaining a difficult but elegant concept. "I'm not your executioner. You are." He reached into his jacket pocket with his free hand, the movement smooth, and pulled out a small, dark object. He didn't brandish it. He simply tossed it onto the ground at her feet. It landed with a soft, definitive thud in the frozen grass between her boots. It was a knife. A simple hunting knife with a polished bone handle and a sharp, pointed blade about 4 inches long, the edge catching a sliver of starlight. "The rope is tied to a central beam inside," he explained, his voice calm, instructive. 15 feet of lead. Not enough to reach the tree line. The knot is a simple slip, not behind your neck. The knife will cut the rope." He paused, letting the information settle in the cold air, watching her. "Or you can use it on yourself. The quicker end. That is your choice. I will be back before dawn to collect what remains." He took 2 deliberate steps backward, his eyes on her, then turned smoothly on his heel and began walking away, his footsteps crunching softly on the frost, heading toward the dark, solid line of the tree line at the far edge of the field. He didn't look back. Within moments, the deeper shadows between the first trees swallowed him, and he was gone. Lydia stood alone in the vast, star-drenched field, the immense cold biting into her, seeping through her clothes. The rope was a noose around her neck, the lead trailing back into the darkness of the barn like an umbilical cord to a dead thing. The knife lay at her feet, a dark, metallic promise glinting on the frozen earth. The echo of the gunshot still seemed to hang in the air, or perhaps it was just the ringing in her ears. She didn't move. She didn't look down. She stared at the spot where he had disappeared, as if by sheer will she could make the last 5 minutes unravel, rewind back to the moment before she took the flowers from his hand. The silence closed in around her, absolute and waiting. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Katie jerked awake, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird trying to break bone. The sheets were tangled around her legs, damp and cold with sweat. The air in the cheap motel room was stale, smelling of industrial cleaner, and the faint, lingering odor of the fast food they'd eaten hours before, a greasy ghost in the dark. The nightmare had been a reel of familiar horrors, spliced with new ones. She'd been at Ben's house, the one in Arlington with the blue door. Blood was smeared on the window pane, a single, lazy streak like a finger dragged through paint. Inside, the lights were too bright, bleaching all color from the walls. Ben, his wife Sarah, and their little girl were tied to dining room chairs, arranged in a neat row as if for a portrait. Their mouths were sealed with wide strips of silver duct tape, their eyes wide and pleading, tracking her as she moved but unable to speak. Then the shadows in the room, behind the sofa, in the kitchen doorway, had peeled away from the walls, becoming solid, becoming men. They wore those grotesque plague doctor masks, the long beaks pointing at her like accusations. Their leader, taller than the others, stepped forward. His gloved hands rose to the mask. He removed it slowly, the motion ceremonial, and Tobias Campbell's jaundiced, skeletal face was revealed, his lips stretching into a smile that showed too much gum. That was the last thing she saw before the rough, fibrous loop dropped over her head from behind and snapped tight against her throat. She felt the brutal bite of the hemp, the crushing pressure on her windpipe, the terrifying final crack of vertebrae that echoed up into her skull, and then the void, cold and absolute. She gasped, throwing a hand to her neck. Her skin was smooth, unmarked. She was in bed. Alone. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed 7:30 in angry red numerals. Late. No urgent knock from Nina in the adjoining room yet. The silence felt heavy, accusatory. She fumbled for her phone on the nightstand, her fingers clumsy with residual adrenaline. The screen was a blinding rectangle in the dim room. She typed a quick text to Ben, her thumbs stumbling over the keys. "Good morning." "All okay there?" She needed the anchor of his reply, the proof that the nightmare was just noise in her head, not prophecy. She stared at the screen, waiting for the 3 dots to appear, but they didn't. The silence stretched. The phone buzzed violently in her hand before she could hit send. The screen showed an unknown number with a Maryland area code. Her stomach tightened into a hard, cold knot. "Ford," she answered, her voice rough with sleep and dread. "Agent Ford." "Chief Miller," his voice was taut, stripped of its usual territorial bluster. It sounded thin, stretched over a wire of fear. "We've got another one. You and Agent Shaw need to come to River Road, out by the Oxbow Lake. Past the old Miller farm, where the road bends. It's not like the others." Katie closed her eyes, pressing her fingers against her temple, where a headache was beginning to pulse in time with her heartbeat. Another body. So soon. The pace was terrifying, a metronome ticking towards some unknown crescendo. "We're on our way. Secure the scene. Don't let anyone touch anything." "Who found it?" "Called in about an hour ago." "Multiple calls, actually. About the noise first, then the other thing. We've got a perimeter, but it's a big damn field." "Just hurry," he ended the call abruptly. She sat on the edge of the bed for a 10 count, forcing air deep into her lungs, letting it out slowly. The motel carpet was a pattern of brown and beige swirls, stained near the door. She focused on it, grounding herself in the mundane ugliness. Then she swung her legs out. Every muscle protested, the deep ache in her ribs, the pull of the healing gash on her side, the deep gravel burns on her forearms, a dull, persistent throb beneath the bandages. She dressed quickly in the same dark trousers and a fresh black t-shirt, pulling a worn leather jacket over it. She didn't bother with makeup. The face in the bathroom mirror was pale, shadows like bruises under her eyes. A small, healing cut bisected her left eyebrow. The woman staring back looked haunted, worn thin, and she hated her for it. She splashed cold water on her face, the shock of it sharpening her focus. Nina was already waiting by their rental car, a nondescript gray sedan parked under the flickering motel sign that buzzed like an angry insect. The morning was cool, the sky a flat, pale gray, promising neither sun nor rain. Nina's posture was stiff, her shoulders hunched slightly forward as if against a constant, invisible wind. Her face was pale, the lines around her mouth and eyes etched deeper than they had been yesterday, carved by pain and a sleepless night. She held 2 paper cups of gas station coffee, steam curling into the damp air. She didn't look at Katie as she approached, her gaze fixed on the distant line of trees beyond the parking lot. Katie took the keys from her without asking. Nina didn't object, just handed her a coffee and slid into the passenger seat with a careful, deliberate motion, like someone navigating a minefield. She set her own cup in the holder but didn't drink from it, just stared at the lid. "He's accelerating," Nina said as Katie pulled onto the empty county road, her gaze fixed on the passing fields of stubbled corn and fallow pasture. The tires hummed on the asphalt. Olivia Bennett 4 days ago. The Jane Doe in the square 3 days ago. Now this. 3 in under a week. She finally picked up her coffee, took a small sip and grimaced. "He's not hiding. He knows we're here, watching. This is a performance, and we're the audience he can't resist. He needs us to see the work. The faster he works, the more urgent the message." Katie nodded, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. The coffee was bitter and too hot, scalding her tongue, but she drank it anyway, needing the caffeine jolt to burn away the last cobwebs of the nightmare. "Miller said it's not like the others. Different staging." "It'll be different in the details," Nina replied, her voice low and gravelly. She shifted in her seat, trying to find a position that didn't pull at her injured shoulder, a barely suppressed wince tightening the corner of her eye. "But the theme will be the same. A show. A lesson." She stared out at a cluster of black cows standing motionless in a misty field, shapes without detail. "He's on a schedule. Something's driving him. A deadline or an itch he can't stop scratching. Maybe he's got a list. And he's checking them off. Or he's getting sloppy," Katie offered, though she didn't believe it. "The pressure of us being here." Nina shook her head once, a short, definitive motion. "No. This isn't sloppy. This is deliberate escalation. The first was a recreation, hidden in plain sight. The second was a display, left for us to find. This one," she trailed off, watching a slow-moving tractor appear in the distance, a red speck on a dirt access road. "This one has a soundtrack, according to Miller. That's new. That's him raising his voice." The GPS led them away from the sparse outskirts of Millerton, down narrower roads lined with skeletal trees whose branches clawed at the gray sky. Occasional mailboxes on crooked posts stood like sentinels. They passed the tractor, its driver a hunched silhouette in a feed cap who didn't turn to look at the strange car. The landscape opened up, vast and lonely, fields rolling away to a horizon broken only by the occasional stand of pines or a lonely farmhouse. Finally, they reached a stretch of river road that was little more than cracked asphalt flanked by deep drainage ditches, choked with brown weeds and littered with plastic bags. A single county patrol car was parked on the shoulder, its light bar dark. A young deputy leaned against the hood, arms crossed, looking bored and cold. Beyond him, maybe 300 yards out in a vast, open field that rolled down toward a distant gleam of water, the Oxbow Lake, was another cruiser. It sat near the only vertical feature for acres, A massive, ancient sycamore tree, its white, mottled bark ghostly against the dull green and brown of the field. There was no driveway, no track leading to it. "Guess we walk," Katie muttered, pulling over behind the first cruiser. The gravel crunched under the tires. The deputies straightened up as they got out. "Agents, Chief said to expect you. He's down at the tree." Katie gave a curt nod. The air was chill and damp, carrying the rich, cold smell of wet earth and decaying vegetation, undercut by a faint, sour note of manure from a distant farm. A low, rusted three-strand wire fence, meant more for discouraging livestock than people, separated the road from the field. Katie hooked a boot over the top strand, pressed down until the wire gave with a twang, and swung her other leg over, landing in the soft, tufted grass on the other side. The impact sent a jolt up through her sore ribs. Nina followed, moving with less grace, her movements careful and measured. She put a hand on the fence post for balance, swung a leg over, and landed with a soft, pained grunt, her right hand going instinctively to her lower back. She stood for a second, head down, catching her breath, looking out across the expanse they had to cross. The field seemed to stretch forever, the sycamore a lonely sentinel in the middle of it. "Last fence," she breathed, more to herself than to Katie. It sounded like a vow or a lament. Katie's eyes were already scanning the scene ahead, the profiler's lens clicking into place, pushing past the physical discomfort. The tree. Its thick, low branch extending parallel to the ground like an arm offering a gift. The specific, stark geometry of the rope tied to it. A noose dangling empty. The way it swung in a slow, lazy arc in the morning breeze, a pendulum marking time. It wasn't a hasty knot. It was crafted, intentional, the coils neat and tight. A cold, sick certainty settled in her gut, heavy as a stone. She grabbed Nina's arm just above the elbow. The older woman flinched, a minute reaction of pure surprise but didn't pull away. Her arm felt thin under the jacket, the bone prominent. "Wait," Katie said, her voice low. Nina turned her head slowly, her expression flat and tired, but her eyes were sharp, taking in Katie's face. "What for?" "You should stay at the car. Let me check it out first. Get the lay of the land from Miller." "You don't need to," she trailed off, not wanting to say "see this," not wanting to acknowledge the history she knew was coming. Nina gave her a long, measuring look. The exhaustion in her face was undercut by a flash of pure, stubborn defiance, a spark that had been banked but never extinguished. She pulled her arm from Katie's grip, not roughly, but with a firm, final pressure. "I didn't come here to watch from the parking lot. I came to work." She pushed past, the damp grass whispering against her trousers, and started walking down the gentle, sloping field. Katie fell in step beside her, the damp grass soaking the cuffs of their trousers, the cold moisture immediately seeping through to their skin. The ground was uneven, hiding gopher holes and clumps of prickly thistle. They walked in silence for 24 paces, the only sounds the crunch of their footsteps, the distant cry of a crow, and the low sigh of the wind across the open space. Then Nina stopped dead. She hadn't seen it from the road, not clearly. The slope and the distance had hidden the details. Now, from 50 yards out, the scene resolved with horrible, graphic clarity. The sycamore's branch was about 15 feet off the ground. From it hung a rope, thick and coarse, the kind used for tethering boats or livestock, weathered to a grayish-brown. It ended in a meticulously tied noose, a classic hangman's knot with 13 coils, the loop large enough to fit a human head. It swung gently, hypnotically in the faint breeze, casting a slender, dancing shadow on the trampled grass below. Beneath it, the grass was flattened in a small, chaotic circle, blades broken and stained dark in patches. "Oh," Nina said softly. The word exhaled on a breath that seemed to leave her body for good. The single syllable wasn't shock. It was recognition. It held a universe of memory, but Katie knew instantly it wasn't memory of Campbell or his signature hanging of informants. This was older, deeper history, buried in the bedrock of the Bureau itself. Katie knew it too. The Osage Reign of Terror in the 1920s. Oklahoma. Oil-rich Osage Native Americans were systematically murdered for their head rights. The killers, often white neighbors, husbands, businessmen, and the conspirators who protected them, including law enforcement, doctors, and community pillars, had used every method. Poison, shooting, and yes, staged suicides. Hanging victims from barn rafters or trees to look like self-inflicted justice or despair, while the real murderers were shielded by a conspiracy of greed and official silence that reached into the highest levels of the Bureau of Investigation itself. It was one of the most profound, shameful institutional failures in American criminal history, a case study in how the system could become the weapon. "You don't have to go down there," Katie said again, her voice barely above a whisper. "I can handle the scene. You can interview the cousin, work the music angle. It's a direct pull from the files." "Yes," Nina said, the word clipped, bitten off. "I do." Her voice was hollow, scraped out from a deep place but resolved. She started walking again, her pace deliberate, each step placed with care as if the field itself might give way beneath her, as if she were walking not on grass but on old bones. Chief Miller stood leaning against the front fender of his cruiser, arms crossed over his chest. He was smoking a cigarette, the smoke a blue-gray plume in the still air that didn't dissipate but hung around his head like a cloud. He looked up as they approached, his expression a mix of relief and deep, personal unease. He dropped the cigarette and crushed it under the heel of his work boot, grinding it into the dirt. "Agents." Bizarre damn scene. No body, just the setup. Like some kind of sick art project. He gestured vaguely at the tree with his chin, unable or unwilling to look at it directly. "My guys are searching the woods by the lake, the drainage ditches. Nothing so far." "Female victim," Katie stated, not asking. Her mind was racing through the historical parallels, overlaying them onto this quiet Maryland field, the dates, the methods, the sheer, chilling bureaucracy of the evil. A mid-20s. Hanged, but the scene is staged to obscure the real cause of death. Ligature marks won't match the rope angle. The body was dead or dying before it was strung up. You'll find ladder marks on that bark, probably from a small aluminum ladder, maybe a stepladder. Her personal effects, wallet, phone, jewelry, will be missing or planted somewhere to suggest a motive she didn't have. Debt, a lover's quarrel, depression. The scene will be made to whisper suicide or crime of passion, but the facts will scream execution. Miller stared, his mouth slightly agape. The wind ruffled his thinning hair, exposing a pale scalp. "How in the hell? We haven't even found the body yet. We don't know cause of death." "You're describing a textbook." "Because this isn't his invention," Katie cut him off, her eyes still locked on the noose, tracing its slow arc. "If it's a copy, a meticulous, researched copy of a specific historical crime pattern." "Who was she?" Miller swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his thin neck. He pulled out his notebook, a small, leather-bound pad, and flipped it open, buying a second to compose himself. "Lydia Cole, 25. Lived in a little apartment over the hardware store on Main. Worked at the feed co-op part-time. Local singer, played guitar at the Two Rivers Inn sometimes. My cousin Bobby saw her perform there just last night. Said she seemed fine. Tired maybe, but fine. Took a request, smiled. Packed up her guitar and left around 11. Lydia Cole, Katie repeated, turning to Nina. The name meant nothing yet, but the pattern was everything. A young woman, a performer, living on the margins. This is Campbell's signature. It's not the mimicker's either. It's a different historical failure. A different kind of protected killer. The Osage murders were about greed, protected by a conspiracy of silence. The killer here is recreating that protection as much as the murder. Nina's jaw was tight, a muscle flickering in her cheek like a trapped heartbeat. She wasn't looking at the noose anymore. She was looking past it, at the vast, indifferent landscape, as if seeing the ghosts of the Osage Hills superimposed upon it, the barren Oklahoma ridges and the grand houses built on blood money. He's making a catalog, she said, her voice grim, factual. A museum of institutional betrayal. Villisca, the botched investigation, the ruined lives. Cleveland torso, the city that chose to look away. Now this. The system that was the crime. Who found the scene? And specifically, half the damn neighborhood, Miller said, pulling out another cigarette but just holding it, rolling it between his thumb and forefinger. Started getting calls around 5 this morning. Not about the thing. About a god-awful racket coming from that barn over there all night. He pointed with the cigarette to a small, white clapboard outbuilding a couple 100 yards away, nestled in a copse of leafless trees near the property line. It looked dilapidated, its roof sagging like a tired spine, paint peeling in long curls. A loud music. Heavy metal stuff, they said. Shook their windows. Old man Henderson, who lives in that white house you passed about a half-mile back, said it started just after midnight and played on a loop, same song, over and over, until maybe an hour before dawn. Then it just stopped. Dead quiet. That's when he came out to look, saw the rope from his porch. Called us. Nina was already moving, turning her back on the sycamore and its silent pendulum, as if physically rejecting its pull. She walked back toward the road with a purpose that belied the pain in her step, a focused energy that seemed to draw from a deep well of anger. We need to see it. Now. Before your people trample it. Is it locked? Padlocked on the big doors, Miller said, falling into step beside them, his longer strides easily keeping pace. Chain's old. Side doors ajar. We haven't been in. Secured the perimeter and waited for you. Figured you want it pristine. They took Miller's cruiser, bouncing along a rutted farm track that circled the perimeter of the field. The car's suspension groaned in protest. The barn sat on the edge of the property, separated from the field by another rusty wire fence. It was clearly unused for years, its double doors secured by a padlock and a chain so old it was furry with orange rust. A smaller, human-sized door on the side was ajar, the wood around the latch splintered, as if it had been forced recently. Miller killed the engine. The silence rushed back in, profound and heavy. He produced a heavy maglite from his belt. And here. Nina took the flashlight from him without a word, her fingers brushing his, and pushed the door open with the toe of her boot. It swung inward with a long, agonized creak that shattered the quiet. The interior was swallowed by gloom, the only light coming from the doorway and a few narrow cracks in the wall where boards had shrunk or rotted away, letting in dusty shafts of gray morning light. The smell hit them first. Damp earth, the sweet rotten scent of old hay mildewing in the corners, and underneath it, the sharp, plastic tang of something electronic, something new and out of place. Nina stepped inside, playing the beam of the flashlight around like a scalpel. Katie followed, her hand instinctively going to her hip where her service weapon rested, though she didn't draw it. Miller lingered in the doorway, a bulky silhouette blocking the light. The barn was one large room, empty except for two moldering bales of hay collapsed into themselves in a far corner like decaying teeth, and a weathered, three-legged bench lying on its side. The dirt floor was hard-packed, scuffed with what looked like recent footprints, the tread of work boots, size large, coming and going from the center of the room. And in the very center of the floor, sitting alone as if on a stage under a single, imaginary spotlight, was a black portable CD player. It was an older model, rectangular, with a silver disc tray and simple buttons for play, stop, eject. A thin, black power cord snaked from its back and trailed across the dirt to a cheap orange extension cord, which itself ran to a lone, uncovered electrical outlet mounted on a wooden beam. The outlet looked newer than the barn, its white plastic faceplate clean. Nina went straight for it, her movements sharp with a tense, focused energy that seemed to burn away her fatigue. She circled the device once without touching it, the flashlight beam crawling over its plastic casing, highlighting smudges, a tiny scratch near the volume dial. No dust on it. Placed recently, within the last 12 hours. The cords just laid there, not buried. He wanted it found. He wanted it playing. She stopped, aimed the light at Katie's face. Play it. Katie knelt in the dirt, ignoring the cold damp seeping immediately through the fabric of her trousers. She didn't touch the power button. Instead, she leaned close, her own breath stirring a tiny cloud of dust on the player's surface. She pressed the eject button with a knuckle. The disc tray slid out with a soft, precise whir. Sitting in the center was a generic, silver-burned CDR. No label, no markings, just the iridescent rainbow sheen of the data layer. She used the cuff of her leather jacket to slide the tray back in until it clicked home. She took a deep breath, the smells of decay filling her nose, then pressed play. For a second, there was only the faint, mechanical whir of the disc spinning up, a digital purr. Then the barn was filled with sound. It wasn't just music. It was an assault, a wave of noise that hit them like a physical force. A recorded thunderclap exploded from the small speakers, followed instantly by a slow, ominous, tolling bell that vibrated in the dusty air. Then a driving, sinister guitar riff sliced through, distorted and heavy, joined by a relentless, pounding double bass drum pattern that seemed to vibrate in Katie's chest cavity, rattling her sternum. A wailing, agonized vocal cut through the mix, not singing so much as declaiming with raw, furious contempt. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. The volume was maxed out. The small speakers distorted, crackling with the bass, the mid-range tearing. In the confined, resonant space of the barn, it was overwhelming, a physical presence that pressed against the walls and their eardrums. Miller took an involuntary step back out the door, his hand coming up to his ear. Nina didn't move. She stood rooted, her head tilted slightly, listening not just to the noise but to the intent behind it. Her confusion was palpable, a deep frown etching trenches between her brows. This wasn't the mournful, silent terror of a staged suicide. This was rage given sound. Pure, undiluted, theatrical fury. This wasn't part of the Osage history, Nina shouted over the din. Her voice was strained, fighting to be heard. She meant the copycat. The curator. This is new. This is his commentary. He's adding his own footnote to the exhibit. She had to lean closer to Katie, her mouth near her ear. The lyrics were unmistakable to Katie. She'd heard this track 100 times on her father's old stereo in the garage, him tinkering with carburetors while the walls shook with that same relentless rhythm. It was the sound of her adolescence, of rebellion, but here now it felt alien and threatening. She reached out, her fingers finding the ridged plastic of the volume knob, and turned it down sharply. The sudden reduction in noise was almost as shocking as the sound had been, leaving a high-pitched ringing in their ears and a vacuum of silence that felt thick and charged. "It's Black Sabbath," she said, her own voice sounding too loud, too raw in the new quiet. The guitar riff continued, now a menacing background rumble, the vocals a distant snarl. "War Pigs" from 1970. Nina shook her head slowly, her eyes still fixed on the CD player as if it might sprout legs and explain itself. "What's the connection?" "A protest song. The anti-war." "That's a stretch from the 1920s. Katie met her partner's gaze. In the dim light, Nina's face was all sharp angles and shadows, the flashlight beam casting her features in stark relief. The implications settled between them like a weight, dense and cold. "Not just protest. Listen to the lyrics. It's about generals and politicians who treat people as pawns, who start wars for profit, then wash their hands when the dying's done. It's about the men who give the orders, safe in their palaces, and never face the rope. They make a joke of the peace they've broken." She quoted the next line from memory, her voice low and clear in the dusty space. "Politicians hide themselves away, they only started the war, why should they go out to fight? They leave that role to the poor, it's about the architects. The ones who orchestrate the violence but are insulated from the consequences. The ones who get protection." Nina was silent for a long moment. The song played on at the lower volume, the final, frantic guitar solo wailing like an air raid siren from the past. She finally looked away from the player, her eyes scanning the dark corners of the barn. "So the noose isn't just for the victim," she said finally, each word measured. "It's a symbol for the powerful who weren't hanged. The ones who got away with it. The conspirators, the lookaways. He's staging the crime, and then staging the accusation. The music is the accusation. And making us listen to the soundtrack," Katie said, hitting the stop button. The click was definitive. The sudden silence was absolute, thick with dust and implication. The echo of the music seemed to linger in the rafters. They left the barn, the morning light outside seeming too bright, too normal, hurting their dark-adapted eyes. Miller was on his radio, calling in the text to process the CD player, the cords, the entire barn. "Yeah, bring the full kit. Latents trace the works. And an evidence bag for a CD." He lowered the radio as they approached. "What's it mean?" "It means he's talking to us," Nina said, her voice flat. "And he's pissed off at people in charge. That's not a great list to be on." She took a deep breath of the cold, clean air, as if trying to purge the barn's smell from her lungs. As they walked back to the cruiser, Katie's phone buzzed in her pocket. A text from Ben. "All good. Quiet mornings. Sarah took Emma to the park." "You?" She stared at the words, the mundane domesticity of them a stark, almost painful contrast to the staged noose and the screaming music in the barn. She typed a quick working "A scene. Talk later," and put the phone away, the action feeling surreal, like she was pretending to be a person who had normal text conversations. They drove back to the Sycamore in silence. A county crime scene unit had arrived. a white van with a gold seal, and two technicians in bulky white Tyvek suits were now working under the tree like astronauts on a bleak planet. One was photographing the rope from every angle using a camera on a telescoping pole. The other was carefully dusting the trunk of the tree with black fingerprint powder, the bark becoming a blotchy, dark mess. As they ducked under the bright yellow crime scene tape that had been strung in a wide, fluttering perimeter, the tech with the camera looked over. He was young, with a serious, unlined face under his hood. "Agent Ford. You need to see this. Found it when I was zooming in on the knot." Katie and Nina moved closer. The tech pointed with a gloved finger to the thick hemp rope where the knot was tied off against the tree branch. It was a complex knot, all loops and a bitter end tucked neatly in. We were getting close-ups of the knotwork. Professional grade, by the way. Sailor or climber. Look here, just below the final coil. Katie leaned in, her nose almost touching the rough rope. Carved into the fibrous surface, just below the final coil, were two letters. They were small, no more than half an inch high, but cut deep and with deliberate, careful strokes, the grooves pale against the dark hemp. WK. Her breath caught. "It's not TC, she breathed, a cold trickle of understanding running down her spine. Tobias Campbell's initials were not here. This was a different signature for a different kind of murder, a different message. "No," the tech agreed, his voice muffled by his mask. "It's fresh. Carved with something very sharp, a knife or a razor, probably after the rope was in place. Any idea what it means?" "Initials." Katie's mind raced, flipping through mental files, the roster of the Osage tragedy. William Hale, the white cattleman who orchestrated so many of the murders, was known as the King of the Osage Hills to his supporters. But these weren't his initials. WK. Was it a victim's initials? A lawman who looked the other way. A corrupt guardian. She ran through the major players. Hoover, the bureau director at the time, was JEH. The local corrupt sheriff was, she couldn't recall. Her mind hit a wall. Then it hit her, not as a name, but as a concept, a phrase. "It's not a person," she said, turning to Nina, who was staring at the carved letters with a hard, focused intensity, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Or not just a person. WK could be withheld knowledge, willful ignorance, White Knight the false protector. He's not copying Campbell, who signed his work as his own vanity. This killer is copying the system that let other killers walk free. The conspiracy. The silence. He's attributing the crime to the mechanism that allowed it." She looked back at the noose, swinging gently in the breeze that had picked up. "And he's telling us he knows how that mechanism works. He understands the gears and levers of official failure. He might have been a gear himself." Nina didn't speak for a long moment. She reached out a hand, stopping an inch from the rope, not touching it. Her fingers curled into a loose fist, then dropped to her side. She finally lifted her gaze from the rope to meet Katie's. The exhaustion was still there, a fundamental weariness, but it was now fused with a cold, clear anger that burned in her dark eyes. "He's not just a historian. He's a critic. And he's building his case, one exhibit at a time. He's presenting evidence of the crime, and then evidence of the cover-up all together." She looked out toward the road, where Miller was talking to a deputy, pointing back toward the barn. "We need everything on Lydia Cole. Her life, her routines, her friends, her enemies. Who might have wanted her dead for real, not just as a symbol. And we need to find out who owns this field, this barn. Who had access to that outlet? Who knew that music would carry? The music, Katie said, the heavy guitar chords still echoing in her memory. The War Pigs loop. That's the emotional core of this exhibit. A rage. Directed upward. He's angry at the people in charge. The protectors. The arrangers. The ones who make the jokes. Maybe he tried to tell someone once, Nina said, her voice quiet, almost lost in the wind. She turned away from the tree, her shoulders slumping slightly under the weight of the thought. Maybe he brought evidence of a crime, of a wrong, to the people who were supposed to fix it. The police. A sheriff. A federal agent. A prosecutor. And they looked away. They filed it. They washed their hands. She started walking back toward the car, her stride slower now, the morning's adrenaline clearly spent, the weight of the scene and its implications pressing down on her like a physical burden. So now he's making a noise they can't ignore. He's turning up the volume. Even if he has to kill to do it. Even if he has to become the thing he hates to prove his point. Katie followed the carved letters WK. Burning in her mind like a brand. A signature that was an accusation. A killer who was building a museum of American failure, and they were the first, unwilling visitors, trying to read the placards before the next exhibit opened. The pace was accelerating. The next display was already being planned, the next historical atrocity being researched. They had to find the curator before he finished his collection, because the finale, she feared, wouldn't be in a book. It would be in the headlines, with their names attached. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The heavy metal track blared from Katie's phone, a jarring, discordant assault of distorted guitars and guttural vocals that shattered the tense silence inside the rental SUV. The bass line thumped against the windows, a physical vibration that made the rearview mirror tremble. Nina Shaw's hands were locked on the wheel at 10 and 2, her knuckles standing out like pale stones against her weathered skin. The GPS on the dash led them northeast, away from Millerton's sad square, and into the scattered outskirts where Lydia Cole had lived. The address was a pin on a map, a destination that felt increasingly like a trap. The sky outside was a bruised, uniform gray, pressing down on the landscape. "What's the angle here, Ford?" Nina's voice was tight, strained thin by pain and frustration. She hadn't taken her painkillers, a fact Katie knew from the rigid way she held her left shoulder slightly elevated, a subconscious guard against movement. She kept adjusting her grip, her right hand flexing open and closed as if testing its strength. This doesn't track. Get all. A folk singer, a staged hanging, and now this noise on her stereo. It's a mess. It feels like two different people did it. Katie kept her own tone level, analytical, forcing her profiler's mind to work despite the fatigue pressing behind her eyes like thumbs. She watched the monotonous countryside blur past, endless split-rail fences, the occasional slumped barn, fields of dead cornstalks rattling in a cold breeze that rocked the SUV on its suspension. The song could be noise. A distraction. The chief said she was a folk singer, acoustic stuff. Maybe it's just an insult. A way to defile her space, mock what she loved. It's a signature, but it's a loud one. It wants to be noticed. Or he's throwing everything at us to see what sticks, Nina countered, her eyes flicking to the rearview mirror for the third time in a minute, checking the empty road behind them. A chaotic signature. Misdirection. It's what a panicked copycat would do. someone trying to emulate something they don't fully understand, so they pile on the tropes. Or what a confident one would do to make us think he's panicked, Katie said, turning down the volume on her phone with a sharp tap. The sudden quiet was a relief, filled only by the hum of tires and the heater's blast. She shifted in her seat, the ache in her ribs a constant, dull companion that flared with every pothole. You think it's him, don't you? Tobias. That this is his way of waving. Of telling us he's here in the weeds with us. Nina's jaw tightened, a muscle jumping beneath the skin like a trapped insect. Her gaze remained fixed on the road ahead, where a hawk circled over a bare patch of field, riding the thermals with effortless malice. He'd love to prove he's watching. That he followed us here. That he can operate right under our noses. It's his favorite parlor trick. But this, she gestured vaguely toward Katie's now silent phone. This is cheap. Campbell's theater is quieter. More intimate. This is a scream. He wants us, not random strangers, Katie argued, feeling the old debate rise between them, a familiar trench. Me specifically. This exposes him. It creates a new crime scene, new forensics, new witnesses. It doesn't fit his pattern of careful, personal vengeance. He's a surgeon. This feels like a butcher. Since when has that psychopath been predictable? Nina shot back, her voice rising a fraction, sharp enough to cut through the heater's drone. He took Ben to get to you. He's playing a longer game now. Maybe this is how he starts it. By showing you he can touch anyone, anywhere. She pressed the accelerator harder, the SUV surging forward, tires humming on the asphalt. The speedometer needle climbed past 70. Or maybe it's just some other monster, and we're wasting time looking for ghosts when the real threat is standing right in front of us, holding a knife. Katie didn't have an answer for that. The silence that fell between them was thick, charged with all the things they couldn't say, the fear that Campbell was here, the deeper fear that he wasn't, and they were facing something new and just as vicious. The GPS chimed a polite, feminine warning for an upcoming turn. Nina took the turn too fast, the tires chirping in protest, throwing Katie against the door. She didn't apologize. They skidded to a halt outside a modest, vinyl-sided row house at the end of a cul-de-sac. The lawn was neat, bisected by a clean concrete walkway already slick with a thin sheen of frost. A ceramic frog sat by the front step, grinning vacantly up at the bleak sky. The whole scene screamed normalcy, a life violently interrupted. The house was a pale yellow, the shutters a dark green. One of the downstairs windows had a small, neat crack in the lower corner, repaired with clear tape. Nina was out of the car before the engine fully settled, the door swinging shut with a solid, final thunk. She was up the walk in 3 long strides, her boots leaving dark prints on the damp concrete, not bothering with the bell, and hammered the side of her fist against the front door, 3 sharp, authoritative raps that echoed in the quiet street like gunshots. Katie followed more slowly, her body protesting the sudden movement. She scanned the neighborhood. Quiet, working class, the kind of place where people mowed their lawns on Saturdays and kept their opinions to themselves. A kid's bike lay on its side in a yard 2 houses down, a bright blue helmet dangling from the handlebars. A curtain twitched in a neighboring window, a pale face peering out before the fabric fell still, leaving only a vague impression of watchfulness. The door opened a few inches, stopped by a security chain. A man's face peered out, swollen and red from crying. His eyes were puffy slits, the skin around them raw and inflamed, shiny with a recent application of cream or tears. He had a day's worth of dark stubble on his cheeks and jaw, and he held himself hunched, his free arm wrapped around his middle as if protecting a wound in his center. He wore a faded navy sweatshirt and jeans. "Daniel Cole?" Nina's question was a blunt instrument, devoid of preamble. He nodded, a jerky, mechanical motion. His breath hitched, a wet, ragged sound. Did it hurt?" The words were a torn whisper, scraped from a place of pure, animal dread. His eyes, bloodshot and desperate, searched Nina's face for the truth, but also for mercy. "No," Nina said, her voice softening by a single, imperceptible degree, the way a blade might be sheathed but not put away. She flipped her credentials open, holding them steady in the space between the door and the jamb. The badge gleamed dully in the flat light. "FBI agents Shaw and Ford. We need to ask you some questions about Lydia. Right now." Daniel Cole didn't invite them in. He stared at the badge for a long second, his brain processing the words through a fog of shock. Then he fumbled with the chain, his fingers clumsy, nails bit into the quick, and pulled the door open just wide enough for them to pass. But he remained planted in the doorway himself, a living barrier of grief. The air from inside carried the faint, sweet-sour smell of forgotten food, maybe Chinese takeout, and the deeper, staleness of drawn blinds and unmoving air. Katie stepped into a small, tidy living room. It was painfully ordinary, a catalog of modest comfort. A beige sofa faced a large flat-screen TV, a remote control centered perfectly on the coffee table. A bookshelf held a mix of paperback thrillers and small, framed photographs. Katie's eyes went to them immediately, drawn to the life they held. Lydia, a woman with a warm, open smile and long, honey-colored hair, laughing on a beach, one hand shielding her eyes from the sun. Lydia and Daniel, his arm around her, both squinting in sunlight on what looked like a hiking trail, his face relaxed and happy. Lydia on a small, dimly lit stage, cradling a guitar, her eyes closed in concentration. The life in those pictures was a brutal, screaming contrast to the hollow man who now stood with his back to them, staring at his own feet. Nina didn't sit. She stood in the center of the room, a dark, imposing presence that made the space feel smaller. She took in the room with a slow, sweeping gaze that missed nothing. Did she have any enemies? Anyone who might have wanted to hurt her? An ex-boyfriend, a disgruntled fan, a neighbor dispute. Daniel leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, hands tucked into his armpits. No, his voice was a monotone, rehearsed. The answer you give when you can't process the question, when the concept of enemy is as alien as life on Mars. Everyone loved her. She was light. He said it like it was a fact, simple and irrefutable. Katie stepped closer to the bookshelf, not touching, just looking. She saw horse figurines, a painted ceramic mare, a wooden carousel horse, a well-thumbed copy of The Hobbit, a board game box for something called Wingspan. A life of quiet, gentle interests. Was she social, Daniel? Where did she perform, exactly? Names, addresses. Local places, he said, his eyes fixed on a spot on the beige carpet where a faint stain might have been. The Two Rivers Inn in Spring Ridge. The Saddlemore Tavern over in Pine Bluff. Just small gigs. She played for tips and a free burger. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing painfully. She was building up to bigger things. Saving for a demo, the last sentence cracked, and he pressed the heels of his hands against his closed eyes. Hobbies, Nina pressed, her impatience a tangible force in the room, a low-frequency hum. She wanted facts, threads to pull, not this thick, suffocating fog of sorrow. She took a step closer to him, forcing him to look up. Besides the music. Did she run? Hike? Go to the gym? Online forums, chat rooms, dating apps. Horses, he said, the word automatic. He dropped his hands, revealing eyes now redder and wetter. She volunteered at a stable out on Route 9, Blue Heron Stables. She read a lot. Played games. We played games together. His answers were rote, hollow, as if he were reading from a script of a life that no longer existed, each fact a relic he was cataloging for the authorities. Did she listen to music like this? Nina gestured sharply to the phone still clutched in Katie's hand, though the audio was off. The movement was abrupt, almost an accusation. Daniel's eyes finally focused, moving from the carpet to the phone in Katie's grip. A flicker of confusion, then a flash of revulsion, passed over his features, twisting his mouth. Never. She hated that stuff. Said it was just anger and noise. She called it audio violence. She liked folk, indie stuff, some classic rock. The Beatles, Fleetwood Mac. Never that. Never. Podcasts? Katie asked, gentling her voice, trying to pull him back from the edge to be the softer touch. She moved to stand near the sofa, putting herself at his eye level. True crime, maybe. Or interviews with musicians. Anything she listened to regularly. He shook his head slowly, a man trying to remember the details of a dream that was fading by the second. No. She said the news was depressing enough. She listened to audiobooks in the car. Historical fiction, mostly. Or just quiet. She liked the quiet. Katie exchanged a glance with Nina. Another dead end. This victim profile was a blank slate. A kind, artistic woman with no dark secrets, no risky behavior, no online footprint of note. She was the worst kind of victim for an investigation, utterly random, or so perfectly targeted that the reason was invisible, known only to the hunter. Nina's lips pressed into a thin, white line of frustration. Katie moved to stand nearer to him, not too close, giving him space but entering his peripheral vision. Daniel, I know this is impossible. But is there anything at all from the last few weeks, even if it seemed small or silly at the time, that might help us? A strange car she mentioned idling on the street. A phone call that bothered her, where she got quiet afterward. A feeling she had that she was being watched. Even a wrong number hang-up. Nina, meanwhile, had begun a slow, deliberate circuit of the room. She didn't touch anything, but her eyes were cameras, recording every detail. The clean ashtray on the side table, neither smoked. The single wine glass in the sink visible through the kitchen pass-through, rinsed but not washed. The dog leash hanging by the door on a hook without a dog bowl in sight. Her right hand came up, and her fingers began to tap a rapid, staccato rhythm against her thigh, a physical outlet for the furious, building frustration. The case was stonewalling them, and every second in this sad, tidy room felt like a concession to the killer, a moment he was using to get further away. Katie saw the tapping, a nervous drumbeat of impotence. She saw Daniel's eyes dart to Nina's restless hand, and then away, overwhelmed by the agent's contained fury. Katie reached out and placed a stilling hand on her partner's forearm. The muscle beneath the wool sleeve was corded tight as steel cable, vibrating with tension. Nina stopped tapping, but the tension didn't leave her body. It just coiled deeper, making her statue still. The touch, the small human connection, seemed to break something in Daniel. He looked from Katie's concerned, earnest face to Nina's hardened, impatient one, and a fresh wave of agony crumpled his features. He seemed to remember he was supposed to have answers, that the world required something of him now, that he was failing Lydia by his silence. His breath began to come in short, ragged hitches. Her car, he whispered, the words so thick they were almost unintelligible. He cleared his throat, tried again. Did you find it? It has a camera. The dash cam. I put it in for her last Christmas. For safety, you know. With all the driving at night, the back roads. He looked at Katie, his eyes pleading for this to matter, for this one practical thing to be the key. It records when the ignition is on. Front and back. It saves to a card, but it can connect to her phone. Nina's attention snapped back to him with the force of a physical blow. Her whole body pivoted, her shoulders squaring, her gaze sharpening to a laser point. Where is the car now, Daniel? Where did she park it last? I don't know, he said, helpless, spreading his hands. They were large hands, capable-looking, but they trembled slightly. She drove it to the gig last night. At the Two Rivers. She always drove. She said she'd be home by midnight. We were gonna watch a movie. His voice broke on the last word, movie, turning it into a sob. He covered his mouth with a fist. We'll find it, Nina said, the promise flat and absolute, devoid of comfort but full of intent. She was already turning away, pulling her phone from her jacket pocket, her thumb moving to dial the precinct before she'd fully cleared the room. And stay here. Don't touch anything. Don't talk to anyone. Katie moved closer to Daniel, deliberately blocking his view of Nina's, retreating back as her partner stepped onto the front porch, her low, urgent voice already speaking to someone on the other end. The cold air from the open door washed over them. I'm so sorry for your loss, Daniel. And for my partner. She's very driven. She wants to catch who did this. Sometimes the wanting makes her seem harsh. How did she die? He whispered, the question so small it was almost lost in the hum of the refrigerator kicking on in the kitchen. He wasn't looking at her. He was staring, transfixed, at the photograph of Lydia on the beach, her smile frozen in time. Katie took a slow, deliberate breath, steeling herself. The truth was a weapon, but so was a lie. She chose the clinical, bare-bones truth. She was hanged. The medical examiner believes it was likely very quick. She wouldn't have suffered. She didn't mention the careful staging, the blaring song, the grotesque, almost artistic presentation by the lake. Those details were hers and Nina's to carry, not his. Daniel made a sound, a choked, wet gasp that was more air than voice. He covered his face with his broad, work-roughened hands, his shoulders hunching as if struck. A raw, ugly sob escaped, muffled by his palms. His whole body shook with the force of it. Why? She didn't do anything. She gave writing lessons to kids. She played songs. Why would anyone? The question trailed off into incomprehensible grief. Their reasons never make sense to us, Katie said softly, the old platitude feeling as inadequate and heavy as a stone in her mouth. But we will find him. We will. She reached into her inner pocket, her fingers brushing the cool leather of her credential case, and extracted a plain white business card. She held it out. He didn't lower his hands, his body racked with silent weeping, so she placed it carefully on the small, laminate table by the door, next to a set of spare keys. Call me anytime, day or night, if you think of anything else. Anything at all. A smell she mentioned, a person she argued with at the grocery store. Of anything. Nina appeared back in the doorway, a silhouette against the gray light. Her phone was clamped to her ear, but she lowered it, her expression grimly satisfied. She gave Katie a sharp, decisive nod. Car S located. Abandoned by the Oxbow Lake, off River Road. County Sheriff's deputy is standing by, hasn't approached. She hung up and fixed Daniel with a look that was not unkind, but held no room for comfort, only a stark, shared purpose. We're going there now. Maybe we got him on video. Maybe your Christmas present is what breaks this. Lydia Cole's compact, red sedan was nosed into a deep, grassy ditch on the shoulder of River Road, a quarter-mile past the turnoff to the old Miller farm. The location was desolate, a long, straight stretch of cracked asphalt bordered by skeletal trees and fallow fields that rolled down to the distant, muddy curve of the lake. The sky was a flat, featureless gray, leaching the color from everything, turning the world into a grainy photograph. The air smelled of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the faint, metallic tang of the cold. A young sheriff's deputy in a bulky, navy blue parka stood by his cruiser, stamping his feet against the cold and blowing on his hands. He nodded at them as they approached, his breath pluming in thick clouds. Agents. No one's touched it. Keys weren't in the ignition or on the ground. Doors were unlocked when I got here. I ran the plates, it's registered to her. Good. Stand back, Nina said, not unkindly, but with an authority that brooked no argument. She pulled a pair of nitrile gloves from her pocket with a practice snap and tugged them on. She circled the vehicle first, a predator assessing a kill site. The passenger side front tire was indeed flat, slumped into the tall, brown grass. Nina crouched, ignoring the wet ground soaking into the knees of her trousers. She examined the tire with a penlight. Neat, professional-looking slit in the sidewall. Not a puncture. A cut. Probably a lock blade, one smooth motion. She stood, her knees popping audibly. He wanted it to go fast, not slow. No time for her to get to a gas station. The driver's door was unlocked. Nina used her elbow to pull the handle, letting the door swing open. She peered inside, then used the same pen from her pocket to pop the glove box latch. It fell open, revealing the vehicle manual, a folded insurance card and registration in a plastic sleeve, and a half-empty pack of tissues. Nothing else. Katie, gloving up herself, went to the driver's side. The interior was clean, almost impersonal. A few travel mints rattled in the cup holder. A reusable stainless steel water bottle half full sat in the other. The floor mats were vacuumed clean, no traces of mud or gravel. There were no fast food wrappers, no stray hair ties or bobby pins, no lingering perfume or air freshener. It was the car of someone who was tidy, organized, who lived in her head and her music, not her vehicle. Katie leaned in, careful not to touch the steering wheel or seat. The dash was dust-free. The dash cam runs off the ignition, Katie said, leaning in further to scan the controls and the windshield. She saw the sleek, black unit mounted high on the windshield behind the rearview mirror, its tiny red status light dark. A thin wire ran from it down to the 12-volt outlet in the center console. No independent battery backup. We need power to access the memory. Step aside, Nina said. She had her multi-tool out, the black steel looking purposeful and deadly in her gloved hand. She wedged the flat head into the ignition cylinder, braced her other hand on the steering wheel for leverage, and twisted her wrist with a sharp, practiced jerk. There was a dry, splintering crack from inside the column, the sound of cheap plastic breaking. She ignored it, quickly using the tool to pry off the plastic housing beneath the steering wheel. It came away with a squeal of protest, exposing a nest of colored wires, dusty and bundled with zip ties. Katie watched, impressed despite herself. Nina's fingers, though stiff from the cold and the deep ache in her shoulder, moved with sure, economic precision, a mechanic's familiarity with violence. She isolated 2 wires, a thick red one and a yellow one with a black stripe, stripped a half-inch of insulation from each with the tool's sharp blade, and sparked them together. The dashboard lights flickered, then glowed a weak orange. The fuel pump whined from the rear of the car. Nina touched the bare copper ends together again, held them. The engine coughed, sputtered, then caught with a ragged, unhealthy rumble. Exhaust fumes, sharp and chemical, curled into the cold, still air. "Joyriding 101, Nina muttered, a ghost of a grim smile touching her lips as she wiped her gloves on her trousers. She carefully tucked the exposed wires back into the column. "Never leave home without it." Katie slid into the driver's seat, the upholstery cold and stiff through her clothes. The dash cam's small LCD screen lit up automatically with the power, displaying a startup logo. She navigated through the touchscreen menus with a gloved fingertip. Settings, archive, video files. The list was short, mostly drives to and from the stable and the grocery store, each file time and date stamped. The most recent was from 3 days ago. Then she saw it. One file stood out, last night's date starting at 11:48 p.m. Duration, 47 seconds. Her pulse gave a hard, painful thump against her ribs. "I got it. Last night." 47 seconds of footage. Nina leaned in through the open driver's door, her body blocking the weak daylight, her head close to Katie's. The smell of cold air, old coffee, and the faint, clean scent of gun oil clung to her. "Play it. Now." Katie took a breath, her finger hovering over the screen. She tapped the file. The screen filled with a shaky, grainy, wide-angle view of the same dark road, seen from the center of the windshield. The timestamp glowed a sickly green in the bottom corner. The car's headlights carved a tunnel of light through the utter blackness, illuminating the cracked asphalt, the ragged edge of the ditch, the skeletal branches reaching in from the sides. The engine was off, the car was stationary, so the image was perfectly still except for the occasional flutter of a moth in the headlight beam. The audio was hollow, picking up the rush of wind buffeting the microphone. For 10 seconds, nothing. Just the dark road and the sound of the wind, a lonely, mournful howl. Then a loud, definitive thump from the driver's side front. The camera jolted slightly with the impact. The driver's door opened with a drawn-out creak of metal. They heard Lydia's voice, clear and frustrated, but with an undercurrent of wry humor. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me." A sigh, then the sound of her unbuckling and getting out. Gravel crunched underfoot, loud and close to the microphone. Silence for a few heartbeats. Then the crunching moved away, toward the front of the car. They heard a soft female curse. Then Lydia's voice again, closer now as if she'd walked back toward the open door, tinged with relief and a performer's instinctive, polite charm. "And hey." "No, a flat." "Yeah, I just felt it go." "Thank you so much for stopping." "My boyfriend's gonna kill me, I just got these tires." A male voice answered, but it was muffled, distant, as if he was standing by the rear passenger side of the car, away from the dash cam's primary microphone. The dash cam's external microphone couldn't pick it up clearly. Just a low, indistinct rumble of syllables, a baritone murmur. No words were discernible. Lydia's voice, friendly, grateful, just put them in the back. "Sure, the trunk's fine. I really appreciate it. It's so cold out here." There was a pause. "Yeah, the gig was okay. Tough crowd." Another indistinct rumble from the man, slightly longer this time. Yeah, just up the road a bit. You're a lifesaver, honestly. They stared at the screen, both of them leaning forward, shoulders touching, willing the unseen man to step into the frame, to turn his face toward the camera, to show a license plate, anything. He never did. The audio captured the distinct clunk-thunk of the trunk popping open, a soft, heavy thud as something, her guitar case, her gear bag, was placed inside, then the solid, final slam of the trunk shutting. The footage cut to black at the 47-second mark. The menu screen reappeared, bland and innocent. "The Van Roos," Katie said, her voice tight with suppressed excitement and dread. "A classic. Stop to help, disable the vehicle, gain trust." He had her put her own gear in the trunk. No struggle at the scene. She walked right into it. He was polite. Helpful. "Again," Nina demanded, her breath fogging the cold screen. "Play it again. Listen to the background. Listen for his voice." Katie tapped the file icon again. Error, file not found. A cold trickle of dread traced a path down Katie's spine. She backed out to the main archive menu. The list refreshed automatically. The 47-second file was gone. Vanished. The most recent recording was now from 3 days prior, a daytime drive to the grocery store, sunlight glaring on the lens. As they watched, frozen, that file name, 1014 Grocery, shimmered pixel bright for a millisecond and vanished from the list. Then another, older one, 1012 Stables, disappeared. "He's deleting them," Katie said, her voice low and urgent, her mind racing ahead of her words. Her fingers were already flying over the touchscreen, navigating past the archive to the dash cam system settings menu. Remotely. The unit has Wi-Fi. It connects to her phone's hotspot automatically for cloud backup and remote access. He's on her phone now, and he's accessing the cam's feed through the paired app. He's wiping it clean from somewhere else. He's on her phone now? Nina's head swiveled, her eyes scanning the surrounding fields, the tree line, the distant farmhouse as if she could pinpoint him, could see the glow of a screen in the gloom. Her hand dropped to her sidearm, a purely instinctive movement. Katie found the network connections menu, her heart hammering against her sternum. One entry flashed, active device Riverside. A 10-digit mobile number was listed beside it, the digits glowing a soft blue against the dark background. A 410 area code. Local. "Call it," Katie said, the command ripping from her throat. She read the number aloud, digit by digit, her voice steady despite the adrenaline surge. Nina already had her phone to her ear, her finger stabbing the screen as she input the numbers. She put it on speaker. The ringtone, a bland digital chirp, echoed tinnily from the car's speakers as the phone connected via Bluetooth. Once. A long pause. Twice. A soft, electronic connection chime sounded in the car's audio system, indicating the call had been answered. The wind noise from the road, the distant cry of a crow, the idle rumble of the engine, it all seemed to recede, replaced by a profound, hollow silence on the line. It was the silence of a held breath, of a vacuum. "Talk," Nina barked into her phone, her voice cutting through the quiet like a whip crack. "What do you want? Where is she?" Katie leaned toward the dashboard speaker, shutting out everything. The world outside the car ceased to exist. She strained to hear the background on the other end, any clue in the ambient noise. There was a faint, rhythmic rush, wind, but not the open wind of a field. This was channeled, interrupted, a whoosh followed by a brief silence, then another whoosh. Cars passing on a bridge overhead. And beneath that, a low, watery, gurgling rush. A stream or a river flowing over rocks. Definitely moving water. Then a voice came through. It was unnervingly calm, devoid of inflection or emotion, as flat as a text-to-speech program reading a weather report. It was digitally clean, no background noise attached to it, suggesting a voice modulator or very careful, controlled enunciation directly into the mouthpiece. Killers always come home. A soft click. The line went dead, leaving a vacuum of silence that was immediately filled by the harsh, bleeding dial tone. No, Nina's roar was raw, primal fury. She slammed her phone against the dashboard once, a sharp crack of plastic on plastic, then twice more, the casing splintering. She shoved the car door open with such violent force, it rocked the whole vehicle on its springs and stalked into the middle of the empty road. She stood there, her back to Katie and the ditch, her shoulders heaving with each ragged breath. She ran a hand over her face, a gesture of utter weariness and rage, then let both arms hang at her sides, her fists clenched so tight the leather of her gloves creaked. She trembled with the effort of control. Katie slowly, carefully, got out of the car, the cold air biting her cheeks and stealing her breath. She walked around to the front of their idling SUV, giving Nina space but keeping her in sight, a sentinel against the desolate landscape. The deputy was staring, wide-eyed from his cruiser. Katie gave him a small, sharp shake of her head. Stay back. Did they get a trace? She asked Nina's rigid back, though she already knew the answer, could feel it in the pit of her stomach. Not a chance, Nina spat, not turning around. Her voice was thick with disgust, directed inward as much as outward. The texts say it was a burner, probably a cheap prepaid. Pinged off the tower at Riverside for 30 seconds, and then went dark. He just tossed it in the river. That's all we have. A voice. And a van we can't see. And a fucking phrase, she finally turned. Her face was a mask of controlled rage, her eyes burning with a cold blue fire. The lines around her mouth were etched deep. He's laughing at us. He let us find the car, let us get this close, just to wipe it clean and give us a goddamn proverb. A clue that's no clue at all. He's playing a game, and he just told us the rules. It's a start, Katie insisted, forcing a steel-like conviction into her words that she didn't fully feel. She needed to be the anchor now, the engine, the one who saw a path through the thickening fog. She took a step toward the road. We have a location, Riverside. We have a vehicle type, a van, he needed space for the gear and the for her. We have a method, the flat tire ruse, which means he had a tool, he planned it. We work it. We canvass every auto shop, every big box store, every online retailer within 100 miles for recent purchases of a valve stem tool or a specific kind of knife sold for that purpose. We pull every traffic cam, every doorbell cam, every gas station security feed on every route out of Millerton and Spring Ridge from 11 p.m. onward last night. We work it until it gives. We turn his game against him by being more thorough, more relentless. She took another step, now at the edge of the asphalt. Are you with me? Nina didn't answer for a long moment. She just stared past Katie, at the lonely red sedan nosed into the ditch, a metal coffin and a monument to their failure. Her gaze was distant, seeing the crime scene photos, the grieving father, the smiling girl in the photograph, all of it slipping away. Then she gave a single, sharp, decisive nod, a soldier acknowledging orders from a commander she respected. She strode back to their SUV, her boots crunching loudly on the gravel shoulder, and yanked open the passenger door, sliding in with a grunt of pain. Katie took the driver's seat, her eyes catching on the spiderweb of cracks in the plastic dashboard where Nina's phone had hit. A stark, physical reminder of the stakes, of the fury that fueled them. She started the engine, the heater blasting cold air that slowly began to warm. Riverside is 2 miles east. Call it into Vance. See if any county units or state police can do an immediate, thorough sweep of the riverbanks for a mile in each direction, looking for a discarded phone, a knife, anything. And get a full forensic team back here. Not just the county techs, our people, to go over this car with a black light, a laser, and a pair of tweezers. He touched the trunk lid to close it. He might have touched the tire. He was here. He left something. He has to have left something. As she pulled back onto the road, heading east toward the churning, brown water of the Patapsco River, the killer's flat, final statement echoed in the silent, private chamber of her skull, each word dropping like a stone into dark water. Killers always come home. The phrase tugged at a deep, dusty corner of her memory, a nagging, itchy familiarity that was just out of reach, like a word on the tip of her tongue. It wasn't scripture. It wasn't a line from a popular movie or a song lyric she knew. It had the cadence of a proverb or a line from an old, dark story, a piece of folklore. She knew she'd heard it somewhere before, or read it, in a context that had made her skin prickle then, too. A case file. A textbook. A story her grandfather had told. The frustration of not remembering was a physical ache. She drove, her hands tight on the wheel, the fields giving way to thicker stands of pine that crowded the road, the first weathered signs for Riverside pop. 1203 coming into view. Beside her, Nina was a statue of grim focus, speaking low and fast into her cracked phone, mobilizing what meager resources they had, her voice a steady, angry stream of logistics. But in Katie's mind, the external search had already turned inward, a frantic, silent excavation. She was sifting through years of accumulated case files, university lectures on criminal archetypes, dog-eared criminal psychology texts, and the haunting, half-remembered stories told in the dark, looking for the source of a killer's borrowed words, the place he called home. Her phone shattered the silence. Not a text, a call. Unknown number. She answered on instinct, pressing it to her ear. Talk, Nina barked from beside her, leaning toward the speaker. The wind. Distant traffic. Then a voice, unnervingly calm, devoid of inflection, as flat and featureless as a sheet of glass. Killers always come home. A click. Dead air. No. Nina snatched the phone from Katie's hand, staring at the blank screen as if she could will the connection back. She slammed it against the dashboard hard enough to crack the case, then shoved her door open and stalked into the middle of the empty road, her chest heaving. Katie followed her out. The night air hit her like a wall. Did they get a trace? Not a chance. Nina ran both hands over her face, dragging them down slowly, pulling the skin taut. She looked 10 years older in the sodium glow of the distant streetlight. He used a burner. Tossed it. That's all we have. A voice and a van. It's a start, Katie said, forcing steel into her words. She needed to be the anchor now. Nina was fraying. We have a location. A vehicle type. We work it. Nina didn't answer. She just turned, walked back to the SUV, and yanked the passenger door open hard enough to rock the vehicle on its springs. Katie took the driver's seat. As she pulled onto the road, the killer's flat, final statement played on a loop behind her eyes. Killers always come home. The phrase tugged at something deep and dusty in her memory, a thread she couldn't quite grasp. She knew she'd heard it before. She knew it mattered. And she knew, with the cold certainty of a profiler who has spent her career inside the minds of predators, that it wasn't a taunt. It was a confession. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Katie's marker squeaked against the whiteboard, the sound sharp in the quiet, borrowed room. The air smelled of stale coffee and the faint, sweet chemical tang of dry erase ink. She'd commandeered a corner of the Pine Bluff Precinct's task force area, a space cluttered with outdated filing cabinets and a bank of silent, dusty computer monitors. Light from a fluorescent tube overhead buzzed and flickered, casting a sickly pallor over the photos she'd pinned up. Olivia Bennet by the lake, the sycamore tree with its grim fruit, the staged quiet of Lydia Cole's bedroom. The killer's psychology was a hall of mirrors. She wrote the words at the top of the board, then stepped back, her arms crossed over her chest. Her ribs gave a dull, familiar throb. No sexual violence, no personal fantasy, just a cold, precise echo of historical horrors. This wasn't a monster creating, he was a curator replicating the work of others. His knowledge was deep, esoteric. Knowing the Cleveland torso murders was one thing, knowing the staged details of the Villisca Axe murders. The clock stopped, the mirrors covered, marked him as a dedicated student of systemic failure. A scholar of collapse. She picked up a red marker, circling the victim photos. All young women's. Selected for their resemblance to the originals, maybe down to their circumstances. But the third victim, she tapped the photo of the sycamore tree, the image stark under the glare. He mimicked the Osage hangings. That's a different kind of failure, institutional corruption, not just an unsolved mystery. It fits a pattern. Murders where power protected the killer. Where the system wasn't just incompetent, it was complicit. The door at the far end of the room swung open with a soft groan of hinges. Nina Shaw entered, carrying 2 large paper cups from the gas station down the road, steam curling from the sip-hole lids. She moved with a careful economy, favoring her left side. Her face was pale, the lines around her eyes and mouth etched deeper than they'd been a week ago. She set 1 cup in front of Katie on the scarred laminate desk, the cardboard sleeve already damp with condensation. A drink. It's terrible, but it's caffeine. Nina's voice was a dry rasp. She dropped into the wheeled chair beside Katie's, the mechanism groaning under her weight. She didn't lean back, just sat upright, as if bracing against a constant internal pain. Her eyes, however, were grimly focused, scanning the whiteboard with the speed of long practice. Status. Profiling a ghost, Katie said, turning back to the board. She capped the marker with a definitive click. White male. Is strong. Has to be, to transport and stage the bodies the way he did. 20s to 40s, based on the physicality required. He knows these back roads and fields intimately. The old quarry, the Miller farm track, the Oxbow Lake. He's a local, or has become one. He moves through this landscape like he owns it. Nina nodded slowly, bringing the cup to her lips and sipping. She winced, either at the heat or the taste. Victimology holding. All young women, Katie repeated, gesturing. Living independently or on the cusp of it. Olivia, the gym receptionist. The second Jane Doe, likely a transient or someone off the grid. Lydia, the musician. Selected for their resemblance to the originals, maybe down to their circumstances, isolation, vulnerability. But the shift with the Osage mimicry, she trailed off, her gaze fixed on the tree. It's a escalation in message. It's not just about a killer who got away. It's about a system that helped him get away. He's making a statement about the system itself, Nina said, not a question. Exactly. Katie's eyes drifted back to the board, to the scrawled connections between the cases. And the song. Nightcrawler, left on a CD player at the barn scene. It's a message, but I can't decode it. Is it a signature? A taunt. The lyrics are about a predatory, creeping thing. Intimidation. Theater, Nina's jaw tightened, a muscle flickering in her cheek. She set her cup down with more force than necessary. Forensics is on the CD. Maybe it'll give us a source, manufacturer, a batch number, a fingerprint if we're miraculously lucky. But my money's on a generic brand, wiped clean. He's careful, Katie agreed, frustration simmering beneath her skin. She could feel it, a low-grade fever of impotence. They were reacting, always 2 steps behind a mind that had planned this for months, maybe years. The main door to the task force room opened again, and Sheriff Mitchell's bulky frame filled the doorway. He had shed his flannel jacket, revealing a tan uniform shirt stretched tight across his shoulders. In his hands, he carried a standard-issue cardboard evidence box, the top flaps interlocked. His boots were loud on the linoleum as he approached. "Agents," he said, his voice a neutral rumble. He set the box on the desk beside Nina, the weight of it making the surface shudder. From the barn. The text finished with the scene. This is the news. He pulled on a pair of latex gloves from his pocket with a practice snap, then reached into the box. He lifted out a large, clear plastic evidence bag. Inside, coiled like a sinister snake, was the coarse rope noose. It was thick, the fibers a dirty hemp color, the knot complex and brutal. Nina stood, her movements deliberate, controlled. She took the bag from Mitchell, her eyes already scanning. She didn't need gloves, she wasn't going to open it. She held it up to the flickering light, turning it slowly. Her gaze was forensic, missing nothing. The twist of the ropes, the wear patterns, the dark, stained patch near the center of the knot where it had bitten into bark and something else. Katie watched her partner's face. The professional mask, the one of detached assessment, slipped for a fraction of a second. Nina's lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. Her eyes, usually so guarded, widened a hair. Her fingers, holding the bag, traced a specific point near the knot through the plastic. "Mitchell," Nina said, her voice dangerously quiet. "Your evidence techs. Did they examine this under magnification?" The sheriff shifted his weight. "Standard protocol. Photographed bagged. They noted the construction." "Why?" Nina laid the bag flat on the desk, pinning it with one hand. With the index finger of her other, she pointed, her nail tapping the plastic over a section of rope just below the knot. "Right here. It's not a stain from the tree. It's carved. Deliberate." Katie leaned in, her breath fogging the plastic for a second before she pulled back. As she squinted. At first, it looked like random scoring, damage from being hauled over a branch. But Nina's finger traced a pattern, 3 distinct sets of grooves. "Initials," Katie breathed. "Not TC," Nina confirmed, her gaze hard and bright as she looked up, first at Katie, then at Mitchell. "JSR." Katie straightened, her mind racing through the files. "JSR. That's not one of our victims. Not a local name from the files. It's not a contemporary name, Nina said. She released the evidence bag and turned back to the whiteboard, as if the answer were written there. Her voice was flat, the tone she used when delivering the worst kind of news. Josiah Stride. The first Osage man found hanging from a tree in 1921. The official FBI and local law enforcement report, after a cursory investigation, called it suicide. A lie to cover the theft of his headrates. JSR. Josiah Stride. The room felt suddenly colder. Mitchell let out a slow, heavy breath. He's signing his work with the name of a historical victim. He's embedding the history into the artifact, Katie corrected, the realization settling over her like a weight. The noose isn't just a tool, it's part of the exhibit. The killer's attention to detail is flawless. He's not just copying the method, he's replicating the evidence, right down to a detail almost no one would know. Then we need to be better, Katie stated, the words coming out harder than she intended. She looked from Nina's grim face to Mitchell's unsettled one. Start digging. Every name, every record. Cross-reference Josiah Stride with local archives, historical societies, school projects. Anyone who's ever expressed an interest. And I want every personnel record for the county, sheriff's department, town clerks, library staff. Anyone with access to old records. Mitchell gave a curt nod, his earlier territorial pride replaced by a dawning understanding of what they were facing. I'll get my people on it. He turned and left, his footsteps echoing down the hall. For a long moment, the only sound was the persistent buzz of the fluorescent light. Nina sank back into her chair, her hand going unconsciously to her injured shoulder, kneading the muscle through her shirt. A curator, she muttered, staring at the noose in its bag. He's building a museum of failure. And we're the latest exhibit. 2 hours later, Katie's head throbbed in time with the flickering light. The search had yielded nothing but dust and dead ends. She sat before a humming precinct computer, its monitor a sickly green. She defiltered through county databases for local suspects with relevant histories, arrests for violence, stalking, trespassing. She de-looked for prior crimes that matched the profile, obsessive behaviors, arson, animal cruelty. The town's records were a desert. A few DUIs, a domestic disturbance from 5 years ago, a string of petty thefts from unlocked cars. She de-expanded to surrounding counties, then to the state registry. The results were a parade of mundane, small-time offenders. None fit the cool, intellectual precision of their killer. None had the depth of knowledge. We need a fingerprint, a fiber, a hair, a speck of mud he tracked from somewhere unique. She groaned, pushing the laptop away with enough force to make the wheeled chair skid back a few inches. The frustration was a physical pressure behind her eyes. He's too careful. He's a ghost. Nina was at the small table by the window, painstakingly reviewing the physical evidence logs from all 3 scenes. She had a legal pad covered in her tight, angular script. She didn't look up, but her voice was weary agreement. He's a ghost who knows how to not leave footprints. He's studied how we look for them. He's cleaning his scenes with the diligence of a forensic tech. Katie rubbed her temples, the gritty feeling of sleeplessness sandpapering her nerves. A desperate thought, one she'd been consciously suppressing since they'd found the second body, surfaced with the force of a rising bubble. It was ugly and terrifying, but it had to be voiced. Could it be him? She asked, the words hanging in the stale air. She turned her chair to face Nina. Hey, Campbell. Pulling strings from wherever he's hiding. He's orchestrated complex operations before. He's got the resources, the patience. This could be a distraction. A side project to keep us busy and looking the wrong way while he sets up something worse for us in DC. Nina's response was immediate and sharp. She dropped her pen onto the legal pad with a clatter and finally looked at Katie. Her eyes were flint. No, the word was absolute. She leaned forward, bracing her hands on the table. Listen to me, Ford. Campbell's game is with us directly. It's personal, it's visceral. He wants a confrontation. He wants to break you, to break me, to prove his superiority over the system that created him. He doesn't want us chasing phantoms in Maryland. He wants us in DC, looking over our shoulders, waiting for him to step out of the shadows. This, she gestured at the whiteboard, at the evidence box. This is someone else's obsession. It's academic. It's ideological. It's cold. Campbell is many things, but he's not cold in that way. His violence has heat. This doesn't. The logic was sound. Katie knew it was sound. But the paranoia, seeded by Crow's disappearance and Campbell's looming threat, was a vine wrapping around her reasoning. He could be adapting. Using a new method. He's not, Nina stated, her voice brooking no argument. She picked up her pen again, a clear dismissal. This is a different animal. Focus on the animal in front of us. Chastened but not entirely convinced, Katie turned back to the computer. The screen had gone to sleep. She jiggled the mouse, and the monitor blinked back to life, displaying her abandoned search portal. On impulse, she opened a new browser tab and pulled up a news search for Tobias Campbell. The top results weren't from mainstream news outlets anymore. They were podcasts. Their titles screamed in sensational caps. The CROWE Campbell Conspiracy, Unmasking the Deep State Killer, Plague DOCTORS Among U.S., A Special Report, Hunting the Hunter, the FBI's Greatest Failure. She clicked away from the list, a fresh wave of disgust washing over her. But the action sparked a new idea, a connection she'd noted and then buried under more immediate concerns. The first victim, Olivia Bennett. Her friend, during the initial interview, had mentioned Olivia was a fan of a particular true crime podcast. She de-listened to it on her runs. What was it called? Katie swiveled and grabbed her field notebook from the desk, flipping pages back to the first days of the investigation. Her own handwriting stared back at her. Friend Jenny states victim listened to Cold Case Files podcast regularly. Liked the host's voice. Cold Case Files. She turned back to the computer, her fingers moving faster now. She found the podcast site quickly. It was professionally produced, based out of Chicago. She scanned the episode list. Nothing on the Cleveland torso killer. Nothing on Villisca. It was a generic, national show covering a variety of cases. A dead end. But the connection buzzed in her mind, persistent. Their killer was a student of true crime history. He consumed these stories, not for entertainment but for blueprint. Where did a person with that obsession go, especially if he felt the mainstream coverage was superficial? He'd go deeper. He'd seek out niche, detailed, obsessive content. She opened a new search window. Her fingers hovered over the keys. She needed to think like him. Not just the murders, but the coverage of the murders. She typed, combining the names of all three mimicked murders with the word podcast and Maryland, a local angle. Someone covering these specific historical crimes, possibly with a local twist. As she hit enter, the results page loaded. Most were links to the big national shows. Scrolling down past the sponsored ads, past the Wikipedia entries. Then, near the bottom of the first page, one result. A single line of text, the link a different shade of blue. The site name, The Unresolved. Nina, Katie said, her voice low. Look at this. The scrape of a chair. Nina was at her shoulder in seconds, leaning in, her presence a solid weight beside her. Katie could smell the faint scent of coffee and gun oil on her. Katie clicked the link. The website loaded, a stark, minimalist design of gray and black. No flashy graphics, no sensational images. Just a header in a severe, serif font, The Unresolved, a forensic examination of historical failure. Below it, a tagline, Where the case files end, the analysis begins. The episode list was a roadmap of their case, laid out in chronological order of posting. Episode 47, The Cleveland Torso Murders the Kingsbury Run Butcher, a study in institutional neglect. Episode 48, The Villisca Axe Murders, the town that silenced itself. Episode 49, The Osage Reign of Terror, Murder for Mineral Rights. All 3 episodes had been published within the last 4 weeks. The most recent, on the Osage, had gone live just 3 days before the body was found in the sycamore. Click the torso episode, Nina ordered, her breath a whisper by Katie's ear. Katie did. The description wasn't the usual hook-driven blurb. It was a wall of dense, academic prose. It dissected the Cleveland Police Department's jurisdictional fights, their dismissal of the victims as hobos and prostitutes, their failure to share evidence with the county sheriff, the political pressure to downplay the panic. It quoted from original police ledgers, cited internal memos that had been buried for decades. It didn't just describe the murders. It meticulously documented the bureaucracy of failure that allowed them to continue. Katie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. It started as a drop in her stomach, then spread outwards as a fine prickling across the back of her neck and down her arms. The hair there stood up. This isn't a fan site, Nina murmured. This is a dissertation. Who is this guy? Katie asked, scrolling back to the top of the site. There was an About page. As she clicked, the host called himself the Archivist. His photo showed a man in his late 30s or early 40s, pale to the point of looking bloodless, with sharp, narrow features and dark hair receding at the temples. He wore wire-rimmed glasses. He was seated before floor-to-ceiling bookshelves crammed with thick, old volumes, his hands folded neatly on a leather-bound book in front of him. He wasn't smiling. He looked directly at the camera, with an expression of severe intelligence. The bio was brief. Independent researcher specializing in 20th century American criminal justice failures. Based in Spring Ridge, Maryland. Spring Ridge, Nina breathed, the words barely audible. That's the next town over from Pine Bluff. 20 minutes by back road. Where's his address? La P.O. A box. Of anything. Katie scanned the page. No physical address. No contact number. Just a generic contact form for research inquiries. The social media links led to professional-looking accounts that only shared podcast updates and links to historical documents. He's hiding in plain sight, Katie said, her mind racing. Using the podcast as both a platform and a shield. Who would suspect the academic? A flicker of movement on the screen caught her eye. A thin, red banner at the very top of the homepage, one she'd missed in her initial scan, was flashing subtly. It read, "Live Now Listener Q&A." "He's broadcasting," Katie said, her pulse kicking up a notch. She clicked the banner. The browser redirected to a popular streaming site. A new window opened, showing a live video feed. The image was high definition, crisply lit. It was the same man from the photo, the archivist, sitting in what looked like a home studio. The bookshelves formed the background. He was adjusting a microphone, his movements precise. A small viewer count ticked along the bottom of the screen, 87. The chat sidebar was scrolling slowly with comments and questions. "Great episode on Villisca. Do you think the father did it? Your research is amazing." The host glanced at his computer screen, presumably reading the chat. "Thank you for the question, History Buff 22. The prevailing theory regarding the Moore family has always been fraught with evidentiary issues." His voice was calm, measured, pedantic. It was the voice of a college lecturer. Nina cursed under her breath, a short, sharp exhalation. "He's right there. We can see him. We have no idea where there is." "We need to get him to tell us," Katie said, her focus narrowing to the problem. Her eyes darted over the streaming interface. There was an option to send a private message, separate from the public chat. How to bait a narcissist, an intellectual who prized his own expertise above all. Flattery was obvious. But it had to be flattery with a unique, irresistible offer. "Talk to him," Nina said, reading her thoughts. "But be smart. He's not a horny teenager on a chat line. He's a narcissist of a different flavor. He wants to be the authority." Katie created a guest account on the streaming site, her fingers flying over the keys. The username, LedgerKeeper. She typed into the public chat first, a test. "Big fan of your work on the Kingsbury Run case. The depth on the 1938 administrative breakdown was something I've never seen covered." On screen, the man, the archivist, glanced at his chat. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. He leaned slightly closer to his microphone. "Thank you, LedgerKeeper. The 1938 shift in command structure is a critical, and often overlooked, pivot point in the investigation's failure. Ask away in chat if you have a specific query." He was engaging, but publicly. He wanted the audience to see his expertise. Nina's hand tightened on the back of Katie's chair. "He's not taking the public bait. Go private. Give him something he can't get anywhere else." Katie switched to the private message window. Her mind raced. What would a records-obsessed researcher covet above all? Original source material. Something physical, unique, unpublished. She typed, her sentences deliberate. "I understand you prefer to keep the discussion public for your audience. I respect that. But I have a physical item that requires discretion. A section of an original police ledger from the Cleveland investigation, dated fall 1938. It was in my grandfather's effects after he passed. He was a county records clerk in Cuyahoga County from 1935–1942. She paused, thinking. She had to make it credible. It contains handwritten marginalia from the lead detective at the time, notes that were never entered into the official file. Mentions a suspect who was quietly dropped due to political connections. I was going to mail it to a university archive, but your last episode convinced me you're the one who'd truly appreciate its significance. I'm in Maryland through the weekend, so I could bring it by. Oh, she hit send. The message window showed delivered. They watched the stream. The archivist was answering another public question about soil analysis in the Villisca case. His delivery was smooth, but his eyes kept flicking to the side, to a second monitor they couldn't see. He finished his point, took a sip of water from a plain glass, and then his hand drifted to his mouse. A moment later, a notification popped up in the corner of Katie's screen. A new private message. Her heart hammered against her ribs. As she clicked it, the message was brief, devoid of the flowery prose of his show. Your grandfather's tenure checks out. The marginalia you describe aligns with known gaps in the record. I am very interested. I can authenticate it in person. 47 Birch Hollow Road, Spring Ridge. Be here by 8 p.m. Do not be late. An address. Just like that. Got him, Katie whispered, a surge of adrenaline burning through her fatigue. She read the address out loud. Nina was already moving, grabbing her jacket from the back of her chair. Birch Hollow. That's out past the old mill, off the county line road. Isolated. On the live stream, the archivist was wrapping up his Q&A. Then that's all we have time for tonight. Thank you all for your excellent questions. Remember, the past is unresolved until we choose to examine it without flinching. He gave a small, solemn nod to the camera and reached forward. But as he moved to shut off the stream, his elbow brushed his microphone. The camera, a high-quality webcam on a flexible arm, jiggled slightly. The angle shifted for just a second, revealing a few more inches of the cluttered shelf to his right, previously out of frame. Among the stacks of papers, 3-ring binders and more books, something caught the light, a small, silver flash. Katie's breath hitched in her throat. She leaned forward, her nose almost touching the screen. Wait. Go back. Pause it. The stream had ended. The screen now showed a static, stream-concluded message. What? What did you see? Nina demanded, halfway into her jacket. In the shelf. When he bumped the camera. There was something, Katie's mind was screaming, trying to overlay the brief glimpse with the hundreds of evidence photos she'd memorized. A piece of jewelry. Not modern. Delicate. A pendant. She frantically moved the mouse, looking for a replay function. The streaming site offered a watch from start option for the concluded stream. As she clicked it, the video began to play from the beginning. She dragged the progress bar forward, her hand unsteady, to the final minute. She watched as the archivist gave his closing remarks. She saw his arm move. She saw the camera shudder. There. Frame by frame, she advanced using the arrow keys. The camera settled on a new angle for 3 seconds before the screen went black. And there, draped casually over a leaning stack of photocopied pages, was a necklace. A thin silver chain. And on it, a pendant. A crescent moon, with tiny, intricate etching along the inner curve. The image was small, but the design was distinctive. Unique. Katie had seen it in a victim's file. A missing person report from 18 months ago, out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. A young woman named Dana Wren, a graduate student in history who had vanished during a research trip to Maryland. Her parents had provided a photo of her favorite necklace, a family heirloom. A crescent moon pendant just like this one. The case had gone cold, written off as a probable voluntary disappearance. Dana Wren wasn't one of their 3 mimicked murders. She was something else. A previous victim. A trial run. A souvenir. Nina, Katie said, her voice low and urgent, crackling with a terrible certainty. She pointed at the frozen image on the screen. On the shelf. The pendant. That's Dana Wren's. The missing grad student from the Fredericksburg file. The one who was researching county land grant histories. Nina's eyes locked on the screen. For a second, there was only the sound of their breathing and the hum of the computer. Then Nina's face hardened into an expression of pure, predatory focus. All trace of weariness vanished, burned away by the cold fire of the hunt. That's our exigent circumstance, Nina said, the words final. Evidence of a felony in plain view. A missing woman's property. We have probable cause to believe she's a victim, and he's in possession. We're not going there to ask questions anymore. She zipped her jacket with a decisive pull. We're going to execute a warrantless entry. And we're going to do it now. Before he has time to hide it, or worse, before his 8 p.m. appointment shows up and walks into a trap. Katie was already on her feet, grabbing her own gear, the fatigue replaced by a watertight tension. The ghost had left a footprint after all. A tiny silver footprint. And they were going to follow it right to his door.